Chat, I'm muting and deafening myself to start the stream because it's stream start time, but I don't think Dallas and Axe are going to shut up for a second to let me get a word in edgewise. So, hello. Welcome to Fail Portrayal. We did the countdown. We're great. Everything's super cool. I'm going to switch the screen now. I hope you like the extra long countdown timer because we were all chilling, and then 5 minutes went by like nothing. Oh, that's a little too high. I forgot to reset that. My bad. Okay. All right. Okay. We are live.
We got the Black Templars, the most angry boys that are maybe branching on chaos a little bit.
Nah. They like the Emperor too much.
Modern Black Templars are... it depends. Modern Black Templars. They are a bit...
Okay, alright, Axe, every single thing you are about to say for the next, I want to say, hour and a half, hour 45 that you're here, you don't need to specify it depends. Welcome to Warhammer 40k. Nothing is actually canon. Everything is made up. The points don't matter except in a tournament. Like, we're not even talking about the war game, but that's the joke to make. Like, chat, this is the 40k X Magic episode. We've got Dallas here. We're gonna talk about the commander decks they did. Dallas, you were saying before we got started that this was like the second ever Universes Beyond.
Yeah, I think this was, if I remember,
which is kind of a crazy pull.
No, sorry.
It was a big deal.
I have to correct myself. This was the first Universes Beyond product, if I remember correctly.
Oh, well, the first full sets. Yeah.
But it was the third. It was the third crossover they'd done. The rest of them were secret layers.
So yeah, this is the first time they used the Universes Beyond branding.
Yeah, because spoiler, I'm not counting the D&D crossovers because they owned that.
Yeah, that's something more, actually I have
that's
heard
like
about.
Smaller level crossover.
I know that recently there was a, once again, hey, it's Omega. I'm plugging other channels. Other channels never plug us because they don't know we exist, but I plug other channels because I do actually believe in solidarity among creators. XP to Level 3's podcast, Arcane Arcade, they just had an episode where they rated like all of the D&D pre-made adventures and explicitly like had to talk about what counts as an adventure on D&D Beyond, which was their criteria, and did talk about like cutting some of the MTG like setting based ones because they're like they're kind of crossovers, but they kind of don't.
They're setting books.
Yeah, well, so that some of them have adventures in them, but like they still didn't count most of them, I don't think, because it was like a weird case where like, okay, so it's kind of a crossover, but it's a crossover inside the same company, so like it's not real. It's not for reals. But it still is a tie-in, so yeah. They did do some tie-in stuff the other way, but that doesn't matter as much. So obviously this is like super late because lots of timely things have been happening, but I have pulled up this particular art because this is also a very famous John Blanche piece, and unfortunately, John Blanche, a very famous illustrator for Warhammer 40k, passed away recently. So we will be pointing out a few of his arts.
He was a great man.
I think it's fair to call him the progenitor of like 40k art. Like, he's not the first artist. He's the first named artist I can like. He's the first guy I kept hearing named.
He's the guy that honestly made the art style that's like grimdark, but also like it's also still a little bit goofy, which is the point. Because grimdark also needs to be a bit silly.
But also, like I said, he is the guy who kind of like coalesced the art style. I don't actually remember which cover this is. Knowing the way Games Workshop does, this could have been a splash in like a White Dwarf before it was on a codex.
Yeah, White Dwarf, yeah.
Knowing them, but you can see this, right, that like this is Black Templar, so they are, Space Marines in tabards, which is a little silly. And there's some funny stuff with proportions, and I think that's supposed to be Helbrecht with like in the front there with the hand flamer combi weapon, who's wearing his dumb T-bar helmet. Which I mean no offense to John Blanche when I say that. That is, he did the assignment correctly, I'm sure, but it's a dumb T-branch helmet. Put on a fucking normal Space Marine helmet, idiot. Put on your helmet.
Well,
put on your helmet, get dark sight plus 20 to awareness.
This might be like the helmet design.
No, they have normal Aquila helmets.
No, like,
you can see their angry
guys.
Faces. They're all covered in their little angry faces.
There's that one guy, there's one guy at the bottom. There's some guy that has a half thing on the bottom right, and then on the bottom left, there's a guy that just has the breathing mask, which is probably fair, because I don't think you can breathe inside all that fire and all that, like, muzzle fire.
I love this kind of art style. To me, this is my favorite 40K art style, and I'm
no, that's what I do want to say is this is
like
the
80s British.
This is the kind of art style that looks good on a alt rock or metal album cover.
Yes.
Possibly airbrush on the side of a van. And literally, there are album covers that like also licensed some art pieces that GW used. So
I've always seen this bit that if you like prog metal, fucking play The Thousand Suns because they're just prog metal covers.
I mean,
yeah,
they're just metal. They're just British metal covers. Like
it's a great.
But each of them.
I do want to say before we pull up our first card, I want to say this is not the 40K Field Portrayal. This is the Warhammer X MTG Field Portrayal. I have working notes for a script for like an intro to like catch everybody up on kind of the history of the 40K art style. Unfortunately, that project like has taken me so long to do because honestly, picking to start with the Imperium as the baseline kind of sucked because I feel like every time I turn around, they add a new Imperial subfaction.
I mean, there's only 10 of them. They've been getting rid. They got rid of 2 of them. There have been, I think, now that 11th is like rolling out, there have been 2 edition changes since I started that. I think I started that with 9th. The covers of those core books will not fucking fit on my slide anymore. So I might just take it as a given that the prospective panelists of me, Axe, Dallas, and Loth, who are all I'm the GM and all of them are players in my Deathwatch 40K RPG game. Watch now, available right now. There's a playlist and everything. Check it out. But like, I might skip the primer and just go to let's look at some cool, do like we've done for other art styles. Let's look at some cool 40K art and minis and look at some dumbass 40K art and minis. Yeah, I would actually love to get Aaron on for that, but I don't know if his schedule will allow at any given time. But like I said, I'm working on like a... I won't say it's an exact clone because I don't think I've ever watched paying my full attention to Bricky's like every 40K faction introduced video, but I've seen like bits and pieces of it and I've seen other people react to it. Like, I know it's a little tongue-in-cheek and Bricky's talked about... I know this because Bricky hangs out with other streamers I like. But like he's talked about how like it was definitely very tongue-in-cheek, and honestly, he was a little more jokey than he would have been if he'd known it would be the thing everybody fucking watches. That's why I made it. That's why I made a new version of it. That's honestly more serious, but it's still like, funny. But like, it's serious in like honest way.
Is it bad that I have seen Bricky's content, but not actually that?
No, like I said, I haven't watched the video front to back. Like Bricky's very prolific. I think I first introduced to Bricky by his Uncharted.
I have listened.
I think you. Axe pointed me at this first.
Sorry, say that again?
Bricky's Uncharted videos. I think you linked me to those first.
He does your game reviews. He just doesn't do that as much because I think he's just doing other stuff because he's in charge of also part of a distributor company, which a lot of like actual internet people are using.
The other thing though that I like, just to let everybody know about my horrible parasocial web. The other thing I know Bricky from is that, like I said, he interacts with a lot of streamers I follow. This includes other flesh tubers like Ray Nervez, but also like I think I just was like the last time I saw him in a streaming, the first time I saw him in a streaming context was just randomly he fucking showed up in a Matara Con stream talking about merch.
The first VTuber.
He's in this
VTuber stream.
You know Bricky?
Sorry, the first stream I ever saw of Bricky's was him and a VTuber. I genuinely don't know their name. I'm so bad with names at any time.
That aren't trying to
describe them.
Rating. Well, I can tell you what the video was. I don't even remember what they looked like because I mostly listened to the video. But it was her and Bricky rating the Primarchs on fuckability.
Oh, that could have been Meewa Bell. That could have been like a few other people.
I think that is a Meewa Bell video.
I would say it's Meewa Bell though. She is more associated with Poorhammer because she has all their merch and she's a part of there. And she's actually the only girls I know that actually like the Imperial Fist.
I mean,
no, Meewa's great actually. I've seen her in a few different things talking about crossover.
No, it wasn't Meewa then because I know Meewa from Poorhammer stuff and.
I would say it's fair, Dallas, because I'm pretty sure that Bricky has done that video with multiple VTubers. It might have been Matara for all I know.
It's probably Cha-Cha, the V-Bomb.
Could have been Chacha Viman. Yeah, that was Viman. That would be another one. She's been going around.
Purple Lady.
I do know that I don't know if Matara knows anything about Warhammer actually, but she hangs it with Bricky. I feel like her evil model recently was very like Tyranid inspired. She's very purple.
Her stuff is extremely Tyranid inspired. It's also, I think, based off like the stuff from Helldivers, which is based off the Tyranids, which is based off the Zerg, which is or the Zerg, which is based off the Tyranids, and so on.
It goes around and around. Like, chat, if you don't know anything about 40K, first of all,
horrific, but also steals everything.
Let me know in the live
Nothing's
chat.
original.
Let me know in the comments later. Like, I will actually see if I want to finish putting together that like
I have a
slideshow
piece
style
to
thing.
say,
If we just
actually.
want to fucking fire off stuff. Let me finish this real quick.
Okay.
I was just gonna say that's let me know if you are not introduced to 40K and you're watching this on my channel and you want to hit a primer, because I can like work on that project. But
and then maybe watch our Deathwatch series.
About the 40K, yes, do actually watch the Deathwatch APs. They're doing pretty good for APs. The 40K stuff usually does do, but like,
I think we're
check
doing
those out
okay.
as well. But what I wanted to say was actually, you are absolutely correct, Axe, in that the original vibe of 40K has kind of become its own thing. I want to say that like in this piece we've been looking at for like
the Mechanicus are just Dune.
Navigators are just Dune. The Mechanicus are like a little bit Dune and a little bit other
King
stuff.
of Mars is just Dune.
Well, also, you have to think about this. A bunch of American IPs ripped Warhammer 40K off for so long. Like, I don't know, StarCraft.
Okay, actually, wait, no. The thing about that is actually because originally it was meant to be a 40K game, but then licensing fell through.
Okay, but it's still a blatant... The Zerg are still a blatant...
Well, it's because it literally was literally meant to be, I think, Eldar, Eldar Imperium, and then like Tyranids. That was
that still means that like they went through with it while it being... Obviously, I understand the concept of just hammering the serial numbers off because you already have the assets, but it's like they did not really put any effort into changing the vibe when they lost the license.
I think the worst one was Ultra Lists. If you look at an Ultra List and
let's roll to the top of this conversation. The original Warhammer 40K already is kind of not that inspired because GW launched it to sell space miniatures and aliens they were working on because they were a miniatures company first, and to possibly resell some miniatures they had already made for their fantasy series, which was just called Warhammer. And then they were like, we'll do Warhammer in space. So the original Warhammer is just Tolkien-esque, British 80s fantasy in space. It very rapidly started to spiral off into its own thing. You'll see with like the factions that they dropped, squats, and then brought back way later being absolutely their own thing. I actually think Leagues of Votann are very neat in terms of like their...
Okay, I have to say with the Votann, I think they are cool. I just think they've been given nothing for so long to the point where they're kind of irrelevant now.
They're stagnating, definitely. Like So remember, this is the thing. GW is a minis company first and foremost, and they make a lot of their decisions based on what moves miniatures. Not always, because they know that there are fan favorites and stuff. But if they don't do like a big product push for miniatures, they don't give you new shit. Like, they won't just be like, oh, here's a cool new Votann unit you can build with minis that we already have. They have to be, hello, here is our refreshed Leagues of Votann product line. Check out these 4 things. Unfortunately,
scopes are really good, though, now. They're actually really good.
No, they have really good technology. That's why the Fail Portrayal will be very funny, because we're going to look at some really cool shit that came out in, like, the last 5 years, and I'm going to pull you up some of the dumbass faces they made in, like,
I mean, yes, the pewter stuff will look ugly.
Pewter Years is really bad. There's a few of the early, like,
the metal years is also pretty bad. The resin years,
but no, it's
not
very
either.
funny that we mentioned Poorhammer earlier. I'm not subbed to them, but I occasionally check out videos that they scroll across my feed. I just watched their video where they rated every faction's Distraction Carnifex. We don't need to get into that. Watch that video if you want to know what Distraction Carnifex is. Maybe there'll be a Distraction Carnifex in this video. I don't know, actually, if there's a Carnifex in the deck. But what I was going to say is that they literally talked about how Leagues of Votann don't have a good entry because their model line doesn't have all the rough equivalent units that some of the other factions do. They don't have a, like, mecha boy equivalent of like a stompy walkie vehicle who's kind of fast and can be a real pain in the ass in melee but also might shoot. Like, they are missing roles that other factions have. And what will probably happen is that because they're starting a brand new edition, in probably somewhere in the next 12 months, I want to say, they'll announce a new Leagues of Votann Codex, and they will announce a, heaping helping of new units to go with it.
I know a lot of people complain.
Because they do that a lot.
Maybe this is just me because I'm old and I've been paying attention to 40k for a while. Games Workshop is a lot better now about releasing non-Space Marine stuff than it used to be.
Yes.
I have to say my piece now.
Go ahead then, yeah, hit it. If you didn't get it out.
Alright, so just to go back earlier, I have someone that's been into 40k for like a few years. I think I remember just thinking it really dumb, but then I kind of grew to be like, no, I like parts of it because it's like I understand it's actually dumb. And then here's the thing Lucky said one time. Oh, it's just nerd. It's basically it's like getting into casual drinking, but for nerds. But
I think
I want to bring up
this
this
called
just like
40k nerd beer before.
And it's not wrong. It's actually very true.
No, it is. But yes, go for the.
But like, I have someone that's always been like, I always recommend it to like Bricky. I really like lore crimes, like the Ember King, the Remembrancer, Pancreas Network. They are surprisingly dedicated people. The Remembrancer has read literally every 40k book, for better or worse.
He's very impressive.
Pancreas Network he's always been an elf fan, so he just has read all the Eldar books. Most of the elves books in fantasy. He's better at fantasy. Like he got into the game series through I think the Total War Warhammer series back in the day. Like 10 years ago.
It's not back in the day. Total War Warhammer's only like 6 years old.
They're the
made
first
me
one?
feel older.
Older than 6 years old.
Total War is a pretty recent show up. Like if you want to do an old school, you would say Dawn of War.
Yeah,
fair enough. But like, just as a weird note, I have Regular is weird. He's like actually younger than me, but like he just has read all the fucking fantasy books. Gotrek and Felix, worth reading. Same thing as like reading Caiaphas Cain, worth reading. But I guess as a side note, 40k is a series that's full of where everything is stolen, and to the point where everyone's forgotten that it's stolen. Unfortunately, this also led to Games Workshop has a weird practice where they think they're like a small game shop, and they're like the third most wealthy company in the UK or in Britain, I think.
They're not the third most wealthy company in the UK.
They're like up there.
They're one of the they're definitely one of the wealthiest hobby companies, but come on.
Also, Chess,
I'm pretty sure
first
UK...
Total Warhammer is about 10 years old, but that makes sense. But yeah, they're British. I forgot to finish my own thought earlier. If you read the original Rogue Trader, it's like just
British as hell.
They just stole Dune, and then like was it
Space
2080?
Cops,
I think is the
really
comic.
funny.
Like it's and like Judge Dredd and shit. Like it's just old school British dystopian comics and like Dune. Now I will say that
Dune's
it's pretty
like
interesting because I want to say that like the Space Marine is actually really interesting because I do think 40k is the codifier of the power armored super soldier in space. I haven't actually found any really good examples of it before. There are earlier power armor stories, obviously the original Heinlein novel, Starship Troopers, which has its own problems. I need to track down Armor, which is also about power armor. Allegedly, that one's a lot less,
they're like the
political.
precursor for like, honestly, the precursor for like Terminator gear or like Devastator suits, honestly, than actually like
but
Centurion
like
suits and, like
no, because the original Space Marine armor is like actual like mini mecha, but like powered armor existed in fiction before that. And there were concepts of space marines because everybody was like, well, if we have soldiers in space, they're space marines. But
I mean, because space is just ships.
40k was really, I think, the first one to go like, okay, what if we got Big Boy? We souped him up with genetic engineering because it's the 70s and the 80s and genetic engineering is the new nuke, TV tropes. And we enclosed them in powered armor. What does that get us? A space marine. And that's like everybody else kind of like follows along. Like Halo's Spartans are just let's bring the powered armored super soldier of 40k into like a
was I inspired by
serious COD style,
like original StarCraft?
By the way, too, because I have heard this
40k.
I have heard this parroted not just by you guys, so I do want to set the record straight on this because I think people underestimate how many big companies are in the UK. Games Workshop is the 77th largest company in the UK.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's only about $50 million revenue. wise.
They are still a top
Okay, so I guess
100.
it's,
That is,
I guess they're the biggest of the small. I guess.
Well,
and I don't even know necessarily how the market share.
The largest companies are
good.
BP Oil, Shell.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if you've heard of these
yeah.
companies before.
BP
Sometimes
does
I've
stand for
actually-
British Petroleum. If you didn't know, chat. I think I've
actually heard
joked
of
about this
BP.
before. That's a quote I got from a British game designer whose name escapes me at the moment. I can run it down. He's on Ludonarrative Dissidents, though. And he has talked about that, like, Games Workshop is still a lot bigger than they like to pretend they are. They like to act like, we're just a little homegrown boy.
They're
Like,
the second biggest games company in the world. Second
Yes.
after, okay.
Wizards, maybe.
Technically, they're the third because Nintendo is still described as a games company, but that's a whole different.
yeah.
That's
we understand they
that's
are
a-
a
that's a-
they are a
that's
different
pedantry.
branding game.
Nintendo
pedantry.
aside, they're the second biggest after Hasbro.
Yeah. And like, I still think being top 100 companies in the UK is like, you're a
Oh, it's
real
not even
ass.
sneeze at.
You're a
No,
real
they're
ass
a
corporation, okay? Like, you
They're a
should put
real
on your big
company.
boy
I
pants.
just
You are
think-
not.
I think some people have been overcorrecting where, like, they're the largest company in the UK. It's like, no.
No, that's not
even
true right
close.
No,
Um,
but they're like in the Fortune 500 essentially. I
They
guess.
do have
I
a significant economic
They're like
footprint
right
in
outside
Britain.
their Fortune 500.
Like
All right,
so
okay,
they
well,
are.
like-
They do.
they're the honorable
I think,
mention.
I think a lot of people mistook it because they have been one of the best performing stock shares in recent years.
That
But that's
may be
just
what's
because
supposed
of
to be,
relative
Okay,
profit to expected growth, which is what
because the
same
COVID
thing
boom.
is.
They're the best games company in the UK. I guess to put it.
Yeah.
Wait,
Well, physical.
And I mean, they're and in as we said, they are number 2 in the world because they are behind Hasbro,
Okay.
who is Hasbro.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, has the fucking OP gigastrat of they own D&D, which they continually try to psychologically assault you that D&D is the only tabletop RPG you need. Remember, destroy the D&D mind share. Play in.
Well, honestly, D&D hasn't been profitable for them in a while.
Even though I will think that, like,
No,
God,
they
I wish
are-
FPG was still alive so they could at least like fix the organization of their books.
I mean, technically, Fantasy Flight is still alive. It's just that they got bought up by Asmodee Limited, so all their RPG stuff went to Edge Studios, which
Okay,
Edge,
I wish Edge
like,
would do the
it
second
uses a
edition of
lot
those
of the-
games because
yeah, Edge does a lot of the like still does some stuff, but their project slowed down a little. I think it's twofold. This is completely outside the scope of the thing, so let me say this and we'll move on from that. I like Edge Studios' work because they have picked up printing like the L5R edition and the new the old Star Wars licensed RPG and stuff and Genesis. Unfortunately, like, their production has really slowed down because of both COVID and also, if you didn't know this, the war in Ukraine, because Fantasy Flight Games and Edge both used printers that were located in Eastern Europe. So the whole rigmarole really fucked with supply lines in the whole global region, and we don't really talk about that anymore because it's continued to go on, even though it fucking shouldn't have. But anyway, that's a different
It's
American
not like
political
it's not like
rigmarole.
we don't have other giant supply line issues currently, Smiles.
Yeah, no, but like, so a lot of their products got super delayed, and on the one hand, I do understand this, but I do want to say this has always been a personal gripe. Like, it's very self-serving of me, but as a guy who has been running games online even before COVID made that mandatory, which is like, that's my other thing, is like, after COVID happened, if you don't have a good fucking digital skeleton frame for your game, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, you're asking to whiff the COVID boom, as we said. But FFG and now Edge basically have a similar policy where they don't necessarily release their PDFs and digital stuff until several weeks after they have had a chance for the physical to go on retail and the supplies to be delivered to LGSs. I assume this is so they can maintain friendly relationships with gaming stores so that they will still stock their physical product.
I think the best description I've ever heard is the reason D&D has maintained complete market dominance is 50% from actually trying and then 50% from everyone else in the space fucking themselves.
Making RPGs is hard.
Paizo's trying, but like their entire distributor just held all their product hostage, so like they lost millions of product in
Like I said,
warehouses.
it's
like everybody keep fucking them up.
But that's Diamond. But that's a entire printing houses.
Anyway,
being a
like I
fucking
said, I
fucker.
think Well, and that's like this is what I talk about, right? Like the tyranny of printing. Like Edge got products delayed for years because of that stuff, you know. Like, it happens. I think Hasbro is a big enough market that they get to throw their weight around, not just because of D&D's brand name. D&D has movies, don't you know? But also, they have the crack we're currently looking at, which is... they have access to Magic the Gathering, which is another...
Spoiler, Magic the Gathering has been 85% of Hasbro's revenue for the last 2 years.
This is also why Universes Beyond is not going to end outright, because despite the purists' complaints, it is insanely
I just went
profitable.
To the Marvel pre-release. No fucking way that's going to end. That was the biggest pre-release event I've ever been to in my fucking life.
Wow, even bigger than the Final Fantasy one?
Oh, 100%.
Damn. Okay, yeah, no, like that's the thing. Like, I understand that purists don't like the Fortnitification, and I kind of understand the argument, but like, you can't say that they're not making money.
Let's not throw all Magic purists into one lump, because I consider myself a Magic purist, and like, I don't give a shit as long as it plays well. The only reason I didn't like Spider-Man is because it didn't play well.
I think that's the reason why everybody didn't like Spider-Man, was that it was dog shit. And
some people didn't like it because it was too gross, Universes Beyond, but it's like...
I mean, that's true.
No,
that is like, you're just going to have to...
No,
hey, guys, guess
bad.
what? You have to be the solution. If you don't like Universes Beyond, you have to stop buying Magic product and tell them you stop buying product because of Universes Beyond, and possibly get a new card game. Because that's how this shit works. Anyway... sorry, I was thinking of a terrible joke that MBT did about the Spider-Man set, which is that apparently Hasbro or Wizards, one of the departments, circulated some feedback surveys about the Spider-Man set, including asking, is your negative opinion of the Spider-Man Universe Beyond due to content creators? If you could, would you name which content creators gave you a negative? And I'm just like, wow, we're talking like...
Oh my...
Advanced,
more people.
You know,
literally.
You
Who do you
are
want to send the
hiding
Pinkertons
the content
after?
creators in your attic.
No, Mega. You gotta do a voice of Pinkerton would do instead.
I wrote it
You're
down.
hiding content creators in your attic, aren't you? You're not
Exactly.
forming a union of content creators down here, are you?
The reason I hated it is because it is, in my opinion, the second worst draft set of all time. And the only
that's the funny thing is that like
that was all multicolored cards, which is just inherently a bad idea.
And that's gonna be we're going to talk about color theory with this. But that's the thing I want to say is like that the case of the Spider-Man is the people who are just mad because it's Universe Beyond. It's like terrible news. Person you hate made a great point, right? Like, broken clock type shit. They were right, but that wasn't because it was Universes Beyond necessarily. It was because it was a dog-ass set.
On record being one of the most, in my opinion, as someone who literally had not seen the product it was based off of, to the point of I didn't know who Shredder was before the pre-release. I'm one of the big defenders of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles set. I think it's a decent set. It's not great, but it's not like bad. It's not Spider-Man.
Well,
Dallas, I'm sorry, but Dallas,
you can go to bat for TMNT.
Okay, Meg, I'm sorry, I have to say this. Dallas, I'm sorry. I would have to change my name for you. You have to be Dallas Rock Liver Rose.
It was. No, here's the thing. I looked up why this was the case. I was like the perfect generation in between.
You were in the gap.
Ninja Turtles cartoons. I was in like the 90s, early 2000s when there.
But that's the weird thing, Dallas. We're
but there was 2004 was Turtles in Time.
There was the cool Turtles.
There was Turtles really went to the future and fought like space pirates.
I don't know about that one. I remember the kind of like
that was early 2000s.
I
forgot to mention this, guys. How old do you think the Tower? I asked you guys. How old do you think the Tower is faction?
It's like
as a faction. It's 30 years.
Do not look it up. Tell me right now what you guys think.
Dallas said 30 years.
It's 25 years.
25 years? You're thinking 2001?
I said not to look it up.
I didn't look it up.
No, he's calculating.
I've been playing Warhammer that long.
Okay, they are from around the same time Bad Up Wars, about 5th edition, so like 2003, 2004.
Okay,
Dallas thought they were a little older. I was wondering whether it was. But that makes that actually. That's even funnier. I knew it was like I thought it was sometime in the early 2000s, but I was trying to remember because of a recent story or recent like tweet that's been circulating talking about the Tau. Tau aren't in this, by the way, right?
No.
No, they don't have a commander deck. They should. They would totally work, but that's a discussion for later.
My bad. It was 2001.
It was 2001.
Yeah.
Also, you were spot on.
I mean, that sounds much right.
25 years.
That
yeah,
sounds about right. So
wow,
that's even funnier.
I didn't get it exactly.
That is even funnier then, because the discussion that's been going around is that obviously there were a lot of jokes back in the day about the Tau being communists. You know, they were meant to appeal to the Chinese market,
back in third edition,
Japanese market, with like the mecha thing. That may still be true, but I don't think Tau are nearly as popular in Japan. Though
it was only third edition in 2001. Holy shit! It was only.
No, yeah, they've been accelerating the editions
people
crazy.
Think Tau are newer than they are. Like,
no, they just look newer.
Well, they've also had some refreshes. But the thing I want to bring up is there's a tweet going around that's sourced to like some of the original game designers. The Tau are not actually like space commies. The Tau are meant to be space NATO. They are meant to be a pastiche of NATO and American interventionism in the 90s and the early 2000s.
I thought they were more Korean, like inspired and all this stuff. Yeah.
No. What was Korea doing in the year 2001, X?
Okay, no. I meant like their actual like aesthetics and like design ideas. Not like structure.
I will not give the year 2001 Games Workshop credit. They don't know what different Asian countries are in the year 2001. So I will not say they were specifically Korean.
I think a lot of it was not just like NATO and American interventionism, but also that really weird era in politics. Because I do think it actually is reflective of the USSR, specifically of the USSR under Mikhail Gorbachev and the like.
Oh, possibly. I just think that like their specific style of like their first color scheme is like very Desert Storm, right? Like it's like 90s to early 2000s America and like NATO stuff is kind of like, and it makes sense, shooty army, big like advanced technology against people stuck in the fucking Stone Age type shit. Tau are perfectly fine. Like if we want to get our thoughts out, I think the Tau are okay as a faction. Obviously, though, as an advanced knower of things, I'm a hipster, and I believe that Farsight Enclaves are actually the correct response.
I like the Farsight. I just think all the books about them are terrible. They're written bad.
That's probably true.
Because I will say this. That's why I always say read Elemental Council. Don't read the Joe Kelly. Don't read like the Kelly books about Farsight.
Don't read Joe Kelly book. It's very easy to say that.
Yeah, basically because
bad writing.
Because I'll say this, he makes the ethereals actually do mind control. Instead, I think it's better if they're actually just propaganda, which makes more sense if it was propaganda instead of actual mind control.
Well, no, it was dumber than that. It was like pheromone-based mind control.
It was like it was like the Exalted from the Covenant kind of shit.
Yeah,
it's kind of a thing of like they.
It was literally written.
It's a thing that in the early Tau books, speaking of their appearance in first edition, they are like very ambiguous as to like, is it just that the Imperium doesn't understand the concept of loyalty in the same way that humans do,
because they thought you had to like get to be people to death to be loyal.
Is it? But like that goes back to obviously the subtle parodies and stuff. But I don't think it needs to be explicitly explained. But I do kind of like a little bit of a. I do kind of like a little bit of a sinister edge to everything in 40K because it is supposed to be kind of like.
Oh, they're still sinister. They still thought police people.
Goofy.
They still thought police you.
I prefer the pastiche of like the colonialism aspect where they're like, no, we need to civilize these other races.
I actually think the reason why Farsight Enclaves exist, like the actual thing of like, oh yeah, no, the Ethereals play realpolitik just as much as anybody else, and despite being about blah blah blah, the greater good, they will absolutely like strategically withhold resources and tactics and planning, and they will do fucked up shit to their individual members.
They also penalize people that go outside their caste.
Yeah, they have a rigid caste system and stuff. Like they have their own things. I don't actually know if you need to get into the ethereal mind control shit.
No, I just think it's a bad. I just think it's better if they don't have the mind control, because I think the mind control's a bad plot point. It shouldn't have been done.
But anyway, like I said, I want to go to bat for Tau, but my favorite factions are probably, besides who doesn't like. Chat, you have to like a type of Space Marine, but that's only because Space Marines are like ice cream. There's literally every flavor in the universe.
I like
no matter how much of a cool hipster you think you are, there's a flavor of Space Marine for you, chat.
I have a problem. I like Iron Warriors, and I like the Super Elite.
That's not a Space Marine faction.
Ultramarines. I like the Victor
Iron Warriors the Iron Warriors are a Legio.
Iron Warriors are a thing now. They're a thing now. You also can play with 30k.
Iron Warriors are the Chaos ones, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're still Space Marines.
Not a space. Okay. I don't consider Chaos.
CSM count.
Actually, they don't. Well, they don't. But that's a different.
That's
but everybody likes everybody likes a Space Marine flavor. But my favorite factions are probably, sorry to use Game Workshop lawyer speak, Asuryani, Craftworld Eldar, and Sisters of Battle. And if you can't square that Eldar, circle, don't at me.
The best faction is dogs.
Orcs are also great. Orcs are always funny.
Actually, enemies for Deathwatch, I found a lot to like with orcs. They have a lot of very fun guys.
They're just funny.
The reason I like orcs is not even anything to do with lore. Lore-wise, my favorite faction is probably Chaos. I just like how orcs play in the actual game.
That's
hilarious.
Fair.
That's like
random.
I haven't actually played the tabletop, but that is a correct take to actually.
I have seen orcs be played. Their entire thing is basically roll until you just roll poorly and you die.
Yes. No. If you literally say RNG, take the wheel, YOLO. That is.
Yeah, you roll until something blows up.
Star Wars Legion stuff, where it's like looking at until they did the prequel factions, I was like, okay, so. I'm Rebels Ride or Die, but the playstyle of Imps was much more interesting with better armored guys, and securing objectives.
Was there a Dark Trooper version?
Old tier listing videos.
They came out with Dark Troopers eventually, yeah.
Because I would totally run Dark Troopers.
Are they supports?
I remember watching.
You can't take them as your support army, but that's the Star Wars Legion episode is a different, deep, dark look into my past. You can still find videos on this channel of me reviewing Legion factions before they had all four. They didn't have. I would
totally be here for a Legion of Variable Trail just so you tell me a bunch of obscure lore.
I'm over the moon that I called my shot with that race being in the TTRPG.
There's a lot, yeah. Kubez. No, it was a great pick. So let us actually discuss this fine Blanche.
Fun fact, a lot of these cards are really expensive now because obviously these are the oldest University Beyond, and they have not reprinted most of these cards.
Damn.
That's a Games Workshop special. Chad,
they'll reprint shit. Yeah.
Any more of your time, but just know that I would probably stab somebody for a physical copy of the Sisters of Battle Omnibus because it was a limited only collection, including a one-of-a-kind text version of a previously audiobook only story, and they're just like, nah, we don't need to print another one. I'll kill you.
I should say this. If you're gonna buy something for about Warhammer, or even 40k, always buy it from a separate game so it isn't a Warhammer store. It will always be 30% less money buying it from a separate LGS.
Buying separate individual cards is more expensive.
I'm talking about minis. I'm talking about mini boxes.
He's saying about it with Games Workshop. If you're talking about buying product, if you want to buy buying singles. But this is the boy himself. Obviously, you brought this up, I think, in the pre-mic, Dallas. Although it may have been right when we started talking about this.
This is the John Blanche art.
Yes, this is John Blanche art.
I believe it does not have his name on it because he's technically not working with Games Workshop anymore when this came out. So they couldn't be but they didn't want to just give some random artist, so they just said...
It's credited to Games Workshop.
It's credited to Games Workshop.
Also, rest in peace, John Blanche. You were awesome.
Yes, this is probably... If you've seen one John Blanche art, it is probably this.
Well, yeah, because I was going to bring up, I believe you mentioned this in the preamble, but we would be remiss not to bring it up, because I am certain that this art was picked, if not by Games Workshop themselves, by Hasbro, because it is the art of the Golden Throne that is used in If the Emperor Had Text-to-Speech. This is Big E in his chair.
I don't know if that's the only thing, because even before the Emperor TTS, to me, this is the Big E art.
Oh, no, this is a very famous artwork as well, but it's it also, because of TTS, is a meme. And I'm like, of course, you have to, if you're doing a Golden Throne card, you have to pick this art.
That would not be Hasbro, though. That would be the interns at Wizards that designed Universes Beyond set who definitely do shit like that. Like
no, like that. This is
the
Watson
Spider-Man
team.
set where they had literally had the Spider-Man pointing meme. As
we did show the point card. But so let's see what we got here. We got a Golden Throne. It's a 4-mana legendary artifact.
It's a 4-mana artifact. If you lose the game,
Space.
instead exile the Golden Throne. Your life total becomes 1.
Really funny.
Okay.
1,000 souls die every day. Tap, sacrifice a creature, add 3 mana in any combination of colors.
I find this really funny to me as someone that actually knows about the end of the death. The Golden Throne doesn't actually have life support. It actually fucking kills you. The Golden Throne's killing you. Actually.
Well, technically, it is also keeping him alive. Theoretically,
it's because it's perpetual. It's the whole thing. Or he stopped being one.
No, it's not just because of him being a perpetual. It's because, God, am I going to lore nerd here? Yeah, why not?
He got
deified. It's because his totally heterosexual life partner, Malkador the Kind, also sacrificed his life right before.
Malkador the Sigillate, the greatest of us all.
Technically, Malkador the Hero, named after that happened.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't know, even way before they came out with all the Horus Heresy, that's a pretty old piece of lore where basically Big E had to sit on this chair to keep everything powered because Magnus did a little fucky wucky and we broke some stuff.
He did nothing wrong. He failed at doing nothing.
Yes, exactly. But he had to sit on his chair and kind of hold things together while, unfortunately, all of Terra was being besieged. But then the arch-traitor Horus himself...
After his most favorite son, that he loved a bit too much, stabbed him really hard.
But, like, no. So Horus comes down on his battle barge, and so Big E is like, okay, I have to get out of my chair and fight Horus. We've got to do that, but if I get out of this chair, everything that is going on with, like, powering my entire Imperium is going to break. What do I do? Malkador goes, don't worry, big guy, I will sit on the chair. Yes, it will definitely super mega ultra kill me, but I'll do it. You got this. And he sits on the chair and he fucking explodes.
During the siege of Terra, reality was breaking apart at the seams, so Terra was kind of mostly in the warp at the time.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. There was some webway shit going on. There was some more demon shit. It was bad. They had, all the crap going on.
The Horus's main ship and the planet were kind of becoming one and the same at the same time, and then space was becoming nothing, everything. So, reality was broken at the time.
And then Big E goes to the battle barge, and then also Sanguinius goes. Horus kills Sanguinius with his mind bullets, and then the Emperor unexisted him.
There's 2 other people that go there. There's Rogodorn and Jagatai Khan, and then they get lost.
Yeah.
There's also, I believe, a single human guardsman who goes, who, takes the first bullet, but we don't talk about him as much.
It's guardsman and or a blood angel and or a random space marine. We don't know.
I feel like being the guy who gets killed first by Horus on the battle barge is
he's probably in the Siege of Terra series, I think.
It's like what's the word? It's like being the guy who stole the Death Star plans pre Disney revamping the entire continuity. The Death Star plans were stolen piecemeal by 10,000 people because that was the cool thing to do.
Well, it specifically is an unnamed person because it's not a named character. It is a specifically unnamed person. Because it's a legend told by the Guard, the Blood Angels, and I think the Ultramarines. It's the Ultramarines or the Imperial Fist. I can't remember.
Probably.
Actually, no, it is the Imperial Fist.
I feel like Aaron had a good comment a couple minutes ago, which is currently the Golden Throne is not being used for its intended purpose. Keeping Big E in suspended skeleton animation is not actually what it's supposed to do, but they need to leave him there so it does the other thing it does, which is power the Astronomicon so we can travel through the fucking hell dimension, because 40k is also Event Horizon.
Well, no, it's not just that. It's also making sure that demons don't besiege Terra.
I still believe the idea that, in, the Cutting Room 4, that Horizon was going to be a 40k film. Basically, I think,
That would have been so terrible.
No, what I'm saying is, I think originally it was meant to be, a film that was, early Imperium, pre the
I
Golden
think
Age
it was
technology.
just... I think Event Horizon was just Event Horizon. It just happens that that's, a good... It's a good analogy for how warp travel works in 40k, which is that, you gotta punch holes through hell.
Yeah.
To go FTL.
But regardless, there were 4 decks that came out, and there was one for the Imperium, one for the Chaos, one for the Tyranids, and one for the Necron. And I managed to purchase 3 of them. Sadly, I didn't purchase the Necron one because it was expensive.
Now, I gotta say, this is a really interesting pull. Imperium, obvious, you have to, that's like... Again, I have watched enough Poor Hammer to know that, like, this is recognized as GW's MO. Whenever they want to sell a box of something, they always put one half is Imperial, usually Space Marines, so that they can, you know, have enough people buy it for it to be profitable, so that the niche freaks can get their other faction on the other half of the box. Like...
I'm a freak that wants to buy I want to buy Necrons, but I don't have space, so I think I'm just going to buy a singular Iron Warrior thing.
I would say the 2 factions that aren't in that category are, I think Necron and Chaos have their own selling power. Every other faction than Necron, Chaos, and
Chaos are definitely like the other big boy. I do believe that I watched a Poor Hammer video about combat patrols recently, and I think Chaos was like one of the most numerous ones. Like just buying little groups of guys you can get in mini form. So yeah, Chaos.
It's
as
not
a
good,
macro,
but you can buy a Chaos army
faction,
that works in every version of the game.
Yeah, Chaos as a macro faction, like how the Imperium is a macro faction and Xenos is another separate category that's not really a faction, but you know what I mean. Chaos has also usually been pretty popular, which is funny because technically Chaos wasn't really real in the very first edition of the game. It was very loosey-goosey about like traders and stuff. Yeah, I know. They didn't get their shit together until they did like Realms of Chaos and unified it for like 40k and fantasy. But yeah, so Imperium and Chaos, obvious picks. Necrons, I do believe, are a pretty decent seller. They are a pretty decent model line. They've been through some refreshes. They did start as kind of like, you know, big alien Terminators. People make the joke about Tomb Kings in space, but technically the Tomb Kings in space phase of Necrons is like their second stage. The original Necrons were like space Terminators.
Of Terminator.
Yeah.
They were Terminators that were like slaves to the Catan, but then they were
Terminators who work for Cthulhu's basically.
Yeah.
They're like original most.
They made that not. It's not untrue. They just have actually made characters for the faction.
They massaged it, yes. So they were supposed to be like that speech in Terminator 1, which is like, you know, he's lifeless. You can't bargain with him.
They turned the Cthulhu's into Pokemon.
Yeah, basically.
And also, I think the Void Dragon of like the Catan might actually be the Machine God, but that's a whole.
Oh no, that's confirmed. That's definitely the Void Dragon or a shard of it is in the labyrinth of Noctis on Mars, and is. I'll say this: we should say it's probably what the Mechanicus worships as the Omnissiah. We actually don't know for sure, because I don't think we've ever looked inside the deepest, darkest vaults of Mars. But I do believe they have confirmed that the Void Dragon or a shard of him is on Mars, and so you can add 2 + 2.
Meg, I forgot to say this to you, but this is the thing I wanted you to know that I would keep doing for as long as we play Deathwatch. Brother Kier, he's not religious in the same way. In the case, like he's not really like, he's like passive religious because of the people around him, but he believes in the Forge God, the God of iteration, the God of technological progress. So he's like indirectly worshipping Ashtor, but doesn't know that. If he doesn't know that, he probably never will.
Okay, so I should be giving you more corruption points, is what you're saying.
I don't know, because it's like I don't think he thinks of it like that.
So I should be giving you more corruption points, is what you're saying. Got it.
Balthazar is a member of an imperial cult, but it's a legal imperial cult, son.
Yeah, the Imperial Creed. Yeah.
Well, no, it's the
the Black Dragons have a weird thing about bless this curse and stuff like that.
Well, no, that's not the religion. That's more the that's their just like creed of Space Marine. The religion is the Salamander one. I can't remember
the Promethean cult.
Yeah, Promethean cult. Thank you.
Yeah, like the Promethean Circle or something like that. Promethean Oath.
It is a legally recognized imperial cult.
Yeah, I don't think officially they follow the Promethean Creed.
But yeah, sorry for bringing up a big. It's a joke. It's like a half joke because Bachelor doesn't technically exist for like another few hundred years.
Sorry, I'm recalibrating my brain. Anyway, yes, so Necrons is another one that's like, that is a faction that was very uniquely 40k. Technically, they started as, you know, quote-unquote chaos androids, which were an old school thing, and then they like used those sculpts to become the early Necron sculpts. And eventually they did become more like the fantasy faction, the Tomb Kings, which are just, ancient Egyptian skeletons.
Which I think are cool.
No, I think they're neat as well. Warhammer Fantasy has a long storied history with undeads as well. But, they do stand out as a pretty unique faction that I think kind of makes sense. I think they're pretty popular. Obviously, they very famously have a very good book. Actually, when did The Infinite and the Divine come out?
That was 2017, I believe.
It's like also one of the best books I've ever seen.
So it's a few years. No. We don't need to repeat that
2020.
conversation. Okay, 2020.
2020 October.
So a couple of years before this collab happened, but still like very recent, very notable. So they've got a little popularity. Now the one that's weird to me, other than that, I get. You said this in the previous that they probably picked Gene Stealers as an extension because they wanted to do a Tyranid deck, but as a commander deck, you can't fucking do Tyranids because they have like.
I mean, the commander is a Tyranid, I should say.
Also, part of the Tyranid experience is technically the Gene Stealer cult for most planets.
Yeah, but on the tabletop, they are separate fact. Like you can,
they are separate,
you can run a Tyranid army that includes no Gene Stealers, and you can run a Gene Stealer cult army that includes no actual Tyranids, other than probably a Patriarch. Even then, I think you can. I think you can probably skip
or the mutants.
anyway,
Yeah.
Let's grab our first Chaos one and actually run it through.
Yes.
So, Blood for the Blood
This
God.
is one of my favorite arts.
No, this is pretty cool.
It's
a pile of dead.
Ultramarines.
Yeah, it's a pile of dead Ultramarines.
I should mention this, but like, in the recent like last 10 years or so, there's been way more jokes of like if there's a dead Space Marine as fodder, it's usually an Ultramarine.
I think that's just kind of a rebalancing because when I first heard of 40K was like the mid 2000s, early 2010s. That was the Matt Ward Spiritual Liege, era, which TTS takes the piss out of a lot. That was when the Ultramarines were kind of like, they've always been the poster boy Space Marines. Like they're on almost every Space Marine.
To comment on Aaron thing,
but
yes, also
I'm fucking talking right now, okay? Let me finish a fucking sentence. All right, as I was saying, Ultramarines have always been, like, I think the number of covers that haven't been Ultramarines is, like, really small. It was, like, Crimson Fists once, which was weird. But the Ultramarines became the poster child of not just Space Marines, but, like, the whole Imperial faction, and there was a lore era spearheaded by writer Matt Ward where they were fucking everywhere. So, and did everything. Like, they did a lot of shit they probably shouldn't have gotten away with. So everybody got kind of tired of them. So I would assume that like the modern thing of clowning on them is kind of rebalancing. That's like the writers and the artists acknowledging like, yeah, we know you're tired of the Ultramarines doing everything. Now, Axe, what did you want to respond to the comment?
Aaron also made a point that also a lot of Imperial Fists are usually the ones that die in droves, but I blame the War of the Beast for that because that's where almost, I think, 90% of the Imperial Fists died in the War of the Beast.
I mean, honestly, like, I don't think you can name a Space Marine faction other than maybe Grey Knights, who are weird and might not even count anymore. I don't know if, like, that's another Matt Ward push. I don't know if G-Dub gives a shit about the Grey Knights anymore. Given that they're not Primarist. But I don't think you can't pick a Space Marine chapter who hasn't taken some big fat L's. Like I said, overall, Space Marines are the faction with like the most releases, the most miniatures, most everything out there.
What?
That means that inevitably, in order to sell every new threat, you have to eat some Space Marines. You got to kill some Space Marines.
Out of the major factions, probably the White Scars have taken the least big losses. But that's just because they're also probably involved in the least, like I said, their whole thing is like shock and guerrilla tactics. So it's like, it's hard to lose huge numbers in guerrilla tag. You know what I mean?
True. And even then, GW still finds some way for them to take some L's, to have like the Red Corsairs invade their homeworld and shit like that. Like they still
I'm
take
just saying
some
they
hits.
haven't had an incident level like loss that I can think of. Whereas like most of the other factions, like the Blood Angels, all went crazy when their Primarch died. The Space Wolves.
Here's a good question
Armageddon.
for chat. Is there
Is there a original? I guess I should say loyalist, because I don't technically know if every one of the Chaos Legion homeworlds were invaded either. But is there a loyalist Space Marine Legion who hasn't had their homeworld be fucking invaded by somebody at some point in the story? I don't think so, because there's like the devastation of Ball, the Tyranids have invaded Ultramar.
I have a yes but no for you.
No, the homeworld. Mundus Planus is invaded several times.
No, White Scar's homeworld isn't Mundus Planus. It's
well, no, I'm not saying they're destroyed. That's why I've specified not the Chaos Legions, but like, is there a Space Marine Legion who hasn't had their homeworld be like directly attacked by another faction? Because normally these things are supposed to be like super secure and shit. But
the
like,
only ones I can think of are
invaded.
technically Olympia and Nostromo, where they just got literally destroyed.
Invaded entirely? No, all of them have been.
Okay. It seems like a good well to go to, but I definitely think that you're right that because of their like hat, White Scars have taken the least flack. And if you don't know, chat, the White Scars hat is their Space Marines but Mongolian with bikes.
Yeah.
They also have some of the coolest characters in the the Horus Heresy series of books, but that's a whole other thing.
Horus Heresy is a whole other thing, technically.
In my personal opinion, other than some of the Primarchs who are depressed, I'm pretty sure Jagatai Khan is the only Primarch who isn't a fuckboy.
Well, he also died in the Horus Heresy and they got resurrected like a book after.
Yeah, but like he's not a fuckboy though. That's my point. Is like.
God, I honestly feel like, I know it's weird to say this, but I feel like they could have just killed Korak. Not Korax, it's fine because he's bullying Logar like the rightful thing should do.
He's fine.
I think Jagatai probably should have just died in the Horus Heresy series.
Honestly, I think the other reason why they didn't kill him is just because all the oldest lore of the White Scars is that he survives the heresy and gets lost in the webway. Like that's the problem.
Yeah.
Is that like they didn't want to contradict their lore outright.
I want Jagatai Khan to come back in the lore only to heroically sacrifice himself. That's exactly what I want.
I would agree that yes, I think he.
I want him somewhere in Kamara where he's just fucking up dark elves.
Yes, exactly though. But I need him to die in a way that kills the maximum number of Drukhari possible because fuck those guys.
I want literally the Drukhari to like lead an assault on an Imperium homeworld and Jagatai Khan to just punch. Who's their fucking leader? Who's a giant.
I forget his name, but like I know you're talking about.
Yeah, I just want him to punch Vect in the dick so hard that he gets launched into another system.
Jagatai Khan should strike Asdrubal Vect so hard he converts into plasma. He becomes lightning.
He's unable to reclone himself. Because half the Drukhari nobles clone themselves.
Because he's got a miniature that Games Workshop needs to sell, but he should permanently feel.
I want him to be permanently disfigured.
Anyway, hey chat, spoilers. It's okay if you like Drukhari, but in a sense, it's not okay. Do not show me your internet history.
Oh, no. Here's the thing about that. I will say this. Drukhari, to me, have one of my favorite and least favorite aesthetics in all of 40k. I love the Dark Elf pirate motif so much. It's why Dark Elves are one of my favorite.
They're super Corsairs, yeah.
All the weird torture porn stuff is where I'm like, alright,
they're Cenobite pirates.
Yeah, no, they are meant to be a culture of like
besmirch Cenobites with the Drukhari.
Okay, Hellraiser 5 Cenobites.
Fair.
No, but that's what I do want to say. No, the Dark Eldar are definitely supposed to be Hellraiser, but like I do agree with what Axe just said. They are definitely like the unlimited number of Hellraiser sequels type Hellraiser. Like they're not good Hellraiser. But they are definitely like going that direction.
And Kamara is also like a infinite city of nightmares and backstabbing, so it's also like an infinite urban setting.
Yeah, but it's kind of like I always associate Kamara with like this is maybe I pay too much. It's like Tortuga to me. It's Tortuga,
but full of like Lovecraft, but full of like Renaissance era nobles. Shit.
Yeah,
and like and mad scientists, and also then warrior women.
I mean, the thing, and like I'll say this, like I think the Dark Eldar are really funny because like. They're basically a Chaos faction without being a Chaos faction because they don't actually worship Slaanesh. They just do Slaanesh things to, like, throw more
more corpses, to throw more bodies in front of the bullets, you know?
My funny thing is that I think about them like almost like the Iron Warriors or the Night Lords, where they don't actually they're not really chaos people, but they use chaos to their benefit.
No, this is the problem though. I think most Dark Eldar actively do the Slaaneshi stuff, right? Like they're constantly doing drugs and torturing people and getting tortured and like.
Well, it's because they have to.
It looks their lives.
They do it to throw bodies in front of the bullets, but it's still like. Yeah. They are functionally identical to a Slaanesh cult, except that unlike a Chaos cultist, they never want to meet She Who Thirsts.
Yeah.
They also kind of hate her, but yeah.
If they could kill Slaanesh, they would do it in a heartbeat.
It's like the one thing the Eldar agree on.
It's the only time they would actually work together. But they have a lot of other like random bits and bobs in their aesthetic. Like obviously the Sadomasochist stuff.
I have arbitrarily decided we're going to start with the Chaos deck, because honestly these cards are some of the funniest.
Chaos are cool. Honestly, I'll put Chaos, black is sin evil, but they're fun.
Yeah,
Chaos are bad guys, but they are fun, and I
Chaos is blue, black, red, which
fits.
I disagreed with that, because I really would have liked it. I get why they have to do red. I would have really loved Chaos to be black, green, blue, personally.
I think it depends on the Chaos God, because Tzeentch is just pure blue.
Very much.
Slaanesh is. I don't know.
Is black, blue. Slaanesh is. Mostly Slaanesh is close to black, white, but that's all different.
They're black, white, or black, red, which just lines up with Khorne, oddly enough.
Khorne is just red.
Red or black, red, depending.
Well, no, Khorne is just red.
Khorne himself is definitely pure red. That's the joke, you know. Khorne
is green black.
Khorne is in my estimation. If you really look at it, like I always joke, like, oh, Nurgle's the least evil Chaos God. I actually think Khorne is the least evil Chaos God.
Khorne is actually, because he actually believes in Khorne actually believes in honor.
Well, that's not just that. Is he believes in death, not suffering. He explicitly does not like suffering because that's Slaanesh's territory.
And I'll bring this up. Nurgle likes to torture you into compliance. That's his whole thing.
No, Nurgle wants you to be... Nurgle doesn't like torture because, once again, that's Slaanesh's thing. Nurgle wants to slowly corrode and corrupt you into his way of thinking.
Yeah, he wants to break your mind, but like in a slow way.
Probably the most evil of the Chaos
He is the decay man.
And he's also the only one, in my opinion, if any of them ever win the great game, the only one that can win is Nurgle. And that's just because the others would just, like...
Die out.
Yeah. Like, Tzeentch can't ever win because Tzeentch doesn't want to win. He wants the great game to keep going.
Go forever?
Yeah,
that's like his power.
He has changed the changer of ways, you know, the concept of, like...
He's centrism, but hyper evil.
And then with Slaanesh and Khorne, the whole quote to me that resonates with that is, "At the end of the universe, the last man will pick up his enemy's skull and declare he is the winner," and that they don't have any more people then.
Yeah.
But
I also do want to say, I think Aaron said it best. First of all, he said two things great there, actually. One was technically each Chaos God has a virtue. It's just that they've died out over the years. They are currently outweighed by their vices because of the nature of, like, Chaos cultists and belief magic. Strictly speaking, if you know, anybody in the 40k universe got their shit together, there's nothing to say that you couldn't build positive Chaos cults. It's just that... there's a whole shitload of demons and other Chaos cults who would fuck your shit up.
Or haven't fucked it up.
To Aaron's comment, I would say the Chaos could be all colors except for white, and it's not even it's not even a goodness thing. Is that white is associated with literally order and the opposite of chaos in magic,
like
stability,
in the magic sense, yeah. But that's what I was going to bring up earlier, which is I think that technically, because there are 4 chaos gods, chaos should really be a 4-color ensemble. But when you're trying to build a commander deck, I understand that you can't do that.
You can build 4-color deck. Well, no, you can build 4-color decks. It's just very hard.
It's tricky.
You could do a Phyrexian style deck with chaos, but instead of white, you play Phyrexian mana.
Well, it's very, to me, what the issue of it is they wanted all of the decks to be a similar uniform like color pie, and then Necrons to just be the lone exception of being
black and colorless.
Yeah. Well, no, it's just black. Every deck is colorless.
Gotcha. I just thought like Necrons had
You
more
cannot
colorless
be
because they have more
colorless
artifacts.
identity unless you are literally colorless.
Gotcha.
Necron still might have some, yeah, but no, that's the other thing.
I
like,
could see Necron being black and blue if they want.
But I mean,
I would say Trazen is black and blue.
And one thing I do want to say, I mean, it depends. Yeah, some Necrons are.
Well, no, most of the Necrons are black and. I would say a lot of the high-level Necrons are black and blue, like Emotech.
You know, actually,
Varrett, I will say that Vastor would be red-white.
The not big four, the sub Chaos Gods could be because they represent stuff that's not.
Malar could be white. That's true.
Also, I mean, the joke I was about to make before Aaron posted that in chat was also like. I remember how I mentioned Big E before, chat. Belief magic is real in 40k. Sisters of Battle believe in the Emperor so much that they can do literal miracles, which are basically chaos sorcery, but powered by different feelings.
I mean, living saints are just demons.
Celestine is just an imperial. Is just an imperial demon.
Yes, but the thing is that because what like emotion and like collective unconsciousness bullshit she represents is very, very different than the direction of the 4 big chaos gods. They work differently. But yes, actually,
I also should make a point.
Celestine gets turned off like a light bulb if you block out all warp activity in an area.
As a side note, I'll mention this. You can kill the Chaos Gods to be fine, because the Chaos Gods only existed after a point. The warp existed before the Chaos Gods. So technically, if you kill a Chaos God, it does not get the emotions associated with them. So like, don't think there's like a weird. Chaos people say that to you to freak you out.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I think Chaos tries to play that bet because they want to try and make you think that they're eternal. But the idea of Chaos as like a factionalized system is not a dead set part of the universe. It's just you'd have to do a lot of fucked up shit, I think, to reset the Immaterium back to 0.
I think parts of what the Horus Heresy was about was killing all the humanity so the Chaos Gods would die.
The Emperor is like actually you could argue we could make Chaos 5 color, but then you would have to just have a faction of Imperial faith magic, because the Imperium of Man itself should not be pure white, because they are not purely order.
But the sisters could be.
People.
You
could make a sisters army that is like white or white red.
The Imperial colors that they chose, I think, are perfect. It's white, blue, black. I think that is literal perfect.
Yeah, no, for the Imperium of Man at large, that's a great fit.
Okay, before we move to the next card, I just want to bring this up actually.
Well, yeah, we didn't actually say what color.
Is red white like the color for like the Imperial for like the Industrial War Complex?
No.
Okay, what would the color?
Red white is loosely associated with war, but it's not necessarily. It's usually associated with.
I mean, if you're asking what the Mechanicus is, I think the Mechanicus would have to be.
Mechanicus is a blue white. We'll get there, but
because
I think the Mechanicus should also consider red as their third color, because like Dallas, they use so much radiation though. Like the militant arm of the Mechanicus does so much like fuck-ass destruction.
They waste the planets.
They will blow your shit up on like a macro scale.
No, to me, red is the opposite of Mechanicus, because, okay, and I say this as red is my favorite color in Magic, so it's the one I know the identity of the most. Red doesn't mean, like, anger or destruction. Red is chance and randomness. If anything, Tzeentch might be blue-red, because red is chance and randomness and like.
I mean, Magnus is blue.
Tzeentch is the most wizardly of them, and like we talked about this a lot with Final Fantasy. There were a lot of black mage shit that was blue red. Like, yeah.
Well, I'll put it this way: the 3 most famous red spells, or 3 most powerful red spells in history, are arguably Jeska's Will, which doesn't mean anything because that's a character in Magic, so that's not important to this discussion. But the other 2 are Gamble and Wheel of Fortune.
Oh, right, yeah. I guess just to ask is that, okay, I didn't mean to have to, I was just asking, like, what colors Vastor would have been. Because Vastor's my favorite Chaos God.
Is Vastor the Horse one?
No, he's the Archifane. He's the god. He's basically he's the demi Chaos God of, basically he's the Chaos Arms Dealer. He's, like, the god of the Dark Mechanicum.
Then he'd probably be, like, blue-black, honestly. There's an arms dealer, that sounds like blue-black. That's usually where the war criminals go.
He's also the thing about, he turns demons into forgers to make weapons and then sells some to the Ice Spitter.
So maybe blue-black-red? I don't know.
Blue-black-red, okay, gotcha.
No, I guess that's
but
so Blood for the Blood God, though, is
is a great
black and
spell.
red.
I love this
And it's got requires a shitload of mana. Like, so this better be pretty good.
no, lightning. Okay, that's what I don't mean most iconic. I meant most powerful. Sorry, lightning bolt is very strong, but I would consider Gamble and Wheel of Fortune to be strong. Lightning bolt is very good, and is probably the most. Actually, maybe Fireball is more iconic. I don't know.
So, blood for the Blood God. It normally costs you 11 mana.
11 mana, 8, 2 black, and 1 red. This spell costs 1 less each for each creature that has died this turn. That does not say your opponent's creatures.
Nope.
Which is very
Corn does not care where the blood flows.
That's very it's very corn.
So discard your entire hand, draw 8.
Draw 8, deal 8 to each opponent's, exile blood for the blood.
Honestly,
And
I don't know how
8,
they
I believe is Corn's magic number.
Yep, 8 is Corn's.
Nurgle's I guess it's weird to me because 8 is also the
6
weird thing of
No, Nurgle's is 3, that's right.
8's the 8-fold path, like the 8-pointed star, but like also
8's also the number of Chaos Undivided, weirdly enough.
Honestly, though, if any of the big 4 Chaos Gods was willing to rep for Chaos Undivided, it would be Khorne, as we have just discussed. He doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
Well, as long as it's not Slash's idea.
No, 7 is Nurgle's sacred number. That's the thing.
Okay, 7 is Nurgle. 3 is sometimes used with Nurgle because it resembles.
7.
But it's not.
7 would be the most
like
average number on 2 dice. That would be Nurgle's number.
Slaanesh,
the most common.
No, it's because Slaanesh is 6, Nurgle's 7, Khorne is 8, Tzeentch is 9.
Yeah, 9. 9 keys of Tzeentch.
Interesting that.
That means
also, by the way, love the flavor text. I know it's a very minor detail, but it's incredibly on point.
Skulls.
Blood for the Blood God. Skulls for the Skull Throne.
Yes. No, this card is good. I run it in a lot of decks. It's just so many things are dying, especially in black-red. That is the color of murder.
I think there's also what is the card that does 13 damage to everything that costs less for how much things have died? I think it's like Blasphemous Act.
That's just red, and that's Blasphemous Act. Yeah.
Yeah, because I know like Blasphemous Act is also a 40k skin card. They also skin that one as a Exterminatus.
Makes sense. What I wanted to say was that we've been lost in the 40k sauce so long. We should actually talk about the magic half of this a little, although we haven't discussed in color theory. But to remind everybody, in case you missed it, because we've been here for an hour 15. No, it's okay. We're doing an MTG Universes Beyond, and also it's about 40k. So, like, if this episode is less than 5 hours long, even if it's just, me and Dallas after Axe has to leave, and, like, Law's not here right now, he's going to a doctor's appointment. So, like, Loth crawls back home from the hospital and just, like, drinks coffee and can't get a word in edgewise. If this episode is sub 5 hours, I will consider that a win.
I should also mention that my GM for my Pathfinder game, his internet went down 2 hours ago, so I don't know what's going to come back up.
So you don't actually know if you have to dip. That's crazy.
I don't know yet. It's like chaos.
We'll see, yeah. But what I wanted to say was that, so to remind everybody, we mentioned it before, but to explain what that means, on the off chance that somehow you know what 40k is, or you know what Failed Betrayal is, and you don't know what Magic the Gathering is, these are commander decks, so it's 100-card singleton, roughly 100-card. You got to include
and I believe it is 60,
and they're based around 3 colors.
Yeah.
We said that before? Yeah.
Well, no, 3
40
colors.
At least 40 lands in there.
And Necron is monocolored. But the other 2 are 3-colored. One is Imperium is red, white, black. Or sorry, Imperium is red. Not red. Fuck you. White, blue, black. Esper. Tyranid is red, green, blue. Temur. Chaos is red, blue, black. Grixis. And the Necron is just mono black, which to me is very fitting.
No, it works.
All of them have a little bit of sub-themes. Chaos is big sub-theme. Surprise, is their 2 main sub-themes in the deck are like self-sacrifice for profit and demons.
Yeah, no, that's welcome to Chaos.
Yeah.
Maybe
next card we should do is the cover.
Yeah, go ahead. Throw another card at me. I'll pull it up. While Dallas is doing that, it loads through. I also want to shout out that totally tracks for Chaos. For those of you who haven't played Space Marine 2, it's a horde shooter game. There's 2 factions in it. There's Tyranids and Chaos. That may be another reason why they picked Tyranids and Chaos for this collab, because branding.
The other
GW loves
one
their
is,
branding. But what I want to say was that Actually, and fun fact, we're all pretty sure that this year they're going to add a third enemy faction, and it's going to be Necrons. So this is just Space Marine 2, the collab. Anyway, little Nid guys die. Like, when you kill an elite, they just automatically, their brains blow up, because that's how Nids work. For Chaos, if you leave, like, a couple of little Chaos cultists alive, they will just kind of, like, chant some prayers to the Dark Gods, probably Tzeentch, because they're, you know, militia under 1,000 Suns. But they will just explode into spooky Chaos skulls and try and get you. So, like, yeah, no, self-sacrifice counts.
So, this is Big Abaddon. Abaddon, the big despoiler.
The cover card.
Leader of the... this is the cover commander.
Okay,
Leader of the 13 Black Crusades.
I mean, you know, the last one did work, so I guess that's okay. Sorry,
Okay,
I mentioned before from the...
Abaddon has been slandered way too much. A majority of the Black Crusades were successful. There's only
that's fair.
Unfortunately, like, I think I really want to say it's like 8 through 12 that were unsuccessful. So
it's all the ones
they were mostly set up.
Camera.
They were set up for Cadia as the bit. At least that was how they were. Yeah.
It's just that, like, actually, I think technically weren't all the Black Crusades to take over Cadia.
That
was retconned.
Most of the early ones were just random, like.
So the unfortunate problem is that most of the on-screen ones, like not the ones that were just backstory, were unsuccessful until the last one. Yeah. But Dallas, you are right. Abby was like, during the era when I got into 40k memes, he was much maligned because he was not having a great track record. But the last one did work pretty good.
2 things. One, Abbott is kind of cool. But there's also a whole thing about how the Siege of Cadia, or the Siege of Cadia, was done differently because originally in, like, I think the 2000s, technically the Imperium won that fight, but then they rewrote it in, like, Battlefield Gothic. 2, Abaddon the Spoiler is kind of aligned because technically his fantasy equivalent, Archeron the Everchosen, is way fucking cooler, and he actually won.
That's fair, but yeah, like it.
Yeah, like genuinely, because like if you read a lot of the like Black Crusades, is he completes most of his goals. It's just after he does it, because the Imperium is a giant meat wagon of people. After he does it, eventually he gets pushed back. After he kills like dozens of I think it was the 8th Black Crusade or the 9th, I can't remember, where he literally killed a bunch of people and arranged them into funny patterns because Tzeentch wanted that. And he killed like dozens of worlds with it. Yeah, that was the 8th Black Crusade. He went to Segmentum Obscurus and killed like 6 worlds. That's like billions of people. Yes. And then eventually he got pushed out, but after he made Tzeentch happy.
Yeah, like it's you take small tactical losses to get more strategic gains, and like
that's what you gotta do with Chaos.
Set up for
if you're Chaos Space Marine, what you gotta do, yeah.
I mean, like technically, like in the actual scale of like 40k, 6 worlds really shouldn't be anything, because like at one point, Ultramar was like 500 worlds that they like lost and poor Titan.
Now it's like 300. It's like 300 right now, and he's working on that.
6. It is the kind of thing, right, where like the Imperium tallying up the losses would go, oh well, he only destroyed 6 worlds. Like that's we took a
only one was actually important.
We took a tactical loss there, but strategically, we beat him back and we contained him again. So that means we won.
Also,
right?
I want to point out, technically, he did not lose the 11th Black Crusade to the Imperium. He absolutely decimated the Imperium forces. He just also accidentally sent his fleet. Well, he didn't accidentally. He just didn't know this was happening. An Orcish wall literally spawned in next to him and overran him.
Yeah, that's not his fault.
Happens sometimes.
That just happened.
We see a funny fact here. So we have
yes.
I knew already Kieran was a keyword, but we have several creature types for this.
Because spoiler, Astartes are not humans.
They are metahumans.
He is a legendary creature, Astartes warrior. You see him with his sword, I can't remember, and his daddy's claw. that he tore off his clone body, I'm pretty sure. No, he took it off his dead body and killed the clone with it.
Because technically, because I know is that the armor didn't die, just Horus's soul was ripped apart into, like, forever pieces.
The Emperor's children cloned Horus.
Oh, right. Was it Fabius Dio who did that? He loved people.
To be fair, Abaddon literally ripped him in half, so it was pretty resolved. Yeah, spoiler, Abaddon did 1v1 Horus and won.
Oh, yeah, just as a brief note, all of the Horus Heresy is Erebus' fault, which means it was Lorgar's fault. It's always been Lorgar's fault the whole time.
And that's why it's okay that Lorgar is doomed to be haunted by the shadow of Corvus Corax until the end of all time.
Like, I would say Lorgar to me gets the second most blame for the heresy, but
Erebus, well, technically, Erebus was a captain under the Ward Bearer, so he was always Lorgar's responsibility.
That doesn't matter because Lorgar did not know he was a Chaos cultist, because Lorgar was an Imperial
priest,
priest, and if the Emperor hadn't, I don't know, burned his home city down with him kneeling in its ashes, he might not have turned to Chaos. So
the Emperor is a terrible father. This is not actually a joke. I think it's just true.
He's like,
I don't think he ever actually intended to be like a father figure to the Primarchs in the traditional way.
It's weird because, like, in the books for the Loyalist Primarchs, he's actually a dad figure, except for Luke who doesn't. Okay, at least in some characters, like he's a dad. He was a dad.
He is a father figure to some, but
he was a father figure to. I'm blanking. Wait. Vulcan. He was a father figure to Vulcan. He or at least was a dad figure to Vulcan.
Yeah, because also Vulcan is like his specialist boy, because they're both like he relates to Vulcan because they're both immortals.
But Horus was his favorite for some reason. I don't get why.
Well, because Horus was genuine. Like, this is something people don't. Like,
he was super charismatic.
No, he was the best of them. Genuinely, Horus was the best, like, nicest Space Marine, other than maybe Captain Blueberry, but they were also best friends, so that's fine. Like, the reason the Horus Heresy is a tragedy is not because, like, just because all these people fell to chaos. It's because the best of them fell to chaos. That's why it works as a tragedy. It's not like.
I mean, yes, and I think it works that way, and I'm glad that means that Horus is permadead. You know, the Emperor exploded his soul or whatever.
He is,
because that means that the only guys that are left are arguably the worst of them. Because, like, the best of them did fall, but also the worst of them. Like, I think the shittiest people in the Primarchs also fell to chaos. Like,
I mean, also, arguably Lorgar probably is.
Lorgar is kind of like we said. Like, Lorgar is one of those guys who's, like, he was misguided, but the
Angron is just sad.
Do you want to go from a moral standpoint or from, like, a personable standpoint? Because as a person, Mortarion is a worse person than Lorgar.
He's super awful.
But he's probably morally better, but he's just a dick. And I hate
he was always an asshole.
Like,
I mean, though, like I said, that is kind of the problem, though. Like, most of the Chaos Primarchs, like, are just, like, dickheads. Like, Peter
so as I should mention this.
Like a stubborn asshole.
If Fulgrim never got the layer absorbed, if he basically never had the demon sword, if that sword was destroyed, Fulgrim never would have fallen to chaos, and he also wouldn't have killed wouldn't have killed Ferrus Manus.
Yeah. No,
but that's kind of the tragedy. Coulda, shoulda, woulda,
was the nicest, but he went like the furthest. Like, he fell the furthest because
also because the sword sent his soul into the warp and broke his mind.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. He fell the furthest.
I think Aaron says it right. Like, Lorgar would have probably, even if the Emperor hadn't been a huge dick to him, he probably would have eventually fallen, just because Big E's original plan was to remove religion, because he thought that's how he would kill chaos. He would destroy the concept of belief.
Did not realize
it's because it turns out chaos is also sometimes a cognito hazard only specifically to humans.
Well, no, it's because a lot of the other races don't have souls, or in the Eldar's case, they all literally belong to one specific chaos god. He already has dibs.
also, speaking about Eldar souls, like, the different Eldari do tricks. Like, the Eldar do have souls. They keep them in a little jar around their neck just in case, so Slaanesh can't get them.
But even if they didn't have them,
put them in their big fish tank.
They could not fall to anyone except for Tzeentch. Tzeentch has dibs.
Not Tzeentch, Slaanesh.
Or sorry, Slaanesh.
Wrong.
I think Tzeentch would also love Eldar souls.
Oh no, he would, but he can't have them.
Honestly, if I was a fun-loving Eldar, I would probably play a little around with some Tzeentchian sorcery, just because, like, fuck it, he can't get me.
Yeah.
Let's go with the backup commander. He's another pretty.
Well, I don't think we actually talk about what Abaddon does here.
We should talk about Abby's ability.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty good.
No, he seems like a pretty reasonable commander. He's got the 3 colors. He's 5 total. He is a legendary creature, obviously.
Oh my god, I can't even joke about the next guy.
5/5, and he has Mark of Chaos Ascendant. During your turn, spells you cast from your hand with mana value X or less have Cascade, where X is the total amount of life your opponent has lost this turn.
So what Cascade does, and this is the other theme, is when you cast a spell with Cascade, you can reveal cards off the top of your library until you hit a non-land spell, so a spell, but that just needs a non-land card, with converted mana cost less than what you cast that has Cascade.
Honestly, that is the most that the Galaxy burn shit ever. It's great.
Well, I forgot to mention, Chaos Deck's other theme is casting from exile.
Okay. So that's why Blood for the Blood God exiles itself. So you actually can get it back.
No, not really. It exiles itself because it'd be way too... Not easily. It exiles itself because it'd be too broken to just repeatedly cast it. A lot of cards that have really strong effects like that have...
And then exile. That's what I assumed the rule was. But I was wondering if there was actually a slant.
No,
synergy.
It's a 100... I mean, it probably is, because there are cards in Chaos that care if you exiled something. So there is like some slight synergy, but I think that one's mostly balanced.
It's not intended for you to get it back. It's mostly just that, like, you get it once and done, and then it goes to your exile. All right.
It'd be so easy to abuse that card.
All right, but let's see. Did I grab the? Yes, so we have grabbed Belacor the Dark Master.
I want to say this:
biggest bungliest.
The ultimate side bitch of Chaos.
Lord of Torment, Prince of Chaos.
Like, this guy is like, how about this? He was a big deal in like fantasy, and then he's a character you could play in literally every version of Warhammer, except 30K, where it's only face
is the demon guy.
Yeah,
he is other than the corrupted Primarchs, he's probably the
first Chaos Prince. He's like the first prince.
Yeah, Belacor.
So this is your slightly spicier one. Costs you 1 more mana, but is a 6/5 flying, and then you got 2 special abilities.
Well, this is kind of a different angle, so we'll go and get into it. He has flying. He is a demon noble. Mm-hmm. When Belacor, the Dark Master, enters the battlefield, you draw X cards and lose X life, where X is the number of demons you control. And then the most important one, in my opinion, whenever another demon enters the battlefield under your control, it deals damage equal to its power to any target.
Okay. So yeah, this is definitely
cast. This is the demon tribal commander. Like, if you want to build a demon tribal deck, I think he is the best demon tribal commander now. Like, just in general.
That's pretty cool.
Just because of how many colors he gives you access to. Like, there's a couple other really good ones, but a lot of them are like mono black, whereas he's.
But this guy gives you a solid 3 colors for playing commander, and is a demon, because that is. Magic often does this, but they did the smart thing. They introduced Astartes and Tyranid as creature types because you can share Astartes between, Chaos and normal Space Marines and so on.
Well, there's another creature type they had produced.
Oh, is Necron? Okay.
Necron is Necron. Okay.
That's fun. But like I said, so you can share Astartes, between Chaos and Loyalist and so on. They did not do the technical thing, which is in 40k, usually this is, Daemon with the EA, even though you normally pronounce that demon anyway. But that's a smarter design for Magic because it means that you can just include demons. And as Axe brought up, Chaos Demons is a faction that is usually treated as multi-game line playable. The models you get that are pure Chaos Demons will be just as valid in Fantasy as they will be in 40K, usually.
Yeah. Which I love.
No, it's a pretty fun concept. It does mean that, as people have talked about, it means that like tracking the sales of like the lines is very fucky internally for Games Workshop, because it's like, okay, does these models selling count as sales for the 40K version of this army, or for the fantasy version, or for the Age of Sigma, or what? Like, how does that work? Which is often probably one of the reasons why demons are historically not the most robust miniatures line. The other reason also probably is that they're the wackiest, I think, because they are literally made of, the stuff of nightmares. Title drop?
Yeah.
So, like, that means that their miniatures should be weird and fucked up and shit, and that's a lot harder to design, to sculpt, to paint, etc.
Favorite sorry, I'm trying to look up. I'm doing the chaos deck first, so
Yeah.
obviously just looking for cards from it.
I have to take a bio break real quick, so I'll throw Mortarion on screen, and we'll deal with that.
Mortarion? Ooh,
Mortarion, the moth of plague, the plague moth.
I fucking love this card.
The Gloop
Mortarion, the demonic Primarch. He is Nurgle's best boy, as much as he hates it.
I mean, technically, Typhus is Nurgle's best boy.
Mortarion is Nurgle's Primarch. That is the best boy.
Okay,
Typhus is just the happiest to work for Nurgle.
I guess it's more of just Typhus is Nurgle's happiest death priest.
Yeah, no, Typhus is definitely happier with working for Nurgle, but
Mortarion hates his job, but he hates everything he's ever done.
That's also true. He doesn't. We don't know a lot about Typhus's inner thoughts. We've had a lot more.
He was always a fucker.
Had monologuing in a garden. Anyway, Mortarion the Demon Primarch. He is a legendary creature, Demon Primarch. Oh, so yeah, Primarch. Is Primarch introduced in 40K? I'm pretty sure it is.
I think it's a term, yeah.
But because I think it might be like other things. But regardless, Primarch of the Death Guard. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay X. If you do, create with that's X mana. So if you do, create XX or X 2/2 Black Astartes warrior creature tokens with menace. It cannot be greater than the amount of life you lost this turn. So I've actually built.
You're gonna lose all life for that, but you're playing commander. So
the way you build Mortarion to me is you build, or at least how I've built Mortarion, is you built him as a life gain deck. Because black has a lot of cards that let you pay life, but it also, other than white, is the second best life gaining color. So you gain and lose a lot of life, and then you vomit Death Guard onto the board. And
is it weird that I feel like the Death Guard should have like a thing that made it so like I feel like Death Guard tokens, like actual Death Guard tokens, should have a thing that lets you avoid, something that lets you prevent dying the first time, just like something,
something like that. Yeah,
just something to represent how chunky they are, because like
it's probably a balance thing. Like,
I would also make a thing where they can't attack for 2 turns, or can't attack for an extra turn because they're slow.
You can spawn lots of these guys at once, so like
yeah.
I think
it's fair. I'm used to being like when you deal with like Plague Marines, it's like they're slow as hell, but they have auras that literally make you vomit from both ends.
Death Guard are tanky. What I was gonna say earlier is,
but they also grenades that will instant kill you.
Fact checked me on this. Well, that's just Nurgle stuff. But Chad can fact check me on this. But we were talking earlier about them representation. I think each of the aligned demonic Daemon Primarchs has a model for sure, because each of those like 4 legions is a like
yes
unique. Sorry, I have scare quotes. They have a unique sub faction.
Now they
Death
do.
Guard, I think were a sub faction for like a long time, because they are actually like mechanically unique. They've always had
their own mechanics for a long time, like the longest.
Whereas, like for instance, the World Eaters have been a unique sub faction for very little time, because
they've not been that
just
great.
Take Khorne Berserkers in other CSM lists.
Yeah, and sometimes Angron. Because Angron can always come back sometimes.
Oh, he's a demon, so he's immortal.
He wishes he was dead, just because the nails persist even in death. Which just sucks.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
sadly, we did not get an Angie. We did not get Angie boy.
Angron would have been fun because he would have had haste because that's his whole thing.
Mortarion is a deck I have built because I just find it fun.
No, this is to harken back to the 6 hour episodes of yesteryear. We talked a lot about how like you can brain around both sealed product and also commander decks, especially when we talked about Final Fantasy. This guy, to me, to awaken my arcane knowledge, to open the funny prank to play on your Psyker, open the Maledicious Codicium, and access my arcane knowledge. This reads like a funny haha to put as a commander. Like you're gonna work this around.
Mono Black's
and do some
very
funny
viable.
stuff.
I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a funny haha commander because I think he's just like he's very good stuff, but he presents an interesting, unique way to build.
Yeah, sorry, that's what I mean when I say that way, right? And what I mean is that like this guy has a specific gimmick that is slightly different from like it does not necessarily match 1-to-1 with the overall theme of the actual listed commanders in the commander deck, so he doesn't seem like a synergy piece. This guy seems like he's doing something unique on his own.
He's definitely a
where you
first cut card.
You stroke your chin and go, wait a minute, I could do something with this. Like, and that is, again, to let everybody know, that is my understanding what as a format commander is usually like, is commanders a format for pet deckers who stroke their chin and go, I can do something.
This is why I have too many commander decks built. It's a problem. But yeah, that's Mortarion. We should talk about his better brother. I'm not ashamed to admit it. Mortarion is not. I would not call Mortarion an entire commander. I would call Magnus a commander.
I remember a joke that basically Magnus was good enough to make Pancreas no work. Fucking hate playing Magic for months because it ruined his day immediately.
I'm not surprised. Magnus is pretty strong as you can get without a goddamn. It's pretty strong without being a CDH commander. We'll talk more about that later. But
Magnus,
King
is
of the very computer. Strong.
Also, I actually think we were talking about it earlier. Correct color choices for Magnus specifically.
Oh, 100%.
Not actually
100%.
being black, just being red-blue. Like, I think, as we said, Magnus's number one problem is his arcane ADHD. Yeah, like
I will make a point that like if Ahriman was a card, he'd have black in there, but that's Ahriman.
Probably. Like I think Ahriman would fit into the overall color scheme.
I would still say even Tzeentch, even though Tzeentch is completely because once again, black doesn't necessarily mean evil, just like white doesn't.
Black is supposed to be death, decay, stagnation.
Magnus would still, to me, Tzeentch, Ahriman, all the Thousand Suns, they would still be blue-red. Like, primarily blue with a little bit of red sprinkling.
I mean, the Thousand Suns are kind of like magical space mummies in armor, so I could see some black creeping in there if you wanted to play that up. But no, like, fundamentally, they are
you can have blue zombies.
Okay, if you can have blue zombies, that's fair.
Blue is the secondary zombie color.
So, like, no, Magnus as blue-red totally works. Like, and obviously some of this is, again, you want to talk about, like, meme potential. Again, TTS did a lot to, like, do Magnus as a funny haha character, though they did talk about like this. They also used this art.
I have to say this. I have to say, Thunderpsyker, their voice actor for Magnus, is fucking good at his job. He makes a really good Magnus voice.
I'll be very real.
No, I think I do not have as much. I don't think that's Magnus. It's a different actor.
I do not have as much. I do not have as much defense for Magnus as I do for Abaddon. Magnus is
the Corpse Emperor. My father.
Like,
great read.
Also, I should mention that his VA is actually Australian, so like he has to like hold that.
They do a couple of jokes about that, yeah.
Like how the guy who does Door and Hunt to the Parenting is a German dude.
People that joke about Magnus doing nothing wrong. To me, Magnus he's not the most ill-intentioned of the Chaos Primarchs. He's definitely the one that did the most damage.
All I know is that every time an actual lore person reads his books, they fucking hate him.
Yes.
They just fucking hate him.
He's an idiot.
He's also super self-righteous.
I think that is the
I
problem.
actually think it's really well written.
He has the space
very much
the space ADD. Like he.
Well, no, it's not just that. He is a.
Well, that's the joke. I agree.
He is the kind of person. He's the kind of person. You know, smart idiots. Like he's the smartest idiot.
Yes, yes, no.
Like, he is intellectually very smart.
Magnus has the there's comments that people make that
20 and zero wisdom.
Each Primarch represents a fragment of the Emperor. I don't actually think that's true. I think some of those Gene Seed beta tests he was just rolling the dice on, like with characters like Mortarion or Conrad Kurz. I think Big E was just fucking around.
I love the joke that Magnus isn't just the Emperor. My favorite thing about Magnus is the joke that he is actually the worst parts of the Emperor and. Oh my god.
Parts of Malkador.
Yeah, he's the worst parts of the Emperor and Malkador combined.
And I think that is the read, though, because Magnus is the gifted in high school who graduates to college and realizes he has no idea what the fuck he's doing.
Actually,
thinks it should be a breeze.
Correction. He's the guy that passes. He's the guy that passes college to the highest degree, but when it actually goes to like doctorates, like go to a doctorate, he fucking bombs it.
Well, no, he's the kind of person that is incredibly intelligent and then accidentally made a fucking anthrax bomb.
Yeah, no, definitely
and then feels guilty about it.
Has no common sense, but is very smart.
Well,
also, he believes I think in the final parts of the Horsecar, he thinks he's like the biggest player. He's the biggest piece on the chessboard. That's part of it. He always thinks he's the biggest piece on the board.
I think a lot of people misread his book in a very common way. That a lot of people misread a lot of media, in that just because he is telling you he is so smart and amazing and knows everything that's going on, does not mean he is telling you the truth.
That's a media literacy check that people are bad at these days, which is like just because the text says something doesn't mean it's true.
No, like to me, Magnus is explicitly, honestly, other than Angron, who I legitimately just like feel bad for, and like because I hate brain messing with stuff.
I hate the nail. I hate that the nails exist on a cause because like they exist only on this one planet, and it's.
Oh no, I love that they exist, but I hate that it's happening to someone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I love it, but I hate it. With Magnus, to me, he is probably one of the most tragic because he doesn't actually ever fall to chaos. He's just corrupted by like the nails. Eventually, Lehman Russ blows the shit out of him.
Actually, he turns into a demon. When he turns into a demon, but fighting Gilliman, at the end, like pre the Siege of Terra.
Yeah, no.
Is this before or after Lehman Russ broke his spine?
Okay, sorry, I was talking about Angron, not Magnus. Sorry.
Yeah, no, Magnus turns into a demon when he's fighting Lehman Russ. And then Lehman Russ suplexes him.
And Angron turns into one when fighting Grubite.
Yeah,
so.
To me, he is one of the bigger tragedies, but it's also all of his own fault. You know what I mean?
Well, and that's what makes it tragic, right? Like, you see him and you're like, oh, it's our brightest, bestest boy, Magnus. The one-eyed, he's great, and then it's just like, no, Magnus, you just keep fucking it up, okay? You can't. Talking about the Emperor's flaws, right? He just believes that he is the smartest and most correct guy in the room, so he just does things his own way without checking in with everybody.
The smartest people in the room. It's like, of course, he was raised by the Emperor and Malcolm, like.
And I do want to say that is also, by the way, if you don't know, that is one of Big E's biggest flaws in the Horus Heresy. Is he thinks he's the smartest, bestest boy in the room and doesn't need to explain himself to anybody.
The biggest, smartest person in the room is a little many-eyed creature hiding behind a windowsill, watching this all happen, letting his annoying prick religious friend stab people with swords and give them visions.
But you know, you want to talk about things like the Emperor could have assuaged a lot of faults in the project, in the process, if he did just sit down and explain to the gang, like, why he does what he does, and, like, tell them what's going on, but he's just like, oh, just follow orders. It'll all work out. Trust me. I'm the Emperor of Mankind. I know what I'm doing. The problem is that, like I said, we're absolutely right. Magnus is also that flaw. He's the, trust me, I'm Magnus. I know what I'm doing. And the problem is, no, Magnus, you did not know what you were doing. You fucked it all up.
Yeah, just neither does Big E.
No. Big E has a lot of experience to go back on, because he's, like, technically from caveman times or whatever. But, like, he has a lot more experience than Magnus did, but he also still did not know everything, because there was, another, gajillion billions of years before then.
Let's talk about Magnus's card, because, God, this card is strong. So he's a Demon Primarch, 5 mana, 5/5 flying. Instants and sorcery spells you cast cost 1 less to cast for each creature token you control.
Ooh, that's some good blue-red shit.
That text is, like... also, whenever Magnus Red deals combat damage to a creature, create a 3/3 spawn. That's not important. Like, it's cool that he can create his own tokens, but that's not fast enough to...
You're not going to be using him to make tokens.
Red is a color that... it's really funny, because if you imagine Magnus in Magic, he doesn't actually have any Thousand Suns bodyguards. He just has thousands and thousands of Gretchen running around him, and then he casts nuclear death fireball at your face.
You hate that because those would be like, it'd be Terrors and Zongors.
Well, red is the color of goblins, and there are a lot of token cards that spawn fuck tons of goblins.
I mean, listen. So, if it was TTS Magnus the Red, he would be behind the DM screen, and he would be like, I've summoned 10,000 goblin miniatures, you're dead.
Like, here's a card that you run in this deck. I'll just show you.
Show me.
This is a magic card. Well, no, this isn't even a goblin. This is a goblin spawning card. Called
Oh, it's a sorcery that summons goblins. Okay.
Yeah, create 2 1/1 red goblins, and then for each spell you've cast before this, copy this spell.
Oh, right, and then it would cost only 1 red because you have at least 3 things on at least 3 tokens on the token.
Like.
No. Also, just as a quick thing, like. Sorry. I know Omega would love this, but Magnus is that guy who would just say, you fall into a hole and there's 100 liches that cast Power Word Kill.
But I have 105 HP.
Actually, one of the liches runs up and punches you or deals 5 damage. Then 99,999 liches cast Power Word Kill on you. No, I actually think that is correct, Loth. Magnus the Red is the evil wizard from XP to level 3's like Fireball videos. Like, because that's also a character who thinks he is the smartest, most powerful guy in the room because he can blow people up with magic.
Correction. The Fire Wizard is just Ahriman. Magnus the Red is the OSR DM.
Yeah, and then
might work.
You spawn a bunch of goblins and then you cast something like this. It's Finale of Revelation.
Finale of Revelation.
Draw X cards. If X is 10 or more, instead, shuffle your graveyard into your library, draw X cards, untap up to 5 lands. You have no maximum hand size for the rest of the game.
I hope infinite power.
Brother!
And that's Nicol Bolas's brother dropping a planet on him.
Yeah.
Damn.
Or is that a planet?
A planet that looks like a giant golden egg.
That'd be a moon.
Planet,
it might
moon,
be a moon.
egg, whatever. Let's grab...
Well, they're fighting in a space between planets.
They're fighting
Brother, I give you a Kinder Surprise.
Oh, I love this card. This is my favorite uncommon from the set.
Lost in the Downs.
Great art. Great art.
Yeah.
That's the Greater Demonette, I think.
Whenever a land enters anywhere under your control from anywhere other than your hand, or you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, create a 3/3 red spawn creature token.
Just keep making rift portals everywhere. Just make like fucking warp rifts.
This card is so hilarious in so many decks. I love it.
I think it's because we've been talking about a bunch of different subjects, but my brain just clicked. The Chaos deck has cast from exile or cast from other places because literally that's the... You have your...
That's the Chaos effect.
Human cultists, but
warp.
then the banishes the warp, the Immaterium. Yeah. So like you have stuff that comes from outside. Yeah, so that makes perfect sense for this card, and also, yeah, that's pretty sick.
Yeah, it's just a real fun card to throw in a lot of decks. I've seen both of these effects be very useful. Like,
I got a
it goes in decks.
I'll see you guys.
Your game is actually firing up. All right, we'll see you later.
See ya.
Have fun. But yeah, no, this card is very good. Like, just for any deck that either does a lot of lands from outside or does a lot of spells from outside. It's just a multi-use, kind of fun, uncommon card that I feel like isn't as common as some of the other ones.
Yeah. You know, there's some fun stuff here. Well, let's talk about everybody's grandpappy. The Great Unclean One.
I wanted to. They have a card for all of the I can't remember what they're called. The Greater Demons, I think.
Yes, I think that's the classification.
Yeah, but I don't. The other two are kind of like the Lord of Change and Keeper of Secrets are kind of boring. So I
mean, that is not to be too harsh to Chaos, but I think that is a thing that overall is also just true. Like the you know
spoiler: Lord of the Rings is just a card that is huge, and when it enters, you draw 3 cards.
The bringer of change is like, yeah, he's a weird bird guy, but like he's a weird magic bird, you know. And
actually, you know, I think I'll put Keeper of Secrets up because that's actually more interesting than I thought it was.
Yeah, Keeper of Secrets should be a little more interesting.
Also, the art is fucking epic.
Well, yeah, you know, that's Slanesh baby. Also, Keeper of Secrets as a mono red, I think works.
Yeah, Slanesh does.
Slanesh,
red,
you know,
red.
Go fast, eat ass.
Pain.
Leave a weird corpse.
Pain. Yeah, no, actually, Slanesh would be red-black now that I'm thinking about it, because that's just the color of pain.
Yeah.
But the Great Unclean One. Reverberating summons. At the beginning of your end step, each opponent loses 2 life. Then for each opponent who has less life than you, create a 1/3 black demon creature named Plaguebearer of Nurgle.
Okay, yeah. Well, you create Plague Bearers. You got a little stuff going on, you know.
Yeah. It really fits into, like, any life gain deck.
Yeah.
Where you're going to have more life than your opponents.
And I do want to say, I think the fit, you know, I'm talking about his body shape, but I think the silhouette of the Great Unclean One is probably one of the more iconic demon, like, because he's like a big, jolly fat guy, you know, with like a stomach mouth. But
also, I want to shout out Helge Balger. Helge Ball. I don't know how to pronounce that first name.
Helge Balzer?
Yeah, I'm gonna assume that's some sort of Northeastern European. But no, this art is like my favorite art I've ever seen of a Great Unclean One. Like the face coming out of the mouth and the horns in the like decayed forest. With like, I just love this art.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
If you were to tell me that this was like some kind of like flood from Halo, I'd believe it.
Oh yeah. No,
so what you're telling me is that when I make you guys fight a Great Unclean One in Deathwatch, I should use this art.
Yes.
Yes.
Speaking of art, I fucking love
Great Unclean Ones, motherfuckers in Bolt Gun. They are tanky as fuck.
They are. I think they're the nastiest of the demon princes, other than maybe Bloodthirsters. Just because Bloodthirsters are fucking huge. Well. Do you want to pull up Bloodthirster? Because that's next.
Yeah, sure. Let's grab Bloodthirster.
But just quickly as well, like, we haven't, I don't know if we fought a Great Unclean One in, like, say, Dark type, but goddamn, Omega, even just, like, the lower level ones, we've, like, screamed at.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. Like, the Beast of Nurgle you can fight in like, Dark type
Nurgle
is a pain in the ass.
Is by far the most bitch to fight in any Warhammer.
Axe was talking about this earlier about like the Death Guard and stuff. Nurgle's like hat, like his blessing that he gives you is, you're gonna feel like shit because you're gonna be sick all the time. But like, he is decay, he is not death, so you're not gonna die. So you're tanky as fuck. In Bolt Gun, the boomer shooter, they have. I actually don't think they. It's funny. I don't think
he is dead.
That is the selling
of. He is death. He is just the quiet death at the end of all things.
Yeah.
He wants you to last until you're spent.
This is one of the selling points of Bolt Gun 2, the sequel that's coming out, is, you know, everybody is here is what they're basically doing. It's like Smash Brothers, but for Chaos. Because Slaanesh and Khorne were a little underrepresented in Bolt Gun 1. They didn't actually have, like, Bloodletters and then the big boy, the Bloodthirster. But they had, like, Khorne Berserkers and, like, generic Black Legion guys to do a little bit of that action. But they had a lot of Nurgle and they had a lot of Tzeentch. And compare between, like, the Keeper of Change was an annoying boss, but he wasn't the most because mostly he just shot different colors of fire at you and teleported. The Great and Clean one is a motherfucker because he will, like, spit acid globs at you at short range in, like, a spray pattern. But also, he can shoot sword beams out of his sword and bolt gun, and those fuckers go far. And
wait, Omega, the Keeper of Change, you say?
Yes.
Can you help me break a $50 note?
Squad, change him into a corpse.
A test of your reflexes.
Yeah. But
anyway, blood.
I should probably move up Keeper of Secrets or after Bloodthirster, just because it's kind of a pattern.
Yeah, I'll grab it. That wasn't originally planned, but we added that demon later.
Yeah.
Okay, so big blood boy.
Big blood boy.
The classic
this card is
look.
fucking absurd.
He's
Also,
very aggressively
fighting...
costed. He's a 6/6 for 6 with flying and trample.
That's true, but whenever Bloodthirster deals combat damage to a player, untap it. After this, there is additional combat phase. Bloodthirster cannot attack a player that has already been attacked this turn.
So yeah.
But
so
this is Commander, which is a 4-player format.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. So they've balanced this so that, like, you can't use it just to beat the shit out of one opponent. But no, this is pure Khorne. This guy's a 6/6 for 6 with bonuses, who's just like, I'm ready. I'm gonna fight again. I'm gonna fight again.
Everybody gets one.
Yeah, everybody gets one.
And he has Flample, so like.
I love how you abbreviated that. Thank you.
Well, no, that is a common abbreviation. There's not a lot of those, but Flample is a common stat line because of dragons and demons. So it's one
also
that
shout out to, I'm pretty sure this says Games Workshop. This is technically Warhammer Fantasy art because that is definitely like one of the human factions knights.
That could be Sanguinius.
No. He's not tall enough and pretty enough to be Sanguinius down there. These are definitely normal human knights with, like, long swords, like great swords. But shout out to that guy for trying to fucking take a Zweihander to the knees of a Bloodthirster. That guy's trying his best.
It's not gonna work. He's going to die, but still.
But he's doing his best, damn it. Great creature though. Like I said, the moment I saw a 6/6 for 6 with bonuses, I was like, oh, this guy's aggressively costed. Like 6 is obviously a lot of mana, but like that's spicy.
This card is also like $40 because it's very good.
Yeah. All right, everybody, be cool. We're gonna show you,
To be fair, this is fairly tame for a Slaanesh design.
Well, yeah. Actually, that's a point I did want to bring up. Also, I did not copy correctly. Let me try that again. I feel like, not that necessarily 40K is trying to be kid-friendly, but I think that, like, especially in the UK, in the current market, selling people on drugs and violence is a lot easier than selling them on sex. So, like, Slaanesh used to be the designated horny one, and still is, but I don't think 40K plays that up as much these days.
Let's be honest. That's for the best, because the worst, and I do mean the worst fiction ever written in 40K is always to do with Slaanesh stuff.
I mean, yeah, kind of. Like, I'll say this.
Stuff.
I think...
I mean, it had boobs, and the... And
no,
the
yeah, you're right about
lava.
that. I will say that, like, I think there is some well-used Slaanesh overlap in the Caiaphas Cain books, but those are also a self-parody.
No, there is.
The fact that, Caiaphas stumbles into a chaos cult hiding in a bordello, and just, like, the guardsmen with him, like, blush. I think, one of them says, like,
I don't think that position's physically possible. And Kane's just like, it's not Godsman, it's heretical. Move along. And then, you know, like, you get the jokes in, but you don't detail anything that gets a little too gross. Like, but
I
even, like that kind of stuff,
40K
like, even the jokes, they step back from.
Because I think you can handle it maturely, and I think some writers did. Because I think there can be a lot of horror and sexuality content that can work. It just
without necessarily
very
being
good writing.
Yeah, you can have psychosexual horror without it being SA, chat. That's true. That's a true fact about our world.
No, spoiler. One of my favorite, like we were just talking about it earlier, Hellraiser is a psychosexual horror. It doesn't actually involve any assault, at least in the first two movies. I'm only considering the first two movies.
Yeah.
You have opened the box.
It involves BDSM, but it's not like these people are doing this like willingly, and that's the whole point.
Not to go back to BDSM is evil, you know. But like that's like playing up on like the concept of consent and that going wrong. Like you voluntarily sacrifice control, and then you realize too late. Oh wait a minute, that was a bad idea. I crossed a boundary I shouldn't have. You know, kind of a thing. You know that like you can do that. But like I said, I think that like they. Yeah. Like Slaanesh in modern times gets away from the original side as the horny one, the side with the creatures called the daemonettes who have day titties out. But you know, I think listen, I think Games Workshop has done a lot to be perceived and to maybe move a little away from being a more chuddy. To be, not actually crypto-fascist.
Well, it's fortunate
because
I
think positive stuff you could do with the 40K community is.
I think the 40K community is better at handling the transition than a lot of communities have been. So I will give them a lot of credit in that.
Well, also, it's very funny you phrased it that way because also, hey, there's a lot of. It's still Pride Month. I do know for a fact there's a lot of LGBT people who play Warhammer because like
I didn't want to just say that, but it's like there's a
despite the fact that the setting is
very,
about a like like the Catholic space Nazis thing, which is already kind of an oxymoron, but like there's already that vibe to 40K. Literally, they say in the prompt, to live in the Imperium of Man is to live under one of the worst regimes imaginable, right? Like it's supposed to be real bad and fucked up. There's something about, I think, like I said, like faction identity and like the creativity of the hobby that you can feel better able to express yourself. And yourself might be little greeble gooble guys, little space guys who eat everything. Or you might be, I want to be Space Marines but goth, like there's room for everybody to kind of like be yourself, which is inherently kind of a thing that attracts those kinds of people to nerd hobbies.
To me, this is why this crossover works so well, because to me, the Warhammer 40K fandom and the Magic fandom are pretty similar to each other.
Yeah.
They were both pretty rough in the early 2000s and have gotten significantly better as a fandom as other fandoms have kind of collapsed and regressed in on themselves.
I don't know. Maybe it's because I feel like a little bit of an old school nerd myself, and I've made jokes about how like nerds need to go back to being bullied because I feel like some nerd properties have been made worse because the audience feels too entitled and feels like they can get away with like bullying creators. But like I remember the nerd jokes, and like when I was a kid growing up, if you liked, I didn't like math, but if you liked math, you were the butt of a joke. If you liked reading, like reading books for fun was like weird and alien. Like my normie friends thought it was, strange that I like read books in addition to watching TV and playing video games.
Even video games.
If you go back far enough, video games were like a weird niche thing or like a toy thing, and like tabletop is like part of that same thing. Yeah, no, like it's and it was like a thing that always like they made jokes about. I remember like jokes about when I was a kid in cartoons, jokes about the internet. Like that's the thing about like from Fairly Odd Parents, right? Whenever Timmy had something weird, he would tell his parents, they would be like, "Where'd you get that?" He'd be like, internet?
because like
Internet.
the idea was that your parents didn't understand the internet, so of course they don't know how you could get something there, you know, like, so like,
Yeah.
I don't know, it's not to get in my soapbox and to get too woke for you, but I've always thought of nerd properties as kind of like inherently inclusive because they were built by people who are excluded from mainline society, and that is arguably more true now that we live in a time when there is an active right-wing psyop trying to shape our normie culture, trying to regress our normie culture. I'll say it straight up. We're 2 hours into the video.
Remember, fucking what's his face jerked off to FNAF porn. The pedophile dude. Epstein.
I don't
Yeah.
know. Wow. Okay.
That's what it was. Yeah.
No, finding.
No, that was
you can
in the
reach that one.
files.
Yes. No. Yeah. I know. Like there's discussions about like literally going on like 4chan image boards and like using them to like influence the like to turn that into a breeding ground for ideas to influence the greater world, which literally did happen. Like there's no line drawn in the files we've seen, but like that's a thing that happened, is that like the madman and his friends talk about like, hey, we could go to like, you know, backwater internet forums and do stuff and like blah blah blah, and then that happened. Like so like I said, there's forces out there trying to regress the normie culture, and also starting by regressing nerd culture. But like I said, I've always kind of found nerddom as, like I said, kind of like inherently inclusive because we're all weird outliers when we do nerd stuff. Anyway,
Yeah.
Keeper of Secrets.
Yeah, I think we should start going a little faster because we still have.
We can try to go a little faster. We're still bogged down in chaos, but we'll run through.
We'll be finished soon.
No
whenever you
offense to Axe when I say this, but I was not kidding when I said I was thinking that if Axe did not have his Pathfinder game called, we would be here for 5 hours, because like that with me, Axe, and Dallas and chat, there's a strong possibility that every single thing that gets mentioned that's a proper noun is somebody would have to bring up a fun fact. But anyway, so Keeper of Secrets is a mono red. They're just creature demon. They have first strike and haste, 6/4 for 6. And then let's see, Symphony of Pain. Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere in your hand, Keeper of Secrets deals damage equal to the mana value. So maybe not necessarily commander, but does work for that deck we talked about for like casting cards from places they're not.
This
they're
definitely
not your hand kind of a thing.
fits in with like the Abaddon, Magnus kind of. Well, not Magnus explicitly, but Magnus, like blue and red inherently have a lot of cast from exile stuff.
Yeah, Magnus is a spam casting spells deck.
Yeah.
So like, if you were
Honestly,
doing that,
you
you
can build
could
Abaddon
include
that
Keeper
way,
of
too.
Secrets.
It's
Same with
pretty
Abaddon, but you could build Magnus that way as well, and then you put Keeper and Secrets to the board to have a win con where like you kill your opponent because you're casting a shitload of spells anyway. So just when you cast them from
There's
outside your
another
hand,
card
you
that's
get it
gotten
back.
pretty expensive. It's like $20.
Blah, blah, blah. So we did. Blah, 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 blah. Do we want to jump to Horus Heresy then, or?
Let's do the Horus Heresy. We don't have to do the Taliban and Nurgle.
All right, R.I.P.
But
to
I want
Taliban.
to actually let's do Ruinous Powers, then finish with Horus Heresy.
Okay. The Ruinous Powers, one of the names of our boys of chaos.
Yeah, that's the 4 boys, the 4 major demon princes, the Bloodletter, the Great Unclean One, the Keeper of Secrets, and then the Lord of Chance, which we didn't talk about because he's literally just a bird that when he enters, draw 3 cards. Like he's good, but he's not interesting.
I mean, that's very Tzeentchian, but also that's like Tzeentchian in the most boring way. Yes, that's on brand, but also is boring. And we should also I should also point out these are the big greater demons. These are not the special unique ones, because like this is 40K. You can have special unique versions of these guys. I don't actually know what the Nurgle one is, but like I think for Bloodletter it's Karn. Then there's the I don't actually know if they're the mask demon or what demon mask.
Karn is into
No, you're right. No, Scarbrand.
Scarbrand, yeah. I was like, it's like Scar something.
That's why I was like, I said Karn wrong because it's like something K. No, yeah. Karn the Betrayer is the leader of the world leaders. Scarbrand is the big greater bloodletter, and then Kairos the Fate Weaver, the two-headed bird guy. One only tells truths, one only tells lies. I don't actually know what the Nurgle equivalent is.
I think the ones that are on the cards, like the Bloodletter. I think that Bloodletter is the Bloodthirster is Starbrand. I think the Lord of Change is the Lord of Change has 2 heads. So
okay, so it is our boy Kairos. Okay.
And I think that is the Slaanesh one. I think that is the Great End. But these aren't though. That. Like, because if you look at the Bloodthirster, it has the fucking Balrog face effect.
Yeah.
So I think that is Starbrand.
Yeah, and this bird, I think, does have the 2 heads, or is that his shoulder pad? I can't actually tell. The Keeper of Secrets has, like, the claw arms and the weird thing going on their face. Anyway, this is an enchantment.
Yes.
It's red-black.
I love this. I love this fucking card.
Choose an opponent at random. Exile a top card of their library until the end of turn. Sorry, this turn. You may play that card, and you may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to cast it. When you cast a spell this way, the owner loses life equal to its mana value. Yeah, no, this is chaos as fuck, actually. This is a really good one.
I love this card. It's so funny.
The idea is you corrupt and subvert your enemy for funsies. It plays into the synergy of cards we just talked about with like Keeper of Secrets and like the casting outside theme. But
it does occasionally let you absolutely fuck and cast a Blasphemous Act off the top of your opponent's library, so you pay 1 mana to deal 13 to every creature and to them.
Yeah.
And you kill it. It's so good, but normally this card is a card I put in my decks because it's funny, not because it's good.
I mean, it's depending on like it's very chance based, which is very chaotic. But like,
it's not bad, and if you have a commander, like none of the ones in the 40k really fit this, but if you have a commander that is like based around stealing your opponent's stuff, there are a lot of those.
But depending on what you common. Like it is a 4 mana, but depending on what you rip, it might be like
like I said, their decks this card goes in, but it's just a fun card. I just like it.
So, the Horus Heresy, which is a saga.
The Horus Heresy. This art is so fucking good.
No, this is a great retelling of the classic. This is both a classic art that I think there is a John Blanche of, but also Games Workshop has built this several times as a diorama with models.
Yeah. It's the Emperor
Big
fighting
E versus Horus
over
and
Sanguinius's dead body.
Poor beautiful dead body.
Yep.
Sanguinius, my lord.
But I just
my blood red
for each
star.
opponent gain control of up to 1 target non-legendary creature that player controls, as long as this remains on the battlefield.
So Betrayal. You flip Horus. Yeah.
Draw a card for each creature you control but do not own. So whenever you play a creature an opponent controls, that you are not considered owning it. Only the person who owns the card owns the creature. So if you used the Ruinous Powers to cast something, it would be considered controlled by you but not owned by you.
Yeah.
So you benefit from the Betrayal, and then starting with you, each player chooses a creature, destroy each creature chosen this way. That's basically the end of the Horus Heresy, where everyone fucking dies.
Everybody lost somebody. No, this is great. Brilliantly written card, beautiful looking card, and also like
pretty much dies.
I assume this is the that's right. We talked about this. This is the Chaos color combo.
Yeah, this is the Chaos one.
So like it plays into the stuff your deck does.
Each of the 4 decks has 1 saga.
Nice.
And I'm gonna end with each of those because
it's a good capstone. Oh, by the way, Chad, I kept thinking to mention this, but I forgot to do it. You're currently listening to on a loop in the background the OST for Warhammer Mechanicus 1, a video game which is pretty cool, I've heard.
All right, let's go.
Honestly, we've mentioned it piecemeal before, Dallas, but I want to say we've talked about this. I don't know if they'll go for it because knowing the way GW is, they would want, because this is now a successful Experiment Universes Beyond, they would want a bigger slice of the pie, and so Hasbro corporate may not want to do that. Like when this was like a weird first off thing. That's how Games Workshop works, guys. they love to do cute collabs when like it's fresh and hot and small, but when it looks like it could be a threat to their business model,
I'll put it this way though. First of all, Hasbro and Games Workshop have worked pretty closely together before because they Hasbro, I believe, used Games Workshop at least for a little while for their UK distribution. So they're not like possible. On bad terms. But also, they were able to deal with the mouse successfully. I'm not worried about Games Workshop.
Actually, no, you're right. Yeah, no. Hasbro can probably. They've worked with Square Enix while Square Enix was still in their weird exclusive. Like they weren't. Square Enix right now is in a great push where they're going like multi-platform and like really spreading their brand, and I think actually the Magic the Gathering collab like kickstarted that for them.
I feel like it wasn't just the collab; it was how successful that collab was.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean, right? Like the collab being an outstanding success made Square Enix like actually sit up and go, "Oh shit, our IP is valuable. We can do stuff with it. Shit, man."
Yep.
Now, all we need to do is get Nintendo to do a collab with the Magic so they can realize that.
Oh my god, that would be I don't think Nintendo would do it just because they are very image focused.
I don't think they are so.
Magic is okay with like the Fortniteification and the pause up. I do think that John Nintendo would not want Mario to get fucking killed by a lightning bolt.
I could see them doing like a Fire Emblem crossover or one of their like more minor properties. I could not see Mario or Pokemon.
Fire Emblem. Hey, listen, I'm not an expert in Magic.
For a Fire Emblem
I'll say this: Fire Emblem has a TCG, so you could work that into like a cross promo because Final Fantasy also has a TCG. But Fire Emblem would be a perfect fit for a Commander cycle. Pick the 4 most popular Fire Emblem games. Like, just do that. Like, that's easy as peasy.
Awakening. What did it say? It's Awakening, 3 Houses, Fire Emblem 7, Sacred Stones, maybe. I don't know what the 4th.
No, Dallas, I think you're too nice. I don't think Sacred Stones is that popular. It would be.
It'd be Fates probably.
It would be 3H.
Oh no, it'd be Telly. It'd be Ike. It'd be Ike.
Tullius, and then probably Tullius, Sealing Blade, Blazing Blade.
That's 7. That's Fire. John Fire.
That's what I meant. Yes. 7. They dropped the subtitle because that was the first one they officially ported in America. But
it'd be
that's
7,
Blazing Blade.
3 Houses, Awakening, Tullius.
No, that would be that. I think would be it. But then you could do you would do four commander decks, and that would be how you do it. And like, you'd
Where
work
do you
want
to go next? You want to go Space Pharaohs? Let's go Space Pharaohs.
Let's do Necrons. Let's do Necrons. Let's make sure we get through Necrons.
So,
because I don't. I should say this. We talked before about like their faction stuff. I don't hate Necrons. I'm not particularly interested in them as a Xenos faction overall because like as an overall. As much as I love Egypt, they are kind of like
interested.
Okay.
Here's the thing. 2 things about Necrons. 1, Tomb Kings are my favorite fantasy faction.
That's fair. I probably think Tomb Kings are more rad.
I actually think Tomb Kings are more interesting than Necrons. However, Games Workshop is making an effort to Tomb Kingify Necrons in a different way recently, which is something I'm really into, which is they're doing a lot of the political infighting bullshit. And that aspect of Necrons, I fucking love. I fucking love ancient cyber mummies bitching at each other because you stole my shit.
Well, and I want to say, I think that's a much more interesting run for the faction. Like, so here's a really weird thing about 40K.
Well, that was the thing with Tomb Kings. Like, the funny thing about Tomb Kings is they didn't fight another faction for like thousands of years. Every Tomb Kings conflict for like the first million years was infightings and civil wars.
No,
but
what I say is,
bitch, I remember what you did.
Yeah, I remember what you did, and then it was also because what's his fuck is a dickhead. Nagash. Yeah, thank you. Nagash is just like, I want to end all of creation. Like, but we're part of that. No, we don't. Actually, technically, they didn't stop him. A bunch of Skaven went, ooh, shiny, and blew up his stuff. Because Skaven are the best and the worst.
But that's the thing I want to say, right, is that the thing I want to say is that, like, so 40K has, like, I want to say, a kind of, like, weird conundrum where in the earlier editions of 40K, it was very heavily centered around a concept that I refer to in the hypothetical intro to 40K fail portrayal, because I think it's an important part of the aesthetics. Your dudes is the old school internet term, where rules were generic enough, but were adjustable with, like, different war gear selections and shit. You would buy minis, and if you liked a default faction, you could paint them that way, or you could just pick your own color scheme and style, and obviously for some factions, you know, you do different stuff, like, with Imperial Guard, you could do a lot of conversions with historical minis, because a lot of Imperial Guard regiments are just pretending to be historical war minis, because Games Workshop probably made those. That whole thing, right? But, like, so you had this kind of cool customization, and as, like, minis stuff went on and things went out so forth, I feel like Games Workshop has been moving away from that and trying to inherently monetize, like, sub-factions and that kind of a thing. I do believe 11th is getting a little back to that, because they are actually, like, offering, like, optional war gear again, because, like, the previous, like, I think 9th and 10th were, like, very big on the what you see is what you get kind of a thing, in that, like, not in the sense that, like, you had to model specific weapons onto your guys, but in the sense of, like, this unit can only take the weapons it can be modeled within the kit kind of a thing, like, getting away from kit bashing and stuff. But I think, ironically, Necron started as a very light on the Your Dudes lore. They were like a monolith of you know, zombie mecha Terminators, right? Like, of space Terminators. The thing you're describing, Dallas, of, like, the Tomb Kingsification of them, and then getting into, like, the internal politicking and infighting over, like, who actually owns which bits of the galaxy and shit, and, like, which one of us in the dynasty is responsible for, you know, managing this great work that will eventually we will use this great device to overcome the dirty flesh bags.
Or Trazen, stop stealing everyone's shit.
And Trazen's like, no, I thought it was sick. Fuck off. I'm gonna pay you 10,000 space bucks to fuck off. Trazen, these are Gauss rifles. I meant what I said. Shit like that, right? That's much more interesting and promotes, like, people being able to find their own unique identity and paint schemes and etc. Like, I think it's a neato burrito type thing. Wow, I'm sorry, I'm seeing some of these scroll by, so this is great. But speaking of the sub-factions, let's actually put a card on screen.
Yeah.
Imhotep, the Stormlord.
One of the two. I can't remember who the face commander is, but it's either him or another one.
Imhotep's another pretty popular one. This motherfucker's named after the mummy from The Mummy, by the way. Like, yeah, I will accept no arguments. His name is Imhotep.
Well, technically, I think they're both named after a real person, but still.
Well, yeah, no. The actual Imhotep was a doctor priest who was deified in, like, the Old Kingdom. But yeah.
But
like,
yes,
this is a pop culture reference for sure. This is 40K. This guy's named after that guy.
So, Imhotep the Stormlord, legendary artifacts creature Necron. So all of the Necrons are artifacts.
I was about to say, so our Necrons are artifact creatures. That's cool. I like this.
Well, because they have no souls.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, they're Necrons.
Also, no flesh anymore. We'll get to that later.
Dead but alive, alive but dead.
Well, there's a card for that. Whenever one or more artifact cards leave your graveyard, that is leave, not comes back, create 2/2/2 Black Necron Warrior Artifact creature tokens. Grand Strategist. At the beginning of combat on your turn, another target artifact creature you control gains +2/+2 and gains menace until end of turn. So, that first ability is absolutely fucking insane. Because that's not once per turn in any way.
Yeah.
Imhotep is a very good swarm commander. He makes lots of guys. And the reason he's called the Grand Strategist is because in lore, he is like the smartest person ever. I'm pretty sure. Like, he is the greatest strategist of all time. And the Imperium is very lucky that he just mostly stays on his planet, and if anyone tries to mess with him, he throws lightning at him. Because he can do that.
Also, I would say that probably does signify him as the smartest guy. Like, he stays home and doesn't fuck with people. Again, we had this whole talk about, like, the Primarchs and shit, right? Like,
his entire thing is, like, No, I'm waiting till I have all of my dudes.
Yeah, no, but like
We're not waking up yet.
That's a problem that like several things in 40K would have been solved by just being like, no, I'm just gonna hang out at home and wait until everything's actually fucking fixed and then go. No, it's great. It's a great ad. Great pull.
Yeah,
if they did that, nothing would happen.
He is definitely the most popular of the Necron commanders. I don't think he's the strongest, because we'll talk about the strongest later.
Yeah.
And hopefully not take too long.
Oh, no. But yeah, that's Emotech. Let's go to the next one. Oh, speaking of the strongest, in my opinion. Trazyn the Infinite.
Yep, the big one.
Oh. I would argue the next guy is technically the most important, but Trazyn is
the Silent King is a big
Necron.
deal, but yeah, Trazyn's, and he's very well known because also of 40K is a fandom and a setting that is rife with people who only know memes. But like Trazyn is kind of a meme because of the thing he does, which is the thing he's shown here doing, which is like he'll just roll up and be like, "Ooh, Space Marines! I need those."
I want that shit.
He'll steal whole ass Space Marines and put them in little boxes.
He was also technically, in my opinion, he saved all of Cadia.
No, I do believe that is a correct read. Like,
because he went, I'm gonna help your shields because fuck chaos, and I'm also gonna take a bunch of shit. Bye.
I need you not to explode and fall and die until I have all the things I need.
Exactly. Like,
Hold on, you can't close the store until I'm finished shopping.
Yeah, basically.
Trazyn the embodiment, Trazyn the Infinite, the embodiment of like, they're gonna blow up the world? That's where I keep all my stuff.
Yeah. Fun fact that he is literally on trial because he knew a Necron world was going to blow up, and instead of warning them, he started ransacking it.
Mine. It's great. It's great.
And the only reason he doesn't get arrested for it is because the other guy was also getting arrested for it, because he also knew and didn't tell anyone, kind of just to spite Trazyn. So he rewound time, and then that never got revealed. But as long as Trazyn the Infinite is on the battlefield, it has all activated abilities of all artifact cards in your graveyard.
Perfect.
Yeah, no, so this card
Your shit.
it's very appropriate he is called Trazyn the Infinite, because holy shit, this deck is just an infinite combo machine.
Yes.
Well, and I love the flavor text, right? Because his ability is pretty straightforward. He also has Death Touch. But his ability is pretty straightforward in text of just like, yeah, well, he's on the battlefield. He has all the abilities of artifacts in your graveyard. And that's because he is the Archaeovist of the Somnolence Galaxy who will not rest until every treasure is safely within his clutches. Yeah, so he owns everything. Your artifacts in the graveyard, they're his, actually.
Yeah, there's like a million ways to break Trazyn. He is a kill-on-sight commander, because if you don't, you probably lose.
Yeah, I know, because he's got like 4,000 abilities.
Yeah, well, it's not just that he has 4,000 abilities, it's that he has abilities that work with each other and become infinite combos.
Yeah.
Read this card, Omega.
All right.
Just the first ability. It's a card that has 6 abilities, but the first one is the important one.
Yes, the Staff of Domination.
No,
Yes,
one.
artifact. 1, untap.
Yeah, does that have a tap symbol on it?
No, that's pay 1 to untap.
Yeah. All right, let me
And
show you
then
another
you can
card.
tap to gain 1. You can tap to gain 1 life, but you can also untap a targeted creature and then tap a targeted creature. And you can just untap yourself for 1.
Oh no!
Oh
No,
my
it's
god, you
infinite
can
mana.
literally go infinite if you put a mana rock
He
in your
is crazy to
graveyard
be
and then
infinite.
Staff of the Domination. You
is,
just tap.
so
I give myself 2
appropriate
mana.
because of his
I
name.
untap myself.
It's so appropriate because of his name, but he is Trazyn the Infinite combo machine. Like that is
Yes.
like I call
and
him
I'm
the strongest
sure-
of the Necron commanders because he's the most like you can build a fair Emotech deck, you can build a fair Silent King deck. I'm fairly certain you cannot build a fair Trazyn deck.
And I want to say this. I feel like, because we talk a lot about how, like, the interns who actually do this design for WotC, that has to be intentional because
100%.
my understanding of Magic players is Magic players fucking love infinites. If you tell Magic players about like, oh yeah, if you generate an infinite in Yu-Gi-Oh, we kill you. They're like,
well, he's also a 6
infinites?
mana. He's also a 6 mana creature with no protection. So like
True.
realistically,
He's a big.
you can just kill him. Like
yeah. He has no direct protection. I do think they did a decent amount with making him giving him more toughness and giving him death touch. So it's like you're not gonna want to just swing in for free, you know, to like try and kill him, like beat him up.
Oh no,
but you can just blow his ass up.
You should never play Trazyn unless you were literally going to win the game. That is how the deck should work. Is like, oh, I'm asking my commander. That means I'm about
that's
to. That's
also so flavorful. He just chills in the commander zone until you have all of you have collected all of your tchotchkes.
You assemble the bullshit machine in your graveyard, and then you win. That's the deck.
Then Trazyn shows up and it's like, hey.
And if your opponent exiles your graveyard, you just lose, and you accept that. That is how the deck plays.
Yeah.
It is that mean.
It's like, okay, I guess I lose.
And if they exile my graveyard, I lose.
No, it's very flavorful, but also I understand Aaron being like, yeah, this is a deck that I would play against once and then never again. Like when you talk about the kitchen sink potential of Commander, this is the guy in your pod who you kill. Like you're like,
it says a lot. It says a lot to me that Trazyn is one of my favorite characters in all of 40k. I have not built this deck, and probably will never build this deck.
How expensive is he right now?
Oh, he's dirt cheap because, like...
Huh.
Well, the thing about Trazyn is, like I said, he's expensive and has no protection. So he's, like, just good enough to be... Or he's just bad enough to not be a CDH commander, but just good enough that casual players will hate you.
Yeah, so like he lives in that zone where he's not actually good enough for like you said, for competitive, but it definitely is like a guy who like I said, if somebody in your pod plays the Trazyn deck, you're like, we got to kill this guy.
Yeah,
we got to throw.
Like I'm tempted to try and build Trazyn no infinite pure value, but like
he's probably still doing it wrong.
There's no way I'm going to be able to convince people that I don't have infinites because like. It also is a deck that is 100%. I would build it to not have infinites, and there would accidentally be an infinite in it.
I was actually about to say that, Dallas. That's how what would happen.
Yeah, no, 100%.
You would say, "Oh, I'm not planning on building any infinites," and then you look at the cards in your graveyard and you go, "Wait a minute."
Yeah.
Wait a fucking second.
So it just is like too much hassle. Let's talk about a guy I actually want to build.
Zarek, the Silent King.
I'm
gonna be honest. I don't think anybody actually calls him Zarek. I think they just call him the Silent King because it's way easier.
Is it just me, or does it like looking at this card art make it look like an old like CG monstrosity from like a PC game?
You know, he does kind of look like a render in like a CRPG.
I know it looks like
it's
that,
cool,
but it's actually a drawing from like I'm pretty sure it's based on a drawing from a Necron book, but he is very round and shiny for a Necron. Just spoiler, he didn't go to sleep.
Oh, he's just been chilling? Okay,
he went outside of the universe into the void to meditate. So he doesn't have the same negative effects as the rest of the Necrons.
He's been chilling. But yeah, okay, let's see. Legendary flying creature. Flying. Yes. My will be done whenever
I think he
attacks.
Mill 3 cards. You may put an artifact, creature card, or a vehicle card from among those into your hand. So, like, he's decent.
He's pretty normal. Nothing flashy, but like we've seen other commanders like this in other decks of like self mill, grab some shit that just went to your graveyard kind of a thing.
Yeah, I think he's definitely the least powerful of the three that I brought up. There's a couple other ones, but they're very bad. Oh, actually, our Anarchyr is not that bad, but Illuminator Ceres is a fucking awful commander, and I don't know why you'd ever build him. He literally just add like mana.
This is also absolutely some old school Codex art because it's tagged to Games Workshop.
Oh yeah, no, this is
out of
definitely
in the some book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
see. 3 mana, 1 black. One of which must be black. You know what I mean, chat. At the beginning of your upkeep, put 2 Aeon counters on Out of the Tombs, then mill cards equal to the total number of Aeon counters. If you would draw a card while your library has no cards in it, instead return a creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield, you can't lose the game. Okay, this is Necron as hell. So,
yeah,
during
it turns
upkeep,
your deck into...
Literally, you put your entire deck... Sorry, at the beginning of your upkeep, you put 2 counters on him, and then you mill cards.
And then you mill equal to it. And then if you would ever draw while your library has no cards in it, which would normally cause you to lose the game.
Yeah.
Instead, return a creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. If you can't, you lose the game. It's very funny.
And also, like, the Aeon counters going up absolutely stacks with, like, that's the way Necron Tomb Worlds basically work, is, like, if you accidentally stumble into one, like, you'll get, like, not even actual Necrons, but, like, you know, they're automaton sentries first, and then they wake up some other guys, and then they wake up some more guys, and then they keep waking up guys until you're like, holy shit, that's a lot of Necrons. We're dead.
Yep.
Like, very good flavor-wise.
But yeah,
Also very appropriate to play Mechanicus soundtrack.
Fun card.
Next, Biotransference. The Necron tier become the Necrons.
The Necron.
4 mana, 2 black. Creatures you control are artifacts and their other types. Same is true for creature spells you control and creature cards you own that aren't on the battlefield. So all of your creatures are artifacts. Including
whenever you are, like, this includes casting spells. So if you were to put this into play while you are casting another spell, it would still affect the spell that is being cast.
Yeah. And then whenever you cast an artifact. Yeah.
Yep, sorry.
And then whenever you cast an artifact, you lose 1 life and create a 2/2 Black Necron Warrior artifact creature token.
It does say cast, so it's not that broken, but it's still pretty good.
Fits in. Yeah, this is you know, like, that is the process of how the Necron tier became the Necrons.
It's very interesting because black is not usually a color associated with artifacts. So the Necron added a lot of very cool
Necrons and
to this.
4 biotransference, that I think that works.
Oh no, it's great. But I'm
it's a great
just saying, I would say black is like probably 3rd on my list of fourth on the list of colors associated with artifacts. I'd say number 1 is red, number 2 is blue, number 3 is white, and then black.
And green being
green
the
is
makes
last,
sense.
by far.
Yeah,
green is like. I didn't know what order I was going to put them in when I started that, but I knew green was last, and I knew red was first.
Yeah.
Although some people would argue blue is first, no, red is 100% artifact.
I don't know which. I can't identify which chapter of Space Marines this is getting fucking absolutely schwacked by the Nightbringer.
I think it might be Chaos.
I can
only picture... It kind of looks like the 3 symbol of Nurgle, so yeah, it might be the Death Guard.
Yeah, I think it might be Death Guard just getting eaten by
I can only picture a quote from, what was it, Zach Hatzard, like, joking about, like, what was it, Joshua Graham, like, I've heard stories of the Birdman. He flies through the sky and shoots laser beams from his eyes.
Yeah, basically.
Could be Alpha Legion as well. Yeah, that could be another one. I think they are actually Chaos no matter what. But yeah, it's probably those types of guys. But yeah, anyway, it's the Shard of the Nightbringer. If you didn't know, the Necron tier eventually lore drift happened. Instead of being enslaved by their dark gods, eventually they rose up and killed them and broke them up into pieces.
Pokeballs.
Yes. Sometimes they use them to power their light bulbs. Occasionally, they let them out to shoot Space Ripper Stingy Eyes at you. It really depends on which shard they are.
The dude in the chair, one of them is in his chair.
Yeah.
I can't remember which shard it is, but...
No, I don't remember all the different Catan shards, because there used to be like 2, and then, of course, Games Workshop happened. So
there's 4 now.
Got like... Yeah. They've got like at least 4 major named ones, and then like 2. They might have 2 or 3
like mentioned in the background. But the Nightbringer, and they have its actual name here, Azagorod, is the embodiment of death, the killer of stars and worlds. So you've got a Catan creature, straight up, 8/8 for 8 flying, drain life whenever the Shard of Nightbringer enters the battlefield. If you cast it, target opponent loses half their life rounded up. You gain life equal to half the life. No, gain life equal to the life lost this way. Period.
So that's a fun one. It basically says cast it so that you can't just cheat this into play.
No.
To go on your opponent for half because you're in black, so you're the color of there's a shit in my graveyard. Also, fun fact: these are the only 2 non-artifact creatures in the deck.
Makes sense. But also, like, absolutely, like, also correct to do it cast, because, like, if I understood, out of the tombs correctly, yeah, it says just return any creature card, so, like, yeah. You could absolutely just, like, mill this guy and then bring him back with whatchamacallit, like I said, out of the tombs, but then you wouldn't get the drain life. Well, let's mention the Void Dragon. We talked about him earlier. Here he is.
Well, no, we got one more first.
Well, I figured we'd just do our 2
Void Dragon?
Catans. Yeah,
Okay.
if we do them back to back, then we'll do Chronomancer. Because Desharded the Void Dragon, 7 for 7. Catan flying. Spear of the Void Dragon. Whenever the Shard of the Void Dragon attacks, each opponent sacrifices an online permanent. Matter Absorption. Whenever an artifact put in the graveyard from the battlefield or is put to exile, put 2 1/1 counters on Shard of the Void Dragon. Yeah, that tracks. I mentioned earlier that, like, it's pretty heavily implied, if not straight up stated, that the Omnissiah is just a shard of the Void Dragon, or the biggest bit of the Void Dragon, like, imprisoned on Mars. And that is the Catan that has, like, Eldritch mastery over, like, the physical domain, you know, matter, energy, that kind of shit. And so, yes, his spear kills things, and then he breaks stuff and absorbs it. Sounds right.
Yep.
He just makes me think of one of the fucking psychic synchro monsters from Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, yeah. No,
Yeah,
you're not wrong.
He looks kind of like yeah. Pep's even green.
I wasn't sure if I got the right name.
No, that is, yeah, you're thinking
correct.
of Pep. Let's talk about the Chronomancer before we talk about their big saga to end it. Because, yes, as you would expect from being immortal robot skeletons with advanced technology.
Time.
Yeah, they can fuck with time.
They're bad at it, though, I will say. I do like that time control in the 40k universe is, like, so fucking, like, unreliable. It's great, because my biggest problem with time travel makes narratives very hard.
Yeah,
but when
it
your
makes it
time
very
travel
twisty-turny.
can literally shut you 6 years somewhere before you want to go, or you just have to wait there. It makes it much more of a, like, punishing thing. I don't know.
Like, I think the fact that they can do chronomancy, like, shows how advanced the Necrons are, but the fact that, like, they can't do it reliably adds to, like...
Yeah.
I said before, right, talking about, like, the different factions and faction identity, you might think, as we've talked about the Necrons, like, oh, they're immortal robot skeletons, you know, like, from ages past, they're, you know, one of the oldest species that are still around in 40k, they've lived the longest, and they have, you know, super advanced, mega advanced technology. How do they not just kill everybody? Well, besides the fact that, like, they're so old, so they're very, very EP. I think that, like, giving them, like, well, some of their technology is very, very advanced. They fuck it up.
If you wake them up too much, they go insane and start killing themselves.
Yeah.
Just want to shout out Zed in chat, bringing up implications, calling out the Mechanicus as the 40k equivalent of Bretonia.
Oh,
I mean,
like they're accidentally backing a different. Yeah.
Hilarious.
Oh no, I actually Skitari today. By
we'll
the way.
get to them. We'll get to some. Actually, we'll do the Imperium next, and we'll get to some Mechanicus.
Okay.
Especially my favorite Mechanicus.
But no, like I said, I think the Necrons having stuff that, like, the like, even with their vaunted you know lost age of technology, archaeotech, the Imperium can, like, only vaguely sniff time manipulation a little bit. Like,
Yeah.
not even the Eldar are like really good at that kind of stuff. I'm sure that like they have mastery over like the webway and stuff. They probably have some psychic haste and stuff like that. But I like that even though the Necrons have like a greater grasp than anybody else, they can still fuck it up. Like that makes them feel like a 40k faction. You're not a 40k faction unless you can accidentally fuck yourself over.
What Zed is talking about in the chat, he's correct. There is one person who can do it pretty reliably. He also can fuck it up if he tries to do anything big scale. He's just very good at like going back like 30 minutes. That's his main thing. Is like he can go back 30 minutes until he gets an outcome that he wants.
Yeah,
but he can't go back years.
But yeah, Chronomancer is only 2 mana for 1. He's a Necron wizard. Good pick for a Necron subtype. Flying. I do find it interesting that, like, at least with all the ones you've shown, like, obviously the Necron warrior tokens they make aren't flying, but it's funny to me to think about, but that is true, that, like, there are a shitload of big boy Necrons that just get to fucking levitate because, how else do you make Terminators faster, basically? Not 40k Terminators. Those guys don't get faster. I'm talking about Onward Terminators. So, let's see. So you've got Atomic Transmutation. Pay 1 mana, tap, sacrifice another artifact. Draw a card. Which is basically sacrifice a creature. That's very black of them. And then Unearth. Pay 3 mana. Return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield. It gains haste. Exile at the beginning of the next step. Or if it would leave the battlefield. Unearth only as a sorcery. So Unearth is just, I can reborn myself.
Yes, reborn once. That is an old key.
Yeah. And for Chronomancer, it makes sense. Yeah. Just digs himself back out of the hole. Alrighty. Let's grab the final one and talk about the
War
Saga.
in Heaven. This was when the Necron tier... No, this wasn't when the Necron... This was when the Catan were fighting the old ones, which are essentially the Halo precursors.
Yeah.
So, draw 3 cards and lose 3 life is the first part of it. Mill
the sun is
cards.
a deadly laser.
Yeah, and then
everything dies.
Choose up to 3 target creature cards with total mana 8 or less in your graveyard. Return each of them to the battlefield with a Necrodermis counter on them. They're artifacts in addition to their other types.
Yeah, so it's like the sun is a deadly laser, everybody dies, but they came back as robot skeletons. Got it. It's kind of interesting that it's like creatures in your graveyard because Necrons are already like mostly artifact creatures, but obviously you can, you can make edits to combo in other, creature types. So it's funny. I like the idea of it.
Necron's entire thing is about reborning and graveyard effect and manipulation. I think this card goes better in other decks than the Necron deck, because the Necron deck has so many things that make it available, but it's a little overcosted. It's hard.
Yeah.
Just posting Imperium stuff.
Well, let's start with this. Somewhere we have to mention to Lucky that Marnius Calgar was on Fail Portrayal.
Yeah.
Lucky's not very deep into the 40k pool, but he is shocked and bamboozled about how many times Marnius Calgar keeps showing up. And here he is.
Yeah. Do you want to know the best part?
Looks maybe... is this pre-Primaris Marnius?
I think this is pre-Primaris Marnius. I think.
He also looks a little more bold than usual.
Well, Primaris definitely exists in this set.
Yeah. But this might be before he got his ass killed, and they just, like, brought him back as a...
Glued him back together?
Primaris. They Rubiconned him, yeah.
Oh, no, not that. I thought... No, this is... I was thinking of a different... God, has he been like nearly killed that many times?
Yes, no. For first they kicked all his arms and legs off, so he got them replaced by they replaced them with bionics and like enclosed him in a set of Terminator armor. Then he gets his ass kicked again, and it's like just as like Gilman has come back and they're discussing like, can we make Firstborn Marines Primaris? And Calgar's like, yo dog, I'm fucking dead anyway. Put me through the Rubicon. Let's figure this shit out. And it worked, and now he's back.
I actually kind of like Calgar.
Honestly, jokes aside, Calgar I think is a good returning character. It does showcase a problem that like 40K has, where like occasionally they feel like moving the timeline and advancing characters, but also they are afraid to let go of fan favorites. So,
I mean,
like,
I think a lot of fan favorites should die, and then other new people come back. Because I think with 40K, it's just such a weird thing how so many people keep cheating death in increasingly ludicrous ways.
I mean, I will say this at least. This is actually an interesting thing that happened recently, which is a lot of people were kind of surprised because he officially is dead by the time we're in the Dark Millennium period, the Indominus period. But they recently announced an official Caiaphas Cain and Jurgen mini. They did actually release the datasheet for that, and they are immediately in the Legends area, which is like supported with rules, but not like official sanctioned tournament legal, I believe is how Legends works.
Okay, so he's still dead.
Yes. No, they're not saying that he's real. They're not saying that he is like an actual guy who's rolling around in the current canon setting, but that he is available. They did revive Yarick after they killed him.
Yeah. But technically he also might have been revived. He might have been revived by orcs, which is fun.
Yeah. No, that's the other thing, right, is that, like, they brought him back so that Gaz could fight him again, and that does also mean that he might have survived because the orcs just believed that he couldn't possibly be dead. I think Marnius is okay as a guy who keeps living, because he keeps living at the cost that, like, they keep, literally beating the shit out of him and carving out parts, right?
Yeah.
But, like, there are other characters that they just kind of, like, especially human characters, they just kind of keep around a little too long. Like, one of our characters you posted pretty early in the Imperium list is Celestine, and it's like, yeah, no, of course Celestine doesn't stay dead. That's the whole point. She is the living saint, and she is definitely not just an emperor demon.
Yeah, the Saints are definitely not Emperor demons. Don't say that. That's heresy.
But yeah, no, like there's a lot going on with them that we can run through some very fun stuff. I will say Dallas is just like
20 cards.
Well, no, I'm just getting all of them out.
Also, I want to say this, Loth. If you're like, oh no, this episode can't be that, you're gonna have to leave, bud. Like. The episode goes as long as it goes. I said before you got here, I was like, I think even if Loth doesn't show up, we're going to be lucky to be sub 5 hours.
No, that's all the Imperium cards. Okay. I just wanted to get them all posted.
It's funny you say that, I can pay attention. To step away in a little bit.
Anyway, Marnie is Calgar.
That's fine. But yes, Calgar.
Oh boy.
Speaking of iconic Calgar. Character boys. Legendary
so he is technically the backup commander.
Mm-hmm.
But whenever one or more tokens enters your battlefield under your control, draw a card.
He's a master tactician. And then you can pay 6 as the chapter master to create 2/2 white Astartes warrior creature tokens with vigilance. By the way, that means that officially Magic the Gathering is saying that Ultramarines are actually mono white and have vigilance.
Okay,
I'm kidding.
I'm
kidding.
Well, no, because remember, the other Astartes are 2/2 black and have menace, and they're just still called Astartes warriors.
That's fair. But I'm making a joke because Marnius Calgar is the chapter master of the Ultramarines.
Oh yeah.
Isn't that just like? I mean, they're warrior tokens, but like that's just like. Yeah. That is just a very white thing to do, though, right? Is just create some guys.
So this fun fact: this is one of 2 commanders in this set that is a CDH commander.
Ooh.
Because that first ability, Master Tech. Well, this is fun. Whenever one or more tokens enters the battlefield, is stupidly broken.
No, especially
so
in
that's not once per turn.
This color combo.
Yeah, that's not once per turn. That does not say creatures.
Yeah, tokens. Period.
So it includes clues, treasures, food.
Sorry, Dallas. You just made that
Marnius Calgar.
That's so funny for Marnius Calgar. Like Marnius Calgar is like you summon a delicious meal, and Marnius Calgar is like, this is proceeding just as I have planned.
Yeah, Marnius Calgar is easily the strongest commander in this set. I mean, you can maybe argue Gelson Starn, and we'll talk about that.
Yeah.
Because he's the other, spoiler, he's the other CDH commander. Because you can do dumb things with Gelson Starn. But Marnius Calgar is stupidly powerful.
No, it's very funny. And also, he's still a good baseline. Double Strike's very strong. We talked about that with Final Fantasy. It was a pretty rare keyword. Double Strike's pretty cool, but also is very accurate because, as we mentioned, he is permanently glued in his Terminator armor with, like, double power fists, double wrist-mounted weapons.
Yeah. No, Marnius Calgar is a CDH commander. I think he's the second highest ranked Esper CDH commander after whatchamacallit, the Sphinx dude who can take infinite turns pretty easily.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can pretty easily CDH him with like draw into like ad nauseum into Thoracle combo. He's just strong. He's very, very strong.
No, you are actually right. Like this is just technically unlimited draw power. It just makes some tokens.
Yeah, it's such strong draw power. It's like, and there's so many things that like just makes incidental random bullshit tokens that then become power for you. It's very silly. He's very strong, like I said.
Tokens enter the battlefield under your control. Actually, that's a good question. How does that work for the Saga tokens?
Those are counters, not tokens.
Okay, those are counters.
Those are
okay,
counters.
So.
They're counters, not tokens. Tokens are
different.
But there's so many things
build.
that make.
No, there are loads of tokens. I was just wondering about the combo. Yeah, I know. Like I said, that's the funniest thing to me is Marnius Calgar at his dinosaur desk, and he's like, yes, a delicious meal. Now I will use this to commence ultra-violence.
Yeah, basically. I mean, you could do that, but in these colors, it's much more likely clues and treasure. Because blue, black, and white are the clue colors, so you can make...
Yeah.
We'll get more into that later, but there are a lot of clue-based cards. I forgot a very important character. So I'm gonna
let's grab the other one that is... I think the image you have is the Hollow
face
scan.
Commander.
So, yeah, let's do
the face
Inquisitor Greyfax. Not shocked, but also it's
definitely the worst representative of the face commanders. I really like her. We'll get into
Inquisitor Greyfax is an interesting character. She is like the most iconic Inquisitor because she has the weird witch finder hat that's on fire. And she hangs up with Celestine sometimes. But I also don't feel like I don't feel like I hear a lot of people yapping about her, but she does have a very iconic look with her Contemptor bolt gun, which is a bolter with a crossbow bolted on top of it.
In a very funny turn of events in that phase, she is the least played of the face or backup commanders, I believe. No, Silent King is less played, but other than Silent King, she is the least played face or backup by quite a lot.
I would assume she probably is on the lower power side because she is not the cheapest you can get a commander, but like her cost is pretty low. Like it's 4 with her 3 colors. She's a 3/3 with vigilance. Like she's not like a big ass swingy.
Deck, her the way she works is very weird. We'll get into it. So vigilance, she's a human inquisitor. Neither of these are unique to
I would
40K.
have figured, yeah.
She has other creatures you control get +1/+0 and have vigilance, which is an interesting but very bland ability, or a decent but very bland ability. And then the more interesting one is Hunt for Heresy, which is 1 mana and tap her, and then tap target creature your opponent controls, investigate, create a clue token. So the way I have built her in the past, because I have had her as a deck, is you can build her as this weird tap-down control deck, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Like, where you focus on tapping and untapping creatures. And it's just a very different deck. Like, you need to read... She's a bad commander for the deck she comes in, which is an unfortunate fate that a couple of commanders
honestly, like,
always have.
So I would say this. Her design space and flavor, very appropriate to a iconic human Inquisitor. That's very much like books that are about Inquisitors, the Dark Heresy RPG, the 2 out of 3 Dark Heresy tie-in novels that was supposed to be a trilogy, but Games Workshop canceled the license, so they didn't release the 3rd one. Like, that is kind of the thing, right? Like, Inquisitor's day job is to investigate threats, identify them, and, like, possibly personally shoot them, but mostly be like, I've identified the heretic. Get him. You guys go get him, you know? So, like, her enhancing your team and, like, building this kind of, like, control strategy, like you said, where you generate clue tokens that you can, you know, sacrifice to like, draw power, etc., but also, like, use it as a tap control for relatively cheap, you know. 1 mana tap herself to tap another target creature can be pretty decent.
She's a good, in my opinion, she's unfortunately a good commander that was put in the wrong deck. Like, this is a commander that is built for a control deck. They put her in a go wide token deck.
Like, she can do that, but what I want to say is that, like, this reeks of a game design where they needed to build as much of it is kind of a joke because they're, like, a faction that's not really a single faction, but, like, Imperial Agents, right, is a thing you can do in the tabletop. You can build a group of nothing but, you know, fistfuls of, like, Deathwatch kill teams, Inquisitors, Cleric Militia, etc.
It should have been like a Space Marine or what's the technical term for, like, Imperial Guard, Sisters of Battle, like, there's a term for all those together. It's like Aras Navalias. Hold on, let me not flounder here and look up what I'm thinking of.
There is, like, a term, because they're, like, that's the, you know, the actual defenders of the Imperium, like, the actual fighting forces. Yeah, that I think could have been like a group deck versus, like, yes, you can put Inquisitor Greyfax on the tabletop, and I think she's technically is a commander in the war game, but also, like,
she's a good character. I really like Inquisitor Greyfax, and her weird lesbian tension with Saint Celine.
No, you can say it. Everybody says that.
Yeah, no. I like Inquisitor Greyfax. She's just it's a thing that happens a lot, not just with Universes Beyond, but just in general. Sometimes there is a deck where the main commander is not built. The deck is not built well for the main commander.
Yeah, I know. Like, it's.
Can we split this one in just because I forgot to?
Sure, throw it up.
This guy in, and I feel embarrassed.
Okay, let's go right there too. Yeah, that's another good one.
He's another Inquisitor.
We talked about an Inquisitor, and I actually think, you know, you made that joke, but I think that's why they picked Greyfax, because she is probably the Inquisitor that is best known right now, because she is part of an audio drama with Saint Celestine that's really popular. Like, she's a character who has both a model that's on the tabletop, but also has fluff presence. And so they wanted to include her and have her do something flavorful, but that means that she doesn't fit in with the super deck. Whereas this guy is Inquisitor Eisenhorn, who I think is, like, only in the novels. He probably had a sculpt at some point, but I don't know if he's a current character you can take, because I don't think there's been any new Eisenhorn novels in, like, a while.
I don't think so. Well,
yeah,
I don't think so.
There are a lot of rumors that this is the Henry Cavill is working on a 40K project, like, between Games Workshop and Amazon, because Henry Cavill is, like, a big name celebrity guy who also does give a shit about 40K. Like, he actually does, like, he played the tabletop game and likes it. Yeah. I think actually that was one of his big movies. That was something he would do in his trailer between takes, as he would play 40K. But there's a lot of rumors, because the project isn't very detailed, that a lot of people think it's going to be an Eisenhorn adaptation.
That would work. It's a good self-contained little thing.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about this guy, but that first effect makes me think he's evil.
No, he's not. Well, he is
yes.
evil, but he's not a demon guy. He is hunting Cherubale.
Loth, I think the best way to describe this is Inquisitor Greyfax is for the Imperium, nice Inquisitor. Eisenhorn is one of those not nice Inquisitors.
Yeah.
He will get your ass.
Cherubale is a bound demon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, that's a good question. Is Eisenhorn a radical? Probably, because that's a much more interesting character to write, but...
I'll put Cherubale here, because he has a specific token.
Oh, he has a unique token? Sick. So let's
Yeah.
see. Eisenhorn, 4 mana,
that's-
2/3, Human Inquisitor. You may reveal the first card. You draw each turn.
That's him
As you
behind
draw
him.
it, when you reveal this way,
Yep.
instant or sorcery, create Cherubale, legendary token with flying. Whenever Eisenhorn deals combat damage, investigate that many times. Okay.
Can I just say I'm stupid? I thought when you create the demon, it's a demon on the enemy side. I don't know why.
No, he has Cherubale bound, because
He's fucking
dick.
handsome for Kingdom Hearts 1.
I mean, that
really
is
kinda is.
having a bound daemon. That
like,
is fucking
that's why when
radical behavior.
That's why when I said, like, is he evil, I was about to say no, but I'm like, I mean, yes, but, like, he's not, like,
I mean, no,
chaos.
Aaron called it out. He's got a daemon
Yeah.
host behind him. Like, he is this is radical Inquisitor behavior. This is
Oh, yeah,
I
no,
will
he is
use the
radical.
tools of the enemy to fuck you
Against
over.
the enemy.
Yeah. Which usually doesn't work, but, you know, in 40K, I think you can be enough of a stubborn asshole. You can make it work.
Yeah, his books are fairly good.
Yes, they're well liked.
They're not always my flavor of 40K. They're a bit too grimdarky at times, but they're definitely well-written books. Like,
I will say
look,
definitely.
I prefer my old man skeleton bitching at each other.
Yeah. Definitely, like, the first card is interesting, cool. You know, that brings about the daemon that's bound. That's neat.
The second effect is also pretty neat.
The second effect is like, that's where I'm like, ooh, that's interesting. Okay, deals combat
goes
damage.
well
You
with-
investigate that many times.
He goes well with like, oh right. He goes well with
Go with Calgar?
with Greyfax, like
I don't know the effects, yeah.
and Calgar, but Greyfax I feel like really leans into the clue thing, so you can build her as like a clue commander. Whereas Calgar is just kind of generic tokens, and like I'll be honest, while Eisenhorn can generate a bit of clues, he's not like there's better ways.
He's only 2 power, and like if he was with
Yeah.
Greyfax, he would be 3. Like there's
Like,
only so much
there's
juice you're
some
gonna
cards that generate a lot of stuff that are just
Yeah.
like it's like it's harsh to say, but Calgar is kind of too good for Inquisitor Eisenhorn, whereas him and
No.
Greyfax
I
are
honestly,
kind of the same power
you said
level.
before, right? Like Calgar makes the cut for CDH. That means aggressively optimize. Eisenhorn
Yeah.
is definitely too
Yeah, wouldn't be running
too
any of these
fair,
guys
too
in
normal to fit in with that. We're like,
yeah.
yeah, it's real neat that like I think that says something very flavorful that he investigates by punching you. Like he gets his clues by beating the shit out of your opponents. But he
Yeah.
can only generate so many clues, gang. He's only got 2 power by default, like 2 strength. Well, let's talk about everybody's favorite character. This is a joke. I know Aaron will yell something in chat as well. Belisarius Call. Call a call to call.
Okay, Call is one of my favorite characters because he's such a shithead. He's just
that's
such unrepentantly a shithead.
No, that Dallas. I think that is I understand why you like him because like you would like Belisarius Call as the character who just like does whatever because Call realizes that Call is indispensable.
He is a. I would say on the whole, he's an interesting character to me because he is a chaos gremlin, but he's also kind of morally not a bad person. Like, he is a bad person by Imperial standards because Imperial standards are fucked. But at the end of the day, most of the stuff he does is for the like survival of the Imperium.
I love hearing you say this, Dallas, and I look over at chat and I just see Aaron
Is just,
crashing out.
I mean, no, he is a Mary Sue.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, I don't think
100%
Belisarius Call is like a bad character in concept. The problem is that I believe Aaron is correct that this guy just kind of like when they decided they were going to move up the timeline, this guy just kind of showed up out of nowhere. Like, I don't think Belisarius Cawl was a character before they started that plot arc, and just... he does kind of do everything. Oh, he's figured out how to replicate Volkite weapons. Oh, he made Primaris Marines like 10,000 years ago, and he's had them, you know, in the fridge. Like, it's that weird thing I talked about where, like, 40K, even when they're advancing the timeline, they can't advance the timeline. They have to be like, no, this is...
He isn't a Mary Sue. There's, like, a specific term for this, where a character is a plot device. I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah,
but
no,
that
you're
is
right.
what he
There
is
is a trope name for this. Yes, he is a human plot device.
He's a walking MacGuffin.
Yeah, basically.
Like, yeah, that might be. Yeah, he's not a Mary Sue because everyone fucking hates him. And if you read the Mary Sue story,
that is actually true. Yeah, that is.
Everyone
people
Mary
on the
Sue
internet forget the way the Mary Sue term work is,
Yeah.
but it was originally for Star Trek fan fiction, and the idea was like a character who is universally liked by everybody, even though even in the TOS characters have the whole setup of the original series of Star Trek is that the trio of the senior officers form a triangle. You know, Spock and Bones are kind of like the opposites, with Kirk as like the super ego in the middle. It's a whole character.
While
Cawl
is inexplicably good at everything related to science, and
I do believe basically everybody hates his guts.
He can just do Star Trek bullshit. Star Trek is actually a good comparison because he does connect the positron deflector dish to the razor taser beam and make whatever the fuck he wants. He does the Star Trek bullshit.
Also, by the way, Zed, great shout out for Amberly Vale, Caiaphas Kane's Inquisitor girlfriend. She's still alive after Kane, so she should get a model. We do know that Amberly Vale looks great because Kane first meet her pretending to be a glamorous wartime singer, and he was definitely not distracted by how hot she is. Do not put in the paper that he was distracted by how hot she is. And the funny part is that Amberly edits his memoirs, so she usually gets that out. But yeah, Cawl.
Belisarius Cawl is actually a commander I've built. Because he's so interesting for white blue.
Yeah, interesting color combo. I like. I do think now that we're looking at him, I think it's funny because obviously red is their signature color on the tabletop, but like blue-white should be the core colors of the Adeptus Mechanicus. I think if you were gonna bring in
the color of nerds and assholes.
If you were gonna bring in like the subset, I want to say of Adeptus Titanicus and Imperial Knights, those might want to work some red in because those are vast arcane engines of destruction that I know you talked about, like red being random, and it's like, Knights and Titans have like machine spirits that don't always co-op.
Knights and Titans are in here, and I will be honest, they're all colorless.
That's an interesting take. I think that's valid too, but like I said, if we're talking about like color dynamics, but no, blue-white works.
Belisarius Cawl is a legendary artifact creature. He is a human.
I like that. I didn't catch the artifact at first when I first read this, so I was like, oh, we're just going with human. But like, no, artifact creature human.
He has the silver border.
Is pretty good.
His border's silver.
Yeah. That's a pretty good way to handle a senior tech priest.
And then tap 2 untapped artifacts you control. Create a white Ultima Founding. Sorry.
Yeah.
Tap 2 untapped artifacts you control. Create a 2/2 white Sardes warrior creature token with vigilance.
Make Primaris Marines.
Yes. Master of Machines. Tap X untapped creatures you control. Look at the top X cards of your libraries. Reveal an artifact. Put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom and have a random order. So this guy is really fun because you just build like a bunch of clues and a bunch of random scrap metal on the floor and then turn it into Space Marines.
I'm gonna be honest, that does kind of feel like maybe WotC was taking the piss out of Belisarius Cawl a little because like that is that is kind of how he functions, of just like, oh yeah, no, you just put random crap and then you made Primaris Marines.
You can tap swords, you can tap vehicles, you can tap any artifact, clue tokens, food tokens. You could just make Space Marines out of anything.
Oh man, like with these 2 pieces of sticky tape, some pipes, and some of that fluid over there, I've made a Primaris Marine.
Yeah, basically.
You can't see it. I did like hand motions as well in that.
I love him, but I understand why anyone would hate him because he is a aggravating character in ways.
Well, and I mean, like
I don't
we said
mind
before,
it.
he is actually written in universe to be aggravating. Like, I believe there are several quotes by other Mechanicus adepts who are like, "Oh my fucking god, that motherfucker call."
Well, I'm pretty sure Saint Celestine threatens to kill him at one point when he revives Gilliman. I'm fairly certain when he's working with the Eldari, she goes, "If I'm gonna kill you," and then it works, and then she forgets about it because he successfully resurrected a Primarch. So she's like, "You know what? I don't care anymore."
I mean, that's got to be a weird circle to square for Celestine, but that does sound correct. Of like, all right, you get a pass.
In the book, when Gilliman is resurrected, Saint Celestine is so happy she gets a giant power boost and starts 1v1ing like giant greater demons. It's really funny. She's about to die. She sees Gilliman die, quote unquote.
Yeah.
She sees Gilliman get resurrected, and then just because she's like, "Oh, obviously we are ordained by the Emperor to win here," she just becomes uber powerful. It's really funny.
Yeah.
Oh, she gets a Zenkai boost, I see.
Yeah, basically. She gets so happy by Gilliman's weird girlfriend and Belisarius' call. Also, I want to be very fair. I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, Gilliman has an Eldari girlfriend." I think it's much funnier to write Belisarius' call as his annoying stalker. That's way funnier to me because Belisarius' call has just started stalking Gilliman around. It's really funny.
No, I remember. There were a lot of you want to talk about the 40K community
followed
memes.
me home. Why?
Did a lot of jokes about Gilliman and his Eldar girlfriend. Not that that's like the only time they've done that. A big meme before that happened was like a Farseer and a Vindicare assassin. That was like a common internet meme. So like it wasn't unheard of.
No. The thing I like about Belisarius Call and why I don't hate him as a character is because everyone has the complete right idea to be suspicious of him, but also he is objectively helping the Empire not fall apart. So if they actually went through with it and killed him, they would be fucking themselves over. I find that dichotomy because a lot of characters that are written like Call just turn out to be evil, and that's boring to me. Like if Call turns out to be like secretly evil the entire time, I will actively hate that because it'd be like, well then.
Well, and I do want to say this. I don't think they would actually do that. Like I could see him maybe making a bad deal because that's like one of the things that 40K loves to do is you accidentally fuck yourself over by making a bad decision.
100% should
but
fuck
like
himself over.
Much more likely, I think, is that eventually the like Imperial doctrine will get fed up with him and his bending the rules and get rid of him because that is the Imperium's great failing is that they are built on this rigid system of dogma. So even like if you could figure out something positive about what Belisarius Call is doing, all it takes is one wrong Sister of Battle or Commissar. Hey, great segue, me. To like see him do something that's just a little bit heretical and just not give a shit about his position and blow his ass up. Or like one of the more extreme. Sorry, there's a fruit fly trying to attack my eyeballs. I hate when they do that. It's just fluttering around my eye zone. Stop that shit. Or like one of the more like eccentric Space Marine chapters, like. I think they got a little better because the Lion came back, but like I could see at some point the Dark Angels, Belisarius Call says the wrong thing to them, and they just go, "Kill him, get him."
I just like that he's shady. The thing I like about him is so many characters in the Imperium are so corrupt and so obviously evil that it's refreshing for me for there to be a character who has all the like underpinnings of being evil. But he's not actually evil. He's just annoying.
Not at least by the audience sense.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like he's not like who's that fucking douchebag guy with the invincible force field that made like his own Sisters of Battle harem? who then eventually fucking died.
Go Van Dyer?
Because they... Yeah, Go Van Dyer.
Yeah, that guy sucks.
Like, he's not like that, where he's like...
No,
actually...
he was not capital E evil. He was just normal evil that he you know, in the post-Big E world, he was like, I can work this out, and, you know, stumbled upon the brides of the Emperor and tricked them with technology. That, I do want to say, I do actually love that story, because the way it ends is, first of all, the brides of the Emperor are so effective as a militant cult that they're even, like, thumping, you know, the Imperial Fists and the Custodes, like, a little bit. Like, they're, like, so fierce that they're like, okay, if he's got a shitload of these guys, this is going to be a huge pain in the ass. What do we do? So the Captain General takes Alicia Dominica, the head of the Order, into the Golden Throne Room, closes the door. Nobody knows what happens in there, but when Alicia comes out, her hair is snow white, and she walks up to Go Van Dyer, cuts his head off. Like... And I like that we don't know what happened in there, and I hope they don't Horus Heresy that shit, and they just leave it open-ended. But something happened in there to, like, completely change her viewpoint in the like, worldview of, like, Go Van Dyer being an embodiment of the Emperor, and she just kicks his ass.
Speaking of evil, of small E evil people, Commissar Severnia Rain.
Yeah, this is an interesting one they picked, but she is a pretty... like, moderately known Commissar character. She has a standalone sculpt. I don't remember if this is the same one who also can get a, what is it? Hippogriff, I think, is the vehicle. There's, like, a half-track that you can put a female Commissar in. I think she might be that one. Because the leading from the front effect, like, the joke is that she's the... it's a lady Commissar, but she's the drive me closer, I want to hit them with my sword meme.
Well, if I remember correctly, she, like, killed a very, like, popular Imperial captain because he objected to a suicide mission. And then
she's the star of her own novel, basically, Honor Bound. And, like, actually fights in some battles, but she is also, like, they gave her a miniature, so she is, like, a signature character.
Yeah.
So she is the stereotypical Commissar.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Like, if they gave Caiaphas Cain a card, much like how they gave him a miniature, one of his rules is so funny, Dallas and Loth. One of Cain's, like, rules is he can be a squad leader, right, for Imperial Guards. One of his rules is, I think, like, what is it, like, bound by duty or, no, trapped by duty. You can't play Caiaphas Cain in reserves. He has to start either on the board or in a transport, because that's how Caiaphas Cain works. He always ends up getting involved in a dumb suicide mission, even though he doesn't want to. Like, great shit like that. Like, that's how you design Caiaphas Cain as a card. Rain is definitely, like, way more of the archetypal Commissar. Literally, her two named abilities here are lead from the front, which is when she's attacking, each opponent loses X life, or X is the number of other creatures attacking, so, like, the size of the squad with her. And then summary execution, which is a thing that all Commissars can do. Pay 2 mana, sacrifice another creature, you gain 2 life, and draw a card. Yeah. That feels very appropriate for white-black, especially that second ability.
Yeah. Oh, no, she's very Orzhov. She's a little more aggressive than a lot of Orzhov.
I would say this,
commanders.
both white and black separately can be swarm decks. I don't know if white-black itself is a swarm style.
White-black is not really a swarm deck, but it is the second ability, scenario execution. Yes. That is white-black's white-black is the aristocrat colors.
Yeah.
And that is the...
I feel like separately, white and black are both swarm decks. And as a Commissar, Imperial Guard is a swarm faction. That's like when you're playing Imperial Guard, you put a shitload of little guys on the board, and you're like, hello, I have 4,000 infantrymen. Die.
She is technically a very stereotypical Orzhov commander with a little more of an aggressive twist. Like, the leading from the front is, to me, what makes her different. Yeah. Because, like, if you wanted an Orzhov sacrifice commander, you throw a shoe and you'll hit, like, 20 of them.
Okay, yes, thank you. That's Commissar Graves. Commissar Graves is a character I think who is much better liked than Rain, but she gets a half track.
Well, yeah. I also think they picked Graves, or sorry,
Rain,
Rain, because of her iconic fit. Like, I'm gonna be honest, she just has better fit.
Well, yeah, it's if I remember correctly, because the novel she's from is called Honorbound. She's the commissar in the Antares Rifles. They are one of those regiments who are all about like their personal shiny honor. So you can see here she has, as Dallas mentioned, the fit. She's wearing like a fucking cuirass, like a normal breastplate on under her coat, and has like extra epaulets and shit.
No, she's sick looking.
No, like it's a very iconic sculpt. Like I actually don't, like I said, I don't think she's been in that much, and I'm gonna be honest, especially given that 40K hasn't always had the perfect track record with female characters. I think she might be die. She might die at the end.
Well, she also was a dick, so I'm not gonna.
Like I'm not gonna say they didn't like kill her off at some point, because that she seems like the kind of character where like you're expecting that to happen.
Look, maybe it's because my bar is in the fucking floor. I think 40K does better with female characters than a lot of fucking.
Oh, I know. I think they do better. We talked about this, right?
Stuff.
They've done a pretty good. They've done a pretty good job now. They have not always had that.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, yeah, there was some real bad stuff in like the 80s and 90s, but that I feel like I don't want to say that was.
I think there's an argument to be said. Like, on the one hand, yes, Sisters of Battle is a very old concept as a faction, but also Sisters of Battle were historically very poorly served by Games Workshop. And I did mention there was an era where it wasn't because Space Ultramarines and Grey Knights couldn't possibly job. So you know who jobbed? Sisters of Battle. That's who will job. And like, there's a lot of bad handling of sisters in stories for a period.
Yeah,
they're getting better about that.
Fair.
Like, I think they've found a fluff-wise a more comfortable region with Sisters of Battle, which is Sisters of Battle don't need to job. They're martyrs. Sisters of Battle are the kind of faction who in fluff will absolutely like sacrifice themselves to like one lone sister who escapes.
Maybe it's because Sisters of Battle have always had just immaculate drip that I give them more
they have
praise
usually
than they
looked
deserve.
pretty sick, but they like
Sisters of Battle are the ones that have the fucking church fucking tank, right?
Yes. The Exorcist tank and the Immolator is their double flame tank that has like the turret has a ballistic shield that's just a church window. Like they have really good.
The Immolator is one of my favorite vehicles in all of 40K.
And then the Exorcist is the missile launcher tank that's a pipe organ.
Yeah.
Like they have good fits. It's just that like some of that stuff is from their model refresh, which while a little old now was many years coming. Like for a while they were stuck with the old like 3rd edition models. So yeah, like I said.
No, but even the old Immolator looks cool as shit.
Oh no, I think a decent amount of old 40K minis have soul. It's just like I said, it's a thing where like
it's mostly vehicles.
Warhammer has not always been good about it, but the Imperial Guard, I think, is probably
the bar is in the ground. I'm just saying compared to other sci-fi franchises.
I want to say I think they've always done a pretty good job of I think they've done a pretty good job that the Imperial Guard has always been kind of a gender-neutral faction, in terms of minis and fluff and art, like, because the Imperial Guard really doesn't care. Also, yes, Chad, I must acknowledge that Zed said, yes, that's the other thing you do with Imperial Guard, is you're either an infantry spam faction or a vehicle spam faction where you go, haha, I've brought 20 Lehman Russes.
Yeah.
Please die.
No. Look, I can't fucking speak. My army's entire thing is, all right, so if I have 50 million war boys, I think I win.
No, that's the other thing. Orcs, I think, are primarily a spam faction. And then the thing is what you're spamming.
And then you roll a 1, and then you roll a 1, and then you're like, never mind, I lost.
No, that is Orcs. Orcs is you're spamming bunches of different boys. Now, what you are spamming will depend on what flavor of Orc you are, because you might be Cult of Speed and you might be spamming trucks and bikes and buggies.
Fun fact, I was a Orc faction. God, this is me at my nerdiest. So my Orc faction was based off of the teachings of an Orc who is lost in the warp, named the Demon Killer. So they are technically Orc followers of Khorne. Technically. they don't actually gain any benefit from that because they don't have souls.
Yeah. Actually, technically not true. I believe it's that orcs just have one giant collective soul.
That's what I mean. Is they have a collective soul that is owned by Gork and Mork.
Which I would assume was by design.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure they were intentionally made that way.
Be taken over by chaos. But they like him because he likes the crumpet.
No, orcs are fun. Like I said, you might be culto speed and you might be spamming like trucks and buggies and bikes.
No,
or you might be like, I actually really like this flavor. They brought some of the fantasy orc stuff in. You guys have seen them when playing Deathwatch, like beast snaggas and like the squig stuff they do now, which is going to be in the new Dawn of War. Dawn of War 4, that's going to be like, you can actually play orc cavalry as like, that's cool.
All right, let's talk about.
But here she is, Celestine, the girl.
The most famous female character in 40K, is that fair to say?
Oh, probably. Yeah, no. Like, I would assume you're either going to say it's Celestine the Living Saint, or, like I said, you might make an argument for the joke. I made this joke recently after a Deathwatch campaign, but you might make a joke about Lilith Hespero's feet. But, like, it's probably Celestine. She's been on covers before and, major art pieces and dioramas.
Unless you're going to count Slanesh as half, then I think it's Celestine.
I think it is Celestine. Who is, pretty old in the lore.
Yeah.
Like, she's been around for a long time.
Another very good commander.
I'm seeing it.
She is mono white, Celestine the Living Saint, legendary
appropriate
creature,
for her.
Human warrior, flying lifelink, healing tears. At the beginning of your end step, return target creature card with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, where X is the amount of life you gain this turn.
So you play this in a life gain deck and you're reborn. That's very fun.
Well, you build her as, like, I would say she is probably is she the most used face or backup commander? I think she is. Oh, no, that's Gelson Starn by a lot. Never mind. She's the second most used non-face or...
Also, no, yeah, I do agree, chat, but no, I think there may be more famous female characters in fantasy, but in 40K, no, it's probably Celestine.
Oh, no, yeah.
She gets big press.
Fantasy's a different thing, because fantasy has a lot of very famous elves.
Celestine gets big-ass rep. Unfortunately, I think that, like, the Eldar don't have as many... Well, the... Asuryani don't have as many named face characters who are female. I don't even know if there's a face character for like every major craft world anymore.
No.
And like obviously there are the aspect lords, but like I don't know how many people know those guys off the top of their head. I don't think I could name all of them. And like I said, I kind of like Eldar.
I feel like there's one very famous Eldar character who's in every fucking Warhammer book I read, but I can never remember his name because he doesn't do anything in them.
Is it Eldrad?
Might be. I'm gonna. I need a title though.
Eldrad of Ulthwé is like the poster boy for the Eldar problem of just like he's fucking looking at everything, but because he's an Eldar, he's never doing anything other than, like, the couple of times he actually, like, gets some guys to fucking help out. Obviously, like, you know, the Ynnari are very, like, well-known in the new, but I actually don't know if Games Workshop has done a lot with them since they exist.
It is Eldrad Ulthrain.
Yeah, it is Eldrad Ulthrain? Yeah, no.
Yeah, he's just in a bunch of books and doesn't do anything in them.
No, yeah, that sounds like what I know of Eldrad. He's just hanging out.
I think there was literally a book where the Eldar were not brought up at all in the entire book. And then in, like, the last 4 pages of the book, Eldrad Ulthrain is just watching everything for no reason.
It's because he likes to watch. That's his thing, man.
It's like, why? What happened? What was this?
No, that sounds like our boy.
He was watching his shows.
Yes.
I hope the Eldar get a...
your vein is very well known, but also, like I said, I don't actually know if... That's what I said. I don't... Has Games Workshop done a lot with the Ynnari since they were introduced? Like, as a new thing?
They've done a little bit. It's hit and miss. To say the least. But I think Celestine, though, is probably the character I've heard the most.
Well, she's got a pretty cool backstory. Like, Celestine the Living Saint is that, like, she is an Imperial Saint who is still technically alive, and she does do miracles like, you know, summon her flaming sword, her tears heal people. She keeps, like, reappearing in the Hour of the Sisters of Battle's Need. She is the patron saint of one of the major orders.
Yeah, Ordo...
I don't remember which one of the major ones. It's not our Martyred Lady. That's a different one, because their patron saint is dead.
Yeah.
I don't think it's Bloody Rose, because I think theirs is literally Alicia Dominica, but...
No, yeah.
She's a big deal. Like, she's like actually involved in like major events, but also historical stuff, and she is pretty cool. Like if you want to talk about like giving 40K, the Imperials a loyalist Daemon Prince, Celestine's pretty cool.
I really want that theory to be true because it makes so much fucking sense.
Oh, talking about like 40K is actually a prequel to Fantasy.
Warhammer 40K is a prequel to Fantasy. Yeah,
that would be funny. The last version I heard, but I don't know how true it is that Fantasy is just like a planet like isolated somewhere by warp storms in 40K. But that's not
that
fun.
doesn't work. That doesn't work because the Chaos Pantheon is entirely different. Because there's three other Chaos gods that exist in Fantasy that don't exist in 40K. I think. You can maybe argue one of them is actually Malal in disguise, but I hate that.
I mean, that's a theory, yeah. But what's...
But the Horned Rat and...
I mean, I don't know if actually the Horned... Is the Horned Rat actually a Chaos God?
The Horned Rat is a Chaos God and has his own domain. Yeah. And then Nagash now. After he blew up the world.
So he kind of deified himself. I mean... Yeah. Fantasy being more fantasy, I think there are also, you know,
Malal.
There are also, you know, gods that are not necessarily
the
Chaos
also
ones.
There's the other one, the horse, the like beast god. Hold on. Let me. I want to get the name right so I don't get misinformation.
I mean, in classic fantasy,
I don't think Slaanesh. I don't think Slaanesh exists in.
Nope, Slaanesh definitely exists.
Oh no, Slaanesh is good. Yeah, what am I thinking? Chaos.
No, they have the big four. I talked about like Lords, Realms of Darkness, you know, Slaves to Chaos. Like they unified the lore like a long time ago. But there are godlike entities rattling around, like we talked before about.
Hashtut is what I was thinking of.
And there are factions that represent
the Father of Darkness.
Magical or divine forces that are like, because fantasy is separate from the way that like 40K does it. The 40K also has a few things.
Right. Like I just forgot.
Good.
It's Sinesh's epithet is very different in fantasy than it is to 40K.
Yeah. I mean, like, I kind of feel like the Horned Rat, like, I don't know if he's literally Chaos, but the Horned Rat kind of feels like a weird bonus Chaos guy, but that might just be because of how Skaven are Skaven-y.
He is a minor, he is a minor deity of Chaos. He's not a major Chaos god, but he is considered a minor deity of Chaos. I'm sure about this because he literally, he gave, what's his face? The Skaven guy that he really likes.
Tell me what Skaven names.
Oh my god. There's a Skaven he really liked. I'm not gonna try and think about his name.
I do know that
Skaven he really liked, and he gave him secrets about the Chaos Realm.
I will say I do know that there are people who joke about bringing the Horned Rat and into 40K in a similar way to Vashtor, because like I will say this, there are a couple of fantasy races that are just like not represented in 40K at all. They did bring back Leagues of Votann as space dwarves, but also doing something like very different from the way dwarves work in fantasy in Sigmar. They are much more of a like I mean, they're literally Deep Rock Galactic now, but Squats were kind of already doing that anyway. But the whatchamacallit, like I think the big ones that aren't actually in 40K are like Skaven and Lizardman.
Yeah, thank you, Zed. I was incorrect. Nagash is an order god, not a chaos god.
That's the thing that like I think that like
Hashtut the god of fire and Horned Rat are the minor chaos gods we know.
There are, look, we talking about this. There are a couple of like sub chaos guys in 40K, but like I said, there's people who demand for like who like make jokes about the Horned Rat showing up in 40K. I don't think that will happen because I actually think that 40K doesn't need more factions per se, at least not without like fleshing out some more of the stuff they have, including sub factions.
Space Skaven would be the funniest thing ever.
Like technically, I think the Tyranids are supposed to fulfill the slot of the Space Skaven, but in a different way.
They're so not Skaven coded.
No, like they don't vibe the same. Like
Skaven are just like they're so funny.
Funny little rat guys.
Well, it's like people are like, oh, well, they're not threats. It's like, no, Skaven are actually like one of the most powerful factions because they have so many fucking people and so much technology. It's just the reason they're not that much of a threat for most of Warhammer Fantasy's timeline is they keep killing each other.
Yeah,
it's like everyone hates chaos. Or sorry, everyone hates Skaven, especially Skaven.
a classic. And yeah, Lizard Man I don't think have any equivalent in 40K. No. Currently, there are some weird Lizard Xenos, but like not enough to make their own faction. Maybe they'll introduce Space Lizardmen as like a sub
I would actually
for like the Tau.
I would prefer Lizardmen as a faction than Skaven, just because I feel like Skaven. I don't want them to do Skaven as anything other than what they were in Fantasy. I don't know if that tonally fits with the rest of 40K.
No, like that's like legitimately talking about it. That is how. By the way, Loth has left us. I should say that. But that is how like the squats went through the transition to the Leagues of Votann. Was like they started squats off as just like, oh, we have dwarves in Fantasy, so we got to make space dwarves. So we'll give them like land trains, but also they're into tech, so like their own versions of power armor and trikes, I guess, and hoverboards and chaos squats, and then they canceled the line because it didn't sell very well, and like it didn't. I mean, they've said lately that like, oh, it didn't actually not sell that well, but it also wasn't like a star, so they felt comfortable canceling it because they couldn't make the fluff work out. And then eventually, like, because people talked about it enough, they did like actually rework the fluff into something functional.
I should also point out this is another one of the most expensive cards in the entire set. Celeste game.
Makes sense.
She's like $40.
I mean, you can say the Crude are basically Lizardmen.
They're not flavored like Lizardmen, though.
Crude are kind of like doing their own thing.
They're way too nice to be Lizard. The Crude they're reptilian, but they're way too nice to be Lizardmen.
Also,
Lizardmen are fucking brutal.
There are Crudosaurs and like Crude Hounds, so there are some weird offshoots. But like, I still personally think of Crude as more bird-like.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah.
I mean, that is kind of Saurian, but it's like it's a different transition sort of thing. But the Crude exists, as we all know, the Crude exists so that the Tau can actually have a melee option. But it's funny we mentioned the Tau. That's actually talking about like forces moving in 40K. That is an interesting thing I learned recently about the lore. Is that like it's a thing that's been brought up that the Tau do not have religion, and the Ethereals do kind of like actively go against trying to cultivate a actual religion rather than the philosophy of the greater good, because one, they do actually understand about. That is kind of like the thing that breaks Farsight, Commander Farsight off, is that like the official Tau doctrine is that magic isn't real. That's just all like shit that other people do that don't fuck with. Magic's not real. Why would you say that? Demons are fake. It's all the greater good. We're a secular society. Oh. And then Farsight fights demonic enemies and has a warp weapon, and he's like, oh shit, the Ethereals lied to me. Magic is real, even if it sucks ass. But actually that is a thing that's been happening with some characters lately where, yes, the
the Tau believe so strongly in the greater good, they're kind of emperoring themselves and creating a deity of the greater good. And I'm like, that's cool, actually. I think that's fucking sick.
Oh, it should be played by that one dude from Shaun of the Dead.
The greater good.
The greater good.
I think actually she's female, and she's like many-armed. Or at least that's how she appeared in one of the Tau characters' minds.
Fun.
But like I said, that's a cool aesthetic. Like that's like actually that's again 40K. That's something to play with. I don't think that like, especially because we brought up that like Order versus Chaos is kind of like an Age of Sigmar end times thing. I don't think that 40K necessarily needs to turn into that, because it is, you know, in the Grim Darkness there is only war. But like that is a thing that I think might get some people in the fluff to rebalance themselves, because I think this is a problem people have. Like Axe brought up earlier of like, you know, that's probably a lie Chaos tells you that, like, oh, if you killed the Chaos Gods, there would be nothing, you would destroy those emotions. Like, probably not. You would probably cause some warp fuckery, but it probably wouldn't destroy the concept of emotion, because, like, the Immaterium predated the Chaos Gods, probably. It definitely predated some of them, at least, because Slaanesh is relatively new. But, like, actually having, like, metaphysical shit happen, like the Star Child and Living Saints and stuff. Anyway, Celestine seems sick. Also, Dallas, correct me if I'm wrong. Flying lifelink. It's pretty normal for angels, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. That does seem like a thing.
I think they literally couldn't put Angel on there because Games Workshop would have gotten mad.
Well, also, like, it's not technically true, because there aren't quote unquote angels. Living Saints are probably like what you'd think of as angels, but that's not how they're described in universe, you know? So, like, it would have been out there. But they basically made her an angel by making her a human warrior.
Mm-hmm.
All right. What the fuck is our next card?
And they shall know no fear.
Hey, it's the thing. It's the line I said. What chapter are you, buddy? Let me see this card art blown up. That, kind of looks like a dragon. Is that a salamander? Salamander Tech Marine?
I think it might be. Nice, salamander up. Rare.
Yeah. So this is a 2-mana, 1 white, instant. Choose a creature type. Creatures you control of the chosen type gain +1, +0, and gain indestructible at the end of the turn. And then this is the quote from the Emperor of Mankind about Space Marines. They are my bulwark against terror, the defenders of humanity. They are my Space Marines. And the line that comes after that in the quote is, and they shall know no fear.
And they shall know no fear. Yeah. This card is sick. It's really good. I love it.
Very thematic to white, and also, like, very cool. Obviously, the idea is you can pick Astartes, but you can also do other things with it to make it, you know, broad. Like, that's pretty sick.
Ironically, it comes in the deck that is probably the worst with it, because the Imperium deck is split between Astartes and humans. But it's also kind of thematic for the Astartes to all become immortal and then the humans to just explode. So.
No, that fits, yeah.
Oh, fucking dumb. I'm dumb. There's another card I have to put in here. I just forgot it because it's not a very good card, but if we didn't put it in,
You'd be remiss.
Well, yeah. You'll see when I put it in there.
But no, this art looks sick. And this card concept is sick, and like I said, I'm pretty sure that's
it's just good. This card is just good.
Yeah. Like, what's the actual? Because I'm not sure if that's like a wing or a dragon.
I think it's a dragon. I think that is a salamander.
No, the lines look wrong, because I was like, it could be.
Oh, it might be Dark Angel, actually.
No, that's what I was wondering, but I think the lines are a little wrong for it. Yeah, I feel like the flanges are painted the wrong way, because the Dark Angel symbol is a winged sword. I think it's not facing the right way.
Who knows? It is a space marine.
Yeah, like it's, you know, poster card size, so it's open ended. It's one of the green boys, probably.
Yeah.
Oh yes. I think Axe mentioned this earlier as, like, they refluffed a card as De Exterminatus.
No, this is just a new card.
This is a new card. It's called Exterminatus. Okay.
Yes. No.
Great art, though. I'm going to post this art, and then I got to run and take a...
Blasphemous Act, which is the one that Axe was talking about, is in the Chaos deck. It's still called Blasphemous Act. Guys, I mean...
But I will have my headphones on, but I'm going to run and take a bio break real quick while we have Exterminatus on screen, because you said it's not like a super good card. It's just worth mentioning for the moons.
It's a board wipe, but it's like... It's not amazing. It's 7 mana, 1 white and 1 black, 5 colorless. Remove all indestructible from your opponent's creatures. Or permanents, I should say, and then destroy all non-land permanents. Like, it's a decent board wipe, but it's in black and white, which are the colors of board wipes, so you have 50,000 better options than this card. Especially because it's like the fact that this is 1 mana more than Farewell is kind of just a dagger in this card being good. Yeah. I definitely run this card occasionally, because I run too many board wipes as is. It's not a bad enough card for me to call it a bad board wipe, because it does destroy every permanent and all indestructible permanents. But it's not good either. It's also not totally flavorful, because if they made the flavorful version, everyone would hate them. Because the flavorful version would also hit lands, and that would just make everyone miserable.
Yeah, it would suck ass. No, I think I get what you're saying. It's not necessarily a bad card, but it is... I believe the phrase I would hear would be, it's not aggressively costed enough.
It's not aggressively costed enough or one-sided enough.
Yeah.
Like, you need either other. Like, unfortunately, it's in white and black, which are the board wipe colors.
Yeah. I mean, yes, chat does bring up that, and you said yourself, you play a lot of board wipes. Like, you're playing a singleton deck, so, you can play this and play another board wipe. The main thing is just that, will you not have, 4 better board wipes to play anyway?
Yeah, you will. I will. But this is, unfortunately, I usually will. I will play this if I want the card, because I think the art and the quote are sick. It's a pretty good Some may question your right to destroy 10 billion people. Those who understand know that you have no right to let them live.
That's Exterminatus. And this is a high fleet getting blown up.
Which
is important.
Yeah. All right. Next card would be...
Scrolling back up to the top, Sister Hospitaller.
Sister Hospitaller.
Which, if you don't know, Sisters of Battle don't have to just kill you. They have many non-militant orders, some of which are better represented on the tabletop, but obviously they are non-militant, so it doesn't matter as much. But
this art so much.
This is a pretty good art. This is another James Workshop one, but pretty iconic.
Hospitalier just reviving her sister.
Who's been pretty badly fucked up. But let's see, paying 6 mana. Some may question if Celestine is mono-white, if Hospitaller should be black-white. No, the Hospitallers are also often used as interrogators for inquisitorial missions and stuff like that.
I would also say this. I think this might be multicolored as a balance thing.
Yeah. So that you can't combine it with the deck that revives everybody with... You can't play a Celestine Commander mono-white deck.
We'll talk about, yes. It was not even just Celestine. It's there's a lot of mono-white things that could be very silly with this. This card is already very silly.
Like I said, it probably is for balance, but also, it's not like they picked a completely random bad color. Yeah. Black-white does work because,
Oh, no, yeah. Black-white is also the color...
are used as healers, but also they do other stuff. Up into
Black-white
including
is also kind of the,
Go ahead.
I'll put it this way. If Sanguinius was a card, he would be black and white.
I mean, it is called the Black Rage. But, yeah, no, I was going to say, Sister Hospitallers are also equipped to deliver the Emperor's Mercy, which is... They do have a special bolt gun to kill you if,
it's time to, you're not healable, it's time to end your suffering.
Yeah.
So, like, yeah.
So this card is Medicus Ministerium.
Which is the name of their
When
healing widget.
Sister Hospitalier enters the battlefield, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. You gain life equal to its mana value. So there is a very important text on this card that is why it's a very good card. It says when Sister Hospitalier enters, not when it is cast.
Yeah.
That is a trigger distinction that is important because if you revive Sister Hospitalier, it also will trigger and revive whatever.
Yeah, you can chain revive.
And
then you gain life.
It's a very this card is very, very silly.
Yeah.
Very, very good in graveyard decks.
No, great
like,
shout
it's
out
just
for the
good card.
sisters. But obviously
like
she's the
card.
Sister Hospitaller is not legendary, so she cannot be your commander.
No.
You must play her in
you wouldn't want her to be a commander though either way because you want to pitch her into the graveyard.
No, yeah, you want to keep bringing her back. But yeah,
you want to get her
like
into the graveyard and then keep bringing her back.
This is a card that you're not necessarily building the deck around in that sense, but that is a great inclusion if you are playing a deck that happens to include white and black and revives.
This is a card that goes into an already established niche. Speaking of cards that go into already established niche.
All right, before we grab the next one, though, I do want to say, yeah, I love this quote, by the way. Yes, from the Book of Hours. You know,
oh, right.
Honor the martyr, tend the fallen, defend the innocent.
Honor the martyr, tend the fallen, defend the innocent, and always walk in the light.
Like, I have actually read the Sisters Omnibus. Like, Sisters of Battle I always think are a very interesting faction to me. I like them a lot because they are so resolute in their faith, and it makes them incredible dumbasses, but also, like...
But also... very good people.
Yes, like, they are one of the few factions in 40k that would, like, canonically comfort, like, an orphaned child. Like, if a Sister of Battle saw a random Imperial child on the street, you know, crying over their dead parents, they would be like, oh shit, hey, child, don't worry about it, walk in the light of the Emperor, you know.
It's very funny because I've heard people read 40k as a very anti-religious like setting, which I kind of disagree with because it just shows you both of the extremes of religion. It shows you
that's what I want to say.
Terrible religious orders, and also, like, in my opinion, the two nicest factions of the Imperium, which are the Sisters of Battle and the Salamanders, are extremely religious.
Yeah, in their own senses, but like, yes, I think because 40k is like a pastiche of like, and an exaggeration, you know, a parody of real life. It is, it shows the stark relief, the two extremes of religious behavior. And I think for a lot of people, especially like during the internet atheist 2000s period, you know Dallas, like
dark times.
That was like people would read in a message about, you know, religion, but religious factions are some of the strongest in 40k. It's just that a lot of the, just like in real life, a lot of the religious stuff is very fucked up. But yeah, like I said, I read the Sisters of Battle Omnibus, which is pretty good. It's like, it's such a stark relief to be like, these are characters who are like completely dogmatic, stone cold killers, like literally called out by other people, like including, you know, obviously like Chaos and Renegades, but even like one of the I think it's the second novel is the main character goes as part of a sister detachment to the planet where the Necrons first officially showed up and kicked the shit out of the sisters. So they're sent with the Mechanicus detachment who's touching things they shouldn't touch, obviously. Like, so the Mechanicus is like, you guys are fucking stupid, you know, nothing that conforms to your dumb little books. You know, you are not ready for the divine revelation of the secrets of the Omnissiah. And they're just like, yeah, well, our dumb little books, you know, is the physical embodiment of our faith, so we, you know, use our resolution of soul to defeat the Necrons who should kick our ass.
Yeah.
Not after losing several sisters, but you know what I mean. Like, it's they have a power and resolution, but also like Sisters of Battle love to martyr themselves. Like, literally, the first novel in that omnibus is the sisters are escorting a rogue psyker to a cardinal, because the cardinal. But spoilers, the cardinal's bad. You can tell he's bad early on, but he's bad. He's a bad guy. Like, he's, you know, not capital E. Well, actually, he does do fucked up prison experiments on psychers instead of sending them to the black ships. But, like, he's not actually chaotic. He's, like, normal evil for 40k. Like, he's abusing his position of power.
He's like Ghost Vendetta.
Yeah, basically. Like he abuses his position to manipulate, and does manipulate sisters. I do actually think they do some Doge.
Lowercase c corrupted.
And I do think the book actually draws some Van Dyer comparisons. But, like, so the Psyker is being escorted back, even though they should definitely send him on a black ship to get fucking killed. He's being escorted back to the sisters' like home base world where the Cardinal is. He escapes because of other pre-planned psychic conditioning that sets up a riot on this ship, right? One of the sisters of battle is killed, and another one is, like, incapacitated and let the guys escape. So, like, when the Cardinal shows up and he's really mad about this, that sister, unprompted, steps forward and swears the Oath of the Repentia, like, right there in front of him, and they do the whole, like, shaving your hair thing, and it's just like, wow, that's super sad and fucked up of you to do, because you are definitely going to die as a Repentia, you know, being driven by another sister of battle with a whip to charge the enemy wearing nothing but rags and wielding a giant chainsword. But also, it's like, she completely selflessly did that so her other squad mates would suffer no punishment. Like, that's how Sisters is. But
yeah.
Let us grab Sicarian. Did I copy-paste you, bud? Yes. Here he is.
The Sicarian Infiltrator.
This is the assassin,
more Mechanicus
stealthy
love.
Scooty Mechanicus unit, yeah. Artifact creature, human soldier. Yeah, he's a Scutari, correct.
Yeah.
Okay, Flash. Yeah, they are infiltrators. That works.
Flash. Squad, which I
Is that a new
believe
keyword?
was... I think it was a new keyword for this set, but it has definitely been used since this.
I mean, it sounds like a good keyword. So let's see. We got Squad 2. Pay additional cost when this creature enters. Create tokens that are copies. That's very 40k. Yeah, like because that's all about the squad unity. So you create dupes for 2 extra mana.
And then when Sicarian Infiltrator enters the battlefield, draw a card. This card is very, very powerful. Like, I know it doesn't look necessarily that flashy, but the combination of the squad, plus it being an artifact, plus it having, when it enters, draw a card, just is this perfect storm to create a very strong card.
No, yeah, that's that. I read this and I was like, oh, this seems pretty good. Like, so I'm not an expert in Magic. You know, I haven't played a lot of games, but we spent a lot of time discussing it and theory crafting it with several people over our episodes of FP that have branched into Magic the Gathering, which are always pretty popular. Thanks for watching and chatting, guys. Leaving your comments on the VODs. But the thing I know about Magic, I mean, I know several things. One of the things I know about Magic is that mana's on a curve, right? The idea is that you start with little and you grow more by the end of the game. And Commander is very... or maybe I should say Commander players are persnickety about the curve, right? Like you a lot of your deck idea is built around being on the curve. So
Kinda.
okay. Maybe they are actually evolving then from some of the discussions we've had previously. Because that was
it's the thing is like mana curve is very set. Mana curve is very format dependent. So it's not always a simple answer.
So yeah, okay. So it is actually format dependent, and it will change.
Also,
but, like,
being dogmatic to the curve is actually, in my opinion, as someone who's played a little bit of Magic, being dogmatic to the curve is a little bit of a pitfall when it comes to deck building, in my opinion.
I'm pretty sure you said that previously when we talked about it, which is why I caveated to Commander players might play a little on the curve. They might feel like they're supposed to be doing that, but it's not a strict rule. But it is a thing where, like, you will need smaller guys. You can cast earlier, but it is better if smaller guys have a payoff that gets stronger later. And this seems like that. Like, this is a guy you can...
It's also
he's got flash and he draws you a card when you cast him, right? Like, that's... For 3, that's not nothing.
So many keywords that, like the fact that he has flash, the fact that he's a human, the fact that he is an artifact, all trigger different things, and it just checks so many boxes.
Like, later, if it's late game and you have a lot of mana, you can create a lot of copies of this guy.
Well, especially because he has flash. It's a really good card in control decks. Because what you do in control decks is you hold mana open for spells to look at your opponent and go, fuck you, no. But if you have this guy in your hand, you can go, okay, my opponent didn't play anything that was particularly threatening, dump all of the mana into this.
Yeah.
Flash is a very strong keyword in the right.
Flash is very fun, yeah. And like I said, these guys are they are literally called infiltrators. They are the infiltrate stealth unit of the Mechanicus on the tabletop. So yeah, that's very appropriate. Also, speaking of control deck.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that guy was called a Sicarian infiltrator. Sicarian is just a Latin for assassin, and then infiltrator. They are assassin infiltrators. I wish
he was a creature type assassin. But
I understand why they didn't do that, because did they actually put any Imperial assassins in this deck?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Those are usually, again, factionally very persnickety. Like, a Sicarian is technically a Skitari. It is a tech guard. So they are like the assassins of the Mechanicus cult, but they are not part of the Ordo Assassinorum. Like, that's a 40k fluff thing that I'm sure Games Workshop was a little finicky about. But to go back to it, we said, talking about, speaking of control, hey, deny the witch.
Deny the witch.
Counter
target spell, activated ability, or triggered ability. So anything pretty much. That I'm pretty sure this covers anything that isn't just a state-based effect, which you can't counter with anything anyway. So this counters anything, basically.
The only thing it doesn't negate is your opponent playing a land, basically.
Yeah, well,
but whatever they do with the mana that land generates, no.
I do believe there is no actual way to interact with playing a card. Because the only cards in Magic that you can actually play are lands. And I do not think there is a single interaction with playing.
Okay.
I don't quote me on that, because there might be... Okay, I should say in a real set, if there's some bullshit in an unset, that doesn't count.
Also true. And then yes, its controller loses life equal to the number of creatures you control, like I said. So yeah, this is counterspell, but it's spicy really counterspell.
Funny. It's counterspell, but it also can be a kill spell.
Yeah. No, like
really
this is
funny.
like we said, we talked about control, right? Like this is the card you hold. This is the benefit of playing your funny 3-colored mana, and you just hold all your juice until your opponent plays something, and you're just like, oh, well, don't do that. Also, die. You're dead.
Like, is this card very good? No. Is this card absolutely hilarious? I put in decks it should maybe not be in, because every once in a while it ends the game in the funniest way? Yes.
While also saying Skitarium were referenced on the tabletop, that's probably because Skitarius are they're the actual military arm. They are the tech guard of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Like, they are led by tech priests. There are also a bunch of non-combat tech priests, but like before they actually, like, I think the tech guard were around for a long time in lore. They weren't called Skitari until they needed something copyrightable, but the tech guard were around for a long time, but they weren't a like playable faction. The tech priests were kind of peppered in other areas, or like suborned with like shit like tech marines. But when they gave them an actual infantry force, they have the actual Skitarius. But tech priests are very popular characters. And speaking of things the Mechanicus does, guys who can be played as a Mechanicus sub-faction or Imperial ally, or you can just decide to play them on your own on the board and just have a bunch of big mech boys. Here's a Knight Paladin.
Knight Paladin.
A artifact vehicle. He is colorless.
So vehicles are not creatures until you crew them. But this can be crewed by anything.
Yeah,
which is kind of funny, because that's against the lore, but still.
Not actually true, but it does mean that any of your little human guys, I guess, can jump in it. It is a 6/6 with trample.
When Knight Paladin enters the battlefield, it deals 4 damage to each opponent.
Makes sense.
It's just
got
a kind of cool guy.
No,
like,
this is a neat card.
You can do some really fun stuff with blinking this card, because it's an enter trigger, so you can make the knight like auto detonate the rest of your opponents if you can blink it a lot.
Yeah.
It's very funny. I have killed someone by blanking this 6 times.
You're blowing them up. That's very funny, yeah. No, it seems cool and thematic.
I don't think I've ever swung with it. I think its main benefit is that enter trigger.
Yeah.
Because like it is a big blocky boy, but it's like there are bigger and blockier boys.
Well, and also, if I'm understanding this correctly, so it's not a creature until it's crewed, but the rapid fire battle cannon kicks in when it enters the battlefield. So what you do with vehicles is you put them on the field, then you crew them. So you can put this guy on the field and use it as just a basically long-distance artillery piece, and it can't actually interact with your opponent's creatures, but it can still shoot them in the face.
It can make your opponents die.
Which is thematically appropriate, very funny. No, good card design.
It's very, very funny. Like,
all right,
the Titan is pretty similar, so I didn't put it. It's just bigger, and instead of an enter trigger, it's an attack trigger.
Bigger, better, more uncut. Well, let's look at a Space Marine.
Thunderhawk gunship.
Yeah, a unit that is ludicrous to play in the tabletop because they're fucking huge. The minis are stonks as hell, but very classically represented.
So Thunderhawk gunship. When it enters, create 2/2 white Astartes creature warrior tokens with vigilance. Whenever Thunderhawk gunship attack, creatures you control, attacking creatures you control gain flying until the end of turn. It's so
and it's
funny.
crewed too, so like you probably have to use I mean, you can use human soldiers, but you probably have to use a Space Marine to crew it.
Your entire board flying, and I feel like one of the most insidious killers in Commander is just an inability to block a bunch of flying dudes.
Forgetting
this has won me. Yeah, this has won me several Commander games of just like, I have this giant board of 2/2s, and we're all like stalled out because no one can attack anyone well.
And like,
it's just Thunderhawk gunship. Now my entire board is in the air. You're dead.
Obviously, like as a vehicle, it's colorless. You know, as an artifact vehicle here, it's colorless.
Yes, you can put it in any deck.
Having a bunch of little dudes be flying is very white, from what I understand. So.
Like, no, this is like a white, blue, green card. White, blue, or green card because those are the like. Little guy archetypes, I would say.
But like, also, I love how they did do this because that is again very thematically appropriate. What this does is the Thunderhawk gunship is a gunship full of Space Marines. So when it appears, Space Marines jump out, and then also you jump one of those Space Marines back in to actually fly it to not just deliver your boys to the battlefield.
I just imagine like
put all your guys inside it and carry them.
I just imagine this flying into battle with a bunch of guys just standing on top of it as it crashes into the enemy.
Very funny. Yeah, I mean, it feels like that.
That's just the vibe it gives. Well, because you could do anything. Like, I've had it make my dinosaurs get flying.
No, yeah. It's... Also, I do believe, like, that is stretching the normal fluff a little, but is better for these kinds of decks. Because, obviously, they put all the Imperium guys together. Technically, I believe that, like, normally you're only supposed to crew it with Space Marines. Other people can fit in Thunderhawks, but, like, it is... normally only deployed by Space Marines and hold Space Marines. But again, you got to make some exceptions for the fact that you're building like a technically multi-faction like deck, you know. So you got to be able to like
if it was
throw
that
some little guys
easy
in
to block the crew, it would be terrible.
Yeah.
And now the last Imperium card. And then do you want to do Tyranid or do you want to do that next week or something?
How long have we been going?
It is getting late.
4 hours. Yeah, let's save Tyranid for another day. That'll be a teaser for people at home. And also incentivize you to before you. This is a good plug, Dallas. You know why? Before you watch the Failed Portrayal where we talk about the Tyranid deck, you should watch our Death Watch actual play series if you haven't. At least probably a couple of the sessions, because one of the two factions my players are fighting is Genestealer cults. So, like, we are going to make explicit references to things that have happened in the campaign in the mission where they've gone up against the Genestealer cults.
Oh boy, motherfuckers.
So yeah, no, like there will be references. So yeah, we'll dial back to Tyranids a different time. I will say you posted a bunch of them already, right? To get the assets ready.
Yeah. I love the art for the Tyranids.
No, good art. Also, a very fun selection of some of the weird Tyranid forms they threw in there. Like,
there's so many of the
stuff is
weird
cool,
boys.
but they picked some weird guys, and I'm like, that's
my
great,
favorite
actually.
I can't find my favorite Tyranid because I think it's like an awful card. But there's one that I gotta find it. It has such a unique effect that I love, and everyone hates it. It essentially makes everyone's lands just be lands.
Ooh.
Oh, here it is.
Fun.
Here it is.
He found it.
Here's my favorite card. Yeah. It was next to a bunch of chaos cards, so because it does look chaotic. Yeah, that's Hoxacrine.
Yeah. Reach, Death Touch, Hypertoxic Miasma. All lands become tap, add 1 mana of any color, and lose all other abilities. Damn.
Yep.
Very funny.
It's such good land hate. Love good land hate.
Like, it doesn't cut you off of, again, the mana curve, but does mean, brother, you're playing lands now. None of this fancy shit.
It is technically, like, someone could try and argue that it's mass land destruction, because it technically is, but it's also definitely not, because it doesn't do the thing that makes people hate mass land destruction. So I can win that argument anytime.
Well, and also, it doesn't do the other really annoying thing where the lands stay the lands they were. So, like, they still name check, like, being an island or a mountain or whatever.
Like, I'm not cutting you off. I'm not cutting you off your mana. I'm not
it's
cutting
just
you off
that
your mana.
Don't worry. You're blocking them from playing the funny haha manas. That'll be a funny card
It's
to
your
talk,
fuck
to
shit.
talk about.
Your fuck shit you're doing. No. Fuck your Land of the Dead, or fucking whatever that's.
But yeah, let's talk about Birth of the Imperium, which I have read this card, I've internalized it, and yeah, it's called Birth of the Imperium. This is just the Great Crusade, though. This is great. So
it's I would argue it's technically before the Great Crusade.
I guess technically this could even be the Unification Wars.
Yeah, I would argue this is the Unification Wars, which is technically the Birth of the Imperium. So.
But it kind of encapsulates that feel of the pre-heresy Imperium. It has all the Imperial colors we talked about. So number 1, create a 2/2 white, white Astartes warrior creature token with vigilance for each opponent you have.
You create your
the Emperor creates a shitload of the Emperor creates a shitload of super soldiers. 2, each opponent sacrifices a creature. Your super soldiers beat the shit out of all your enemies. The Emperor personally exterminated so many Babby Xenos races. It's not funny.
Yes. I mean, it's a little funny.
It is a little funny, actually. It's true. 3, draw 2 cards for each opponent who controls fewer creatures than you. Expand Empire.
Yes. I have a alter art of this, an alternate art of this that changes what it does. It changes it to create 2 human soldier tokens, and it's just called Manifest Destiny, and it's just a picture of oh god, what president is it? What's the president who basically
He's the
like
Manifest Destiny president? Jackson?
No, it's someone random who like is known for literally nothing else.
Van Buren?
It's someone you've never heard of. Yeah, that's it. Martin Van Buren.
No, Van Buren's my go-to guy because his name is the funniest.
Yeah,
I'm just like president. You've literally only ever heard of his name and could not tell me. Chat, tell me right now, what was the thing Martin Van Buren did?
He expanded the U.S. Maybe.
And don't let your fun fact be that they named a hypothetical Fallout 3 after him.
It's not. Hold on. That's not what I'm thinking of. But there's a president who I'll find it sometime. But there's a president who was like known as like all he. Yeah, no, I think it was James Polk.
Yeah, Polk's the one who's famous for Manifest Destiny. That's probably why. Also, yes, Architect, you're correct. He did co-found the Democrat. Van Buren co-founded the Democratic Party with Andrew Jackson. But yeah, that's probably why there are a shitload of like high schools and elementary schools and shit named after Polk in like Middle America.
Yeah, he is he's known for literally nothing else other than like I need to expand.
I actually think you are correct. I couldn't name something that Polk was responsible for other than, like I said, getting a shitload of schools named after him. But yeah, no, like this is a great flavor-wise card for the Imperium, and it does do things you might want in Imperial.
Yeah.
Like the creating an extra Astartes, creating extra Astartes boys is good. The other two effects just seem like kind of good stuff, and I think getting draw 2 for each opponent controls fewer creatures, because obviously, like, the idea is that, like, because of sacrifice they control less, but also you're probably doing a little bit of a swarm. You're probably creating some extra tokens.
It's a little difficult to justify only because of the color mana it is.
It is each of the 3 colors. I think that is intentional.
And so it is it's a little like the sagas to me are very hit or miss. I think the only one I really, really like is Horus Heresy. But that's just because that one's mean.
Being a mean deck. No, like I think all of them function. It definitely is like because they call for.
I feel like this
colors.
was really early in when they were making sagas, because I feel like this was before Lord of the Rings, and I feel like Lord of the Rings is the set that really gave us the like, oh, these sagas fuck. Like that's where you got what the fucking One Ring to Bind Them. I think it's literally called that.
And then we talked at length, but sagas and specifically saga creatures, because of the summons in the FF one, is like they got to do some cool shit.
That's where they broke it wide open. That's where they just were like, yeah, no, fuck it, anything. But Lord of the Rings was the first time I looked at sagas and was like, ooh, this is interesting.
We should do
One Ring to Rules of All. That's the one
we should probably do an LOTR episode, because I think
do you want to do that next week?
And then do Tyranids on the front half, and then do
Tyranids in the front heads, and do Lord of the Rings, and then we'll do Marvel sometime. I don't know.
Sure, why not? Why don't we do that? Because that's another one that's like that's just for even more so than the 40K episodes where Loth felt he couldn't get a word in edgewise, but like he knows about that stuff. I think the LOTR episode is just for you and me. It's just for freaks like you and me.
This one's for us. No, Lord of the Rings is. I really like that set. I think Final Fantasy is a better limited set, but as a set, like as a collection of cards, I think I like Lord of the Rings more.
That's fair. But all right, so let us.
They just went weirder with it. We'll get to it.
Listen. From what I've seen, I like weirder, but we are at about 4.5 hours. So let us pack in, and we started early. Pack in. This Warhammer X MTG 40K fail portrayal. We will cover the Tyranids next, Tim, and then we'll pepper some Lord of the Rings in there. And we will have it'll be a new month soon, so we'll definitely have a time for some poll hits as well for an archetype that people voted on. Support us on channel memberships to do that vote, if I've done it correctly, and other stuff. Sorry, I've been talking a lot, but you can tell my voice is getting a little scratchy. But thanks everybody for tuning in. And like I said, in like the VOD comments, let me know. Like I may take a look at the project and see about polishing it up. Like I said, a lot of both the lore information and the gags are like literally now two or three editions out of date. Is how long I've been working on that project. Because as Axe brought up earlier to his consternation, the rate at which 40K rolls over editions is a lot faster these days. But I could definitely do like a little introductory recap to the lore and aesthetics of 40K for the different factions, so you understand what the fuck is going on. Or absolutely, I could just be like, all right, gang. Mostly to Dallas, but I think the others might have some ideas to get into. Be like, pick like, a handful of your favorite artworks, either from like a 40K codex or novel cover, and then pick your favorite minis.
I'll say this: if we do that 40K episode, I 100% can do a faction primer and a like best and worst models for exactly one faction, and that is orcs.
Yeah.
Because God, there are some great ones, and God, there are some bad orc models.
There are some old school orc models that are straight up problematic.
Oh God!
Do not ask about Storm Boys.
I'm not bringing those. No,
but I'm just saying, like, if we want to talk about bad models, the orcs have some problematic ones.
I was more thinking of like Gaz's original model, which is goofy as shit. I wasn't gonna go with those. Oh no!
All right, we're seeing some stuff in chat. Like I said, word out on the VOD as well. This is not just for VOD engagement, though it does help, but also like people may watch all of this later and want to say. So, I'll take a crack at it. Not like right now, but I'm always keeping an ear out for things that'll make the video pop a little. And the views on this were pretty good. Usually are again to wrap around. The end is like the beginning, Dallas. We started this by talking about how like people lament the Fortnitification of Magic and stuff. Guess what? Our universe is beyond themed fail portrayals. Usually big hitters get above average, even sometimes breakout views and responses. I might still cross post them in Patreon. I did an experiment with the membership one, and that got a little more zip, but I understand, obviously, for some people who are already supporting at high levels on the Patreon. I did it mostly this month as a tester because the FP poll for not this current month, but the previous one was like really low. I think we got like 2 or 3 votes, and it got like 7 when I did it on YouTube. So like maybe I'll like combine the votes, and if you want to pay me twice to get to double vote, that's capitalism, baby. So. Like, I'll figure it out. We're in a testing phase right now, chat. But thank you for tuning in to this episode. Share it with any of your friends who play Magic the Gathering or 40K. Or share it with your friends who just play Yu-Gi-Oh! And be like, hey, I'm going to blow your fucking mind. So, thanks for tuning in, gang. We'll see you later.
Have a good evening.
Watch Death Watch on this channel. Good night.